Check one. Good evening and welcome to the City Council special meeting. We have a quorum, so we can begin. Can I please get a roll call?
Councilmember Maloney.
Present.
Vice Mayor Pearson.
Present.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Here.
Councilmember Orleman.
Here.
Mayor Meyer.
Present, and please join me for the national anthem. That'll be the two of us, yeah. For Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We'll plan that for another meeting. Okay, public comments for tonight's items for this particular special meeting will be 5 minutes. In order to ensure that all speakers feel welcome to share their views, members of the audience are kindly requested to refrain from applauding or speaking to the council from the audience without being called upon first.
I have no speaker cards in person or hands raised in Zoom. If you'd like to speak on the closed session items. At this time, we're only accepting public comments on items listed on the closed session.
Thank you, Amanda. And we will now recess to closed session. Do we need a motion, please?
Moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We are now recessed. Thank you.
Good evening. Is this on? Test. Good evening. Can I have everyone's attention? We're anticipating a full house tonight, obviously, as you guys can tell. I'm going to ask everyone to take their seats, and then we're going to be limited to standing room of 24 people along the back wall. No standing along the side walls. So if you see an open seat, please take that seat now, and then we're going to limit it to 24 in the back. In the lobby outside, there will be a speaker, and you'll be able to hear the council presentation in the lobby as well, and then you'll be able to come in and make public comment when your name is called if you choose to do so. Thank you.
We will get started momentarily. Thanks for waiting. Good evening. We're going to go ahead and get started. We have nothing to report from our closed session meeting, and I need a motion to adjourn that.
I make a motion to adjourn a closed session meeting.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Closed session is adjourned. We're moving into our regular meeting. We have a quorum. Could we please get a roll call?
Councilmember Maloney,
Present.
Vice Mayor Pearson,
Present.
Councilmember Mendoza,
Here.
Councilmember Orlemans,
Here.
Mayor Meyer.
Here, and please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Yep.
Thank you. We are moving into our first item, which is a presentation. Teresa Fairview, Acting Human Resources Director, will introduce our interns who will provide a presentation on the internship program. Welcome.
All right, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Before handing the presentation over to our amazing interns, I wanted to give a brief overview of the launch program. The city's launch internship program provides high school students with an opportunity to intern and access focused learning within various city departments. The program is designed to provide real-world training and expose students to the public sector as a career choice. This is the city's second year partnering with the Liberty Union High School District. However, the program is open to students at other high schools as well. I do want to take the time right now to recognize staff from Liberty Union High School District that are present this evening. And if you're here, I saw you earlier, but if you're here, just raise your hand or stand up. We have our board clerk, Tamara Weber. Denise Rugani, superintendent. Eric Faulkner, Assistant Superintendent, Educational Services. And Todd Arola, Director of Curriculum and Instruction. And before we begin, we would like to share with the council, the interest in this program is growing. Submitted applications have nearly tripled from year 1 to year 2. The number of high schools that we have received applications from have tripled as well. And of the city departments participating in the program, the city manager's office internship yields the highest interest among all applicants. The city is currently collaborating with Liberty Union High School District on opportunities and other ideas to expand the internship program. With that, I would like now to turn it over to our first intern to kick off the presentation, Alex Loffridge.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and staff. Me and the other interns are very excited to share our experiences with you today, and we're really excited to kick this thing off. So, meet our interns. So, I am Alex Loffridge. I am with Parks and Recreation. We have Tatiana Rodriguez with the Public Works Fleet, Alexander Stewart with the City Manager's Office, and Jaden Spears with the Public Works Water Quality Laboratory. Okay, so our background. So me and Tatiana are now graduated from Liberty High School. It's weird to say. Alexander graduates tomorrow from Deer Valley High. And Jaden just finished his sophomore year at Heritage High School. Okay, so again, I'm Alex Loffridge. I'm with Parks and Recreation, specifically the Recreation Division of our department. So here are my mentors. These are some of our recreation coordinators and supervisors. My main mentor was Amanda Cheney. Unfortunately, she couldn't be here tonight, but I think she's watching from home. Thank you, Amanda. So experience. So during my internship, I got to do research projects. I helped with a senior class at the Senior Activities Center called Oldies But Goodies. I also established standards of procedure for the Sunset Athletic Complex. And my next project will be helping with our Junior Giants program at the Sunset Athletic Complex. And I was the lead intern for events and activities. So research projects. So on the left, you can see one of my Excel sheets that I worked on. This was to benchmark our facility prices and policies to see how we compare with others around our area. And by the way, we are the best. On the right is our art inventory that I worked on, basically cataloging all of our public art. Really cool project, and we're gonna make it so more people have access to see our new arts that have come in since the pandemic. It hasn't been updated in a while. Okay, oldies but goodies. This is one of my favorite parts of my internship. So oldies but goodies is a class where some seniors come for 2.5 hours a day, and they come and do a craft, they have a snack, but there's a lot more to it than that. It's about giving these people community where they wouldn't have it, and supporting them. And, you see a new member join the class, and they really bring them in, and it's like a little family, and it was really cool to experience. I had, my major responsibility was to plan an activity for them. I did Jeopardy with them. I made a board, and we played that. They really liked that. We also did a puzzle. We did a lot of different stuff, and it was just fun to get hands-on experience with the community and really interact with seniors. I had no clue what the senior center did, and it was a really cool learning experience. Okay, establishing standards of procedure. So I worked at the Sunset Athletic Complex a few times, really learning what they do. And basically what we're gonna do is we're gonna compile a lot of that information into SOP, standards of procedure, so that going on, a person could show up on their first day and understand how to set up our fields for baseball or softball or any other sport that we run there. Okay, Junior Giants. So this is my next project. I worked my first shift yesterday. It's really fun. These kids get to come out. They play baseball with each other. It's a really cool service our city provides. And again, just community and providing kids with just an environment to make friends and have fun. Okay, lead intern for events and projects. So these are pictures from our intern celebration event. I helped coordinate with HR for that one. It was really, really cool. Personally, I'm interested in the law as a profession, and it was really important to me because I got to meet our city attorney and really learn a lot just from other city employees and see how many professions are really encapsulated in the public sector. So my reflection, I really learned again about opportunities in government. There's stuff in law, there's stuff in HR, and a bunch of different jobs and opportunities, and it's really interesting. And as somebody who's interested in working in the public sector, that was very valuable for me. Also, the scale of the Parks and Recreation Department, I didn't know how much they managed in our city, and it was really, really interesting to learn, what activities they're running, what facilities they run. Just very, very interesting. Then I also, I spoke on this a little bit before, the senior community in Brentwood. There's so many seniors in Brentwood that they find a lot of community at our senior centers, and it's really, really cool to see that and how much our city serves them and what we give them. It was very, very gratifying, and I really enjoyed that part of my internship. Okay, advice for the future. So I would tell the future intern, don't be afraid of trying something new. I never worked with seniors before, never worked at a field before, never did most of this stuff before, actually. And that was really, really interesting to jump in, and I really would urge them to not be afraid and really go for it. Also, go above and beyond. One of my favorite parts of my job is I had a lot of freedom when it came to researching and other jobs to kind of do my own thing and see what I wanted to do, explore that, and kind of adding extra detail. That was really, really, really interesting. And they really, really show why things are better in Brentwood. So thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Tatiana Rodriguez, and I am, no longer a senior at Liberty. So these are my mentors. Going from left to right, we have Anthony, Larry, who's my main supervisor. He's really amazing. Octavio, and Aaron. My experience has been cleaning, cars, deliveries and pickups, an open house, which was really nice to experience, and the amazing quarterly meals. So cleaning, when I first got to the job, I knew nothing about cars, so they obviously weren't gonna be like, okay, you work on this car. So I was cleaning a lot, which was honestly fine, and I got to watch the other mechanics just like work on cars and just watch from afar. So I would clean the shop, and then we had an annex in the back, which I helped Anthony clean. And then the gem cart, that picture on the right, that is a gem cart. I love that thing. I cleaned it, made it nice and shiny. That was great. So eventually I was able to start working on cars. initially, I think I was retiring cars, which was just taking off the Brentwood stickers on them and then taking out any City of Brentwood related things that were in the cars. And then I started doing my own services. I started to learn how to do oil changes and like change tires, which was amazing because before I did not know how to do that. The only thing I knew to do on a car was to drive it. So just doing services, changing tires, it was completely just something new. Road calls as well. We went on road calls when like a garbage truck would break down in the street. We would have to go out there and actually work on it right there so it wouldn't be a disturbance to everyone. And I got to witness my mechanics working on them like out on the road, and it was just a very valuable experience because I was seeing how much work they put into it. Like it's not just in the shop where they're doing the work, but when something breaks down in the road, they have to answer to that. And the gem cart, of course, again, I love it. I was able to work on that. I changed the flat tire on it once. That was amazing. These are some pictures of my experience. I really liked taking pictures of the cars when they were on the racks because it was just so cool. I'm like, wow, I feel like I'm in a movie. And we have the inside of a car right there in the bottom right corner. It's amazing. It looks really like out of this world. Deliveries and pickups. So I would, when we needed a part and it wasn't in the shop, I would drive out and pick it up. So I would go to Concord. The farthest I think I went was San Leandro. It was actually really relaxing just driving and enjoying the day because the days would be beautiful and I would just be driving and I would look at the sky and it was great. So I didn't really mind it. And then I used the gem cart again to drive some deliveries that the lab needed. So I would go over there, drive in my little gem cart, and then drop them off for them over there. So that was great. Open house. This was amazing to experience. A lot of elementary schoolers came to witness what Public Works had to offer. And it was amazing to just feel their excitement when they were in the stands. I helped a little to set up the stands. And when we had the backhoe competition, the kids were going insane. And so that was wonderful to watch. And we had toys for them. I didn't get to watch them being given to the kids because I had to go to school, but it's okay. I still had a lot of fun. Quarterly meals, okay. So I like food, okay? A lot of us like food. So I was really enjoying the food when we would have quarterly meals. But again, it was just the community overall when I saw everyone come together and enjoy the meals together and just talk and communicate with each other. That was amazing to see. And in these meals, they would honor people that were retiring, people that were coming in, people that were getting promotions. So it was just amazing to see everyone be recognized and be given meals to like motivate them. I was very motivated. I was like, I want to stay a little longer after that. Reflection. So at the beginning, when I was first going into the shop, I thought, okay, I was just going to fix cars and that's it. And that was a big part of it. But I also realized the amount of work that's put into the city because there's so many, it's not just the shop that's there, but you have the lab, you have the wastewater lab, and you have everyone, and you really see all the effort that everyone puts in for the city. And it was wonderful to see because before, when I saw like the garbage trucks or like the city vehicles around the city, I was like, I didn't really recognize it. And then now as I'm like driving around and I see the city vehicles, I'm like, okay, they're doing something important for us. So I never realized that before. Having fun with work. This was such a big thing because the only way I could do my internship was if I came in the morning because the hours were just mostly during school time. So I would come in from 6 to 8, some days from 6 to 9:30 in the morning. And I was really tired, but the reason why I was able to get up so early was just because I was having a lot of fun, especially with my mentors. They just made it a lot of fun. It wasn't like, oh, I'm going to hate this. No, it was amazing. And I was like, every time I went in there, I was like, I want to go in there because I just learned so much and it was just a great experience. And just growth as an individual, I grew a lot just being in there and just learning things I never knew before. And speaking to people I've never spoken to before and just all the different types of people that were there and learning about them and learning how they got into their spot where they worked. I learned more about everyone that came in, and it just it made me not believe this thought I had in my head that, oh, only this certain specific group of people, these certain people just can get into this job. But it's such a wide variety of people, and it gave me like a lot of hope. Advice for future interns: be ready for whatever comes your way. When I got the spot to will help with the mechanics, I didn't know anything, so I was like, what if they like kick me out on the first day because I don't know how to work on a car? But it wasn't like that. They're there to help you and for you to experience these new positions. So whatever it happens, just be ready and just be confident about what you're doing. Don't be scared of learning something new. I didn't know anything about cars, never changed oil. And after these couple months that I've been there, I've learned so many new things, and it's so valuable to me now. So when they come in, the future interns, when they come in, just don't be scared to learn something new and just embrace it. Your mentors are there to help you. I'm really fortunate to have such great mechanics in the shop that will explain things to me and not get frustrated, because it is my first time learning these things. So it was great to just have them there and explain things to me and just like walk me through it and not be frustrated with me. That was really important. So if any interns need help, just know that your mentors are there to help you. And most importantly, have fun. That was the biggest thing for me, and something that I'll really take away from this is just the amount of fun I had in this work, because when you want to do something, it should be something that you really enjoy doing. So I had a lot of fun with this internship, and I'm really thankful for this opportunity to be here in front of you all, explaining my experience. So thank you very much.
Before you leave, Tatiana, before you leave, I have a very critical question to ask you. Were all 4 cups of beans your beans?
Oh, the chili. Wait, what was the bean? Yes. Yes.
Hello. There we go. Good evening to you all. My name is Alexander Stewart. I am currently a senior at Deer Valley High School, and let's get it started.
Alexander, you can raise the podium if you need to.
You should raise the podium. This. We love technology. All right. These are my mentors, Abraham, Darren, and Ricardo. They've all just been so very helpful in different ways. You know, Abraham is there with me pretty much every day. And, you know, he's very patient with me. I know I ask a lot of questions. So he'll be very specific and give me the answers I need, or he'll find a way to explain it to me in a way I need. Darren, he's a busy man, and I appreciate it. He always finds time, you know, whether it's just me, even if I just get to shadow him for a little bit, you know, and learn how to carry myself in the business space. And then Ricardo, he's just like a ball of knowledge. Like, I don't think I've ever had a conversation with him and he didn't have an answer for me. So, you know, it's just great to learn from him. My experience. So I've created a list of all the elected officials and nonprofits in the Contra Costa County. I have edited a municipal services survey for the city. I have done a few grant review applications, and I have made a social media marketing campaign. And this is random, but I wanted to add into it. Like, I've learned so much in Microsoft Word and Microsoft Excel. Like, I just had to put that in there. I learned so many tips and tricks. So that's going to save me a lot of time in college and future letters and everything like that. Here's an example of the elected officials list. The way you go through is it has their name, title, email, phone number, and their mailing address. This took a very long time to make, I'm not going to lie. I couldn't find not everyone's email and things like that, but my goal with this project was to make everything very easy to access and very efficient. So let's say I needed to get in contact with somebody from Danville, you know, I'll just go down and, you know, get their contact and keep it pushing. The municipal services survey, as you can see on the right displayed, that's kind of what I was working with in the beginning. And I kind of took certain questions and certain portions of the survey that I felt could have been done better, and I kind of, you know, gave a feedback, gave my own twist to it. So, for example, question 9 on the survey said, how would you rate the application process? Then it goes on to list some factors from very efficient to neutral to very inefficient, and I would suggest we put more open-ended questions in the survey. if they were to say it's very efficient, okay, what makes it very efficient so we can apply this to our other questions, and vice versa. If it's not very efficient, what do we need to change? You know, things like that. I love this assignment. This is my grant review applications, and it was very cool to be on the other side because I run a nonprofit store at my school called The Den, and I apply for a lot of grants on behalf of the store. So it was definitely cool to be on the other side of it. So how it works is the businesses or the companies will fill out this form, and they get scored based on our criteria. Each question is worth a different amount of points. So how clear and concise were you with how you're going to spend the money and your idea? That's 10 points versus like, how are you going to bring tourists and businesses to Brentwood? That would be 30 points. And you score them up at the bottom, and then I would rank them based on how much money I think each one should get. And I had to give a valid reason why and things like that. It definitely got my critical thinking skills going. Oh, yes, I love this. Social media marketing. This is one of the main things I was interested in when I first applied for this internship. So Darren challenged me with he wanted me to find a way to show and promote the lifestyle in Brentwood. And he wanted me to find a way to bring new business to Brentwood. So I kind of thought how I could do this through social media. And as you can see on the bottom right, I have some goals. And one of them was I wanted all Brentwood social media to align with one another. You know, there's so many different platforms and just platforms that Brentwood is on. So I want to be able to look at all of them and be like, this is the city of Brentwood. They want to see this logo. And I feel like there's certain Instagrams or certain accounts that I wouldn't know this is Brentwood, you know, just based off looking at it. That, and as you can see, I wanted to get our followers more interactive. So I came up with some example posts of how we could be more interactive on social media. You know, whether you're posting quizzes, you're doing fun little games, or even coming up with hashtags. Like I tried to slip in everything's better in Brentwood on about every page that I could, trying to get that to stick on. And I mean, yeah, that's pretty much it. There's so many different ways you can make content. You know, there's a lot of local influencers here. I've seen a lot. Or I've noticed that every time Brentwood posts about something new that's coming, that's when the posts tend to get the most attention. So just little things like that, knowing when to post, how to post, things like that. That's all what I wanted to bring to the social media campaign and get people to realize, you know, the value of Brentwood. Okay, reflection. Similar to what Alex said, the opportunities in government are endless. I've had some conversations, like I felt like everything I was semi-interested in, I had a talk with someone in the office and they told me, oh, we have a spot for this, or we have a profession that does this, we have a branch for that. And I just thought it was so cool. Like everything I said, there's a room for you, a role for you in the government. Second thing, business etiquette. You know, again, I'm thankful to all of my mentors and everyone in the office, period. I feel like they have done a great job at teaching me how to, you know, carry myself as a young man in the business space. And I think that's something truly important. Time management. My schedule is insane. Like I never know when I'm going to be here with AP classes and sports, testings like that. So when I was in the office, I had to use the little time I had effectively. Like I said, some of these tasks took pretty long. Like I think that officials list took me probably about 2 weeks. So I had to work in the 2 or 3 hours that I had and make sure I'm getting everything done in a timely manner. And finally, attention to detail. Like I said, I was asking Abraham a lot of questions. I know he's tired of my voice, but it was just like seeing everyone work. I have seen people, okay, nope, this needs to go 12 inches over to the left or drop this down. Like the attention to detail that goes into the city is just crazy to me. And I just want to shed light on that. Advice to the future interns. First things I would say is network and build connections. Nowadays, I feel like it's not only what you know, it's also who you know. So it's always good to have someone kind of in your pocket if you need a reference or anything like that. Secondly, don't be afraid to ask questions. You know, that's how we learn, and don't feel like your mentors are gonna, you know, bash you or get irritated. They welcome you with big arms, and I asked a lot of questions, so you should be okay. Learn outside of your department. You know, when we did the networking events, I thought it was very beneficial to speak with people from Parks and Rec and things like that. It made me realize that everyone's journey is different. And just because, you know, my story or my journey doesn't look like this person's, I can still obtain a job, you know, at this level. It kind of like eased me a little bit to stop trying to compare myself to others, you know. And finally, I would say think about your future steps after the internship. You know, I want to use this as a stepping stool to, you know, build my career. I don't want to leave here and then, go work at like a fast food restaurant or something like that. I want to build upon my experience. So I would just say keep that in mind the whole time. The internship ends pretty fast. With that being said, that's all I have today. Thank you for having me. I'm going to pass it on to you.
Good evening, council members. I'm Jaden Spears, and I'm the intern at the Public Works Water Quality Laboratory. I've had the pleasure of meeting a lot of you at the Youth and Government program a few months ago, so it's nice to see your faces again. So to begin with, these are my mentors. On the left side, I have Kyle. He's over in the cloud over there. Thank you so much. And then on the right, I have Melissa and Jackie. They have been amazing in shaping my experience overall, and they have just been so essential in my growth overall. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you. For my experience within this internship, I did a multitude of things, but the best part was definitely the science aspect. I mean, I was in fact working at a lab. So the main thing that I did was biochemistry testing. So with this, I would test for different meters within the water that you guys drink today. I would test for pH, I would test for conductivity and the chlorine levels. And I would make sure that there are acceptable levels within your water so that they're safe to be used for agriculture and for drinking or whatever else. On top of that, I helped with cleaning management, which is a very, very fancy way of saying I wash bottles. But washing bottles, it was an enjoyable experience nonetheless. I mean, who doesn't want to get paid for washing dishes? Not bad. On top of that, I helped with data collection and logging, which was amazing. And finally, I helped with testing our water filtration. So for our research, I have 3 different pictures here to showcase exactly what I did. So on the left side, with those colored liquids that you see in the bottles, they're known as pH buffers or pH standards. So basically, I would use those and to calibrate the machine that we have to test the water levels that we have. So I was basically looking to see the acidity of the water, and I would use those standards in order to test those levels of the water. And so I would log that down in the book, and that's something I would do daily. And that was really nice overall because it was my first time actually having something lab related, and it was cool to see just how intricate pH and acidity really is. In the middle, I had the formation of Bacti bottles. So with this, I would help with labeling and putting together these bottles overall, and I would give these bottles out to the people who worked at the Public Works Department to go out and sample water around the city. People would then use this water and test this water in order to make sure that it's at standardized levels. Finally, on the right, this was a relatively new practice that I did with my mentor, Melissa. We did something known as membrane filtration, where basically we would run water through these plates in a vacuum, and basically we would check to see if bacteria would grow on top of the water to make sure that there weren't bad amounts of bacteria within our water. So it was really cool to check overall because it helps keep the city safe, and I loved doing the sciencey aspect of it. As for reflection, I would say this program really helped with my cultivation of a love for science. I mean, it's not every day that you get to work in a lab, and developing these wet lab techniques was something that was amazing for me because, I mean, you don't exactly get to experience this often. And this launch program, this launch internship gave me the ability to have these experiences that I wouldn't have otherwise. Especially as a sophomore, it's something that I'm not exactly used to getting access to. So it's great that it opened up access to that. Furthermore, it really helped with my experience on lab techniques. I mean, like I said just now, it was really helpful in helping me do lab stuff because I haven't done it before. And this launch internship made me learn so much about stuff like pH or chlorine or all of these other meters that you wouldn't necessarily know of either way. And this was a really great introduction for that. Finally, it really helped grow my experience in biochemistry and water quality testing because I haven't really thought of that before now. And this internship gave me that opportunity to think about it and to genuinely consider it as something that I might want to do. And so I enjoyed this overall because it gave me these opportunities that I wouldn't have had otherwise. So if I were to talk to future interns, I would say that there are 4 main pieces of advice that I would like to offer to you guys. For the first one, because I am a sophomore in high school, I had a very, very busy schedule. So I would recommend, if you're considering to applying to this program, to make sure that you have at least 5 hours a week to dedicate towards this program, because it was a little hard sometimes, because sometimes I could only be there for an hour, so I just had to do some washing, and that was all I could fit for the day. So try and schedule some more time for that. Next, don't be afraid to get your hands dirty. I mean, you're doing science. If you want to discover anything or learn anything new, you have to be ready for the process overall. So be ready to explore, to do something new. It's okay. Next, I'd tell you to be okay with making mistakes. I want to say in my first 2 or 3 weeks, I already broke like 1 or 2 bottles. It was like something out of a movie. I was washing and then it just slipped out of my hands and it was gone. But thank you, Kyle, for not getting mad at me. Thank you. It's normal and it's going to happen. And it's okay, because that is part of the experience. Finally, as I said, I was working in a lab, and at the very heart of science and at life overall, I want to tell you all to make sure to ask questions, not only just for the interns of the future, but for the people standing in this room today. Science is the study of finding new things, and we wouldn't be in the room that we were in today if we didn't ask questions. I mean, the human desire to ask questions was not born out of irrelevancy, but born out of a necessity. So today, I ask and implore all of you to ask questions, whether it be something stupid or something small. Continue to search and continue to look, because at the end of the day, that is the nature of humanity overall. In conclusion, this program was beneficial to not only me, but the rest of the people sitting here today. And from the bottom of our hearts, whether it be the mentors or the people who helped organize this program, and to you, council members, Mayor Myers and Vice Mayor Pearson, thank you for this opportunity. Thank you.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Yeah. That's fantastic.
We would also like to get a picture with if the mentors could come forward, and as well as the school district representatives.
If Abraham's outside, please come in to take a photo. Abraham, I see you.
I want to say a quick thank you to all the interns. I know that you're probably heading off to college and family vacations and everything, so thank you so much for taking the time as you're walking out the door. One last round of applause for the interns. We do have seats available up front now if people want to migrate forward. Okay. Moving into public comments. Public comments time for tonight's items will be 2 minutes each. In order to ensure that all speakers feel welcome to share their views, members of the audience are kindly requested to refrain from applauding or speaking to the council from the audience without being called upon first. I want to mention this is public comments. This is not comments related to item H3. This is specifically open public comments. The other thing I need to note, I would like for everyone to remember that everyone here has the right to speak. They have a right to their opinions. So let's make sure that we're, as much as we can, keep things civil and respect each other's opinions. Let's do that. And no speaker may allocate their time to another speaker. And I think I've covered everything. And Amanda, we can get started.
At this time, the public present in the chamber are permitted to address the city council on items that are not on the agenda, items that are listed under informational reports or on the consent calendar, requests for future agenda items, new requests. Comments for the meeting's detailed agenda items or business items should be made when those items are called. Please limit your remarks to 2 minutes per person. The microphone will be muted when your time expired. The first public comment I have is Dawn, followed by Laura, followed by Ian.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I want to take a moment to do a little class. Have you ever received one of those text messages or email messages saying that a Nigerian prince has millions of dollars for you, or that you have outstanding parking tickets and you need to pay right away? Cyber criminals use that, and why it's so effective, because I see that most people say, oh, I've never fallen for that, but people fall for it all the time. And why? It's because it hijacks their brains. And the way it does it is they use fear, usually some type of emotional appeal, either fear of losing out on all that money that that Nigerian prince has for you, or the fear of getting, thrown in jail for not paying your parking ticket. They use that fear to hijack your higher senses or your higher brain so that you will not think it through. And so they add on to that a sense of urgency. They don't want you to hesitate. They want you to take action right away, because that's how cyber criminals make victims. And we don't want anybody to be victims here, especially the older and younger folks. They're all on technology now. We want to make sure that they're protected for that. So look out for those red flags, sense of urgency, and that emotional appeal, some type of fear related to it. And let's hopefully stop cyber criminals. Thank you.
Again, please, we need to make sure everyone knows that they can all speak without any fear of, judgment. So please do not applaud or make comments during public comments. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Laura Messina, and I've been a resident of Brentwood since 1996. I'm come to you today to express my concern with the CalAIM program administered by Contra Costa County Health Plan. I'm a fierce advocate for seniors who are aging, who lack care at home, and do not have the finances to afford caregiving. My background as a geriatric case manager specializing in Medi-Cal programs has placed me in a unique situation where I am actually able to do measurable steps to help people. In the last 6 months, I have pulled out every trick out of my bag to try to help my seniors remain independent and seek higher level of care. Unfortunately, I have been faced with numerous challenges by denials from Contra Costa Health Plan from providers who are reviewing the documentation to advocate for our seniors, yet denying them. Last month, I had a 98-year-old woman at a local assisted living facility in a memory care unit denied by Contra Costa Health Plan because they thought she could live independently in the community. She had no family that could take care of her, which is why I was applying for CalAIM. If you've ever tried helping someone apply for Medi-Cal, then you would understand that the process of just applying for Medi-Cal is half the battle. Now our seniors have to battle advocating for themselves to get services that they should have qualified for. I've attempted to appeal cases just to have them denied. I could spend the next 15 minutes telling you about all of the roadblocks that exist in Contra Costa Health Plan has recently instituted just to make it more unlikely for someone to get this program. I'm being told by various organizations that administer CalAIM that officially Contra Costa County has become the most difficult county to get this program, particularly when it pertains to subsidizing the placement of residential care facility. I know I'm
Before we get to the next speaker, can someone from staff connect the resident to the appropriate county representative? I don't know if we have anyone here from that.
Well, good evening, Council. A little packed to get through. But, I feel like in light of everything going on in the city, in the county, in the nation, people kind of forget how our government work. We are representative democracy, which I don't want to give a whole civic lesson, and I don't have the time, but that means I vote you guys, I vote different people at different levels and everything. What does that mean? That means the citizens are the one with the voice at all levels of government. I'm looking at the city organizational chart. And on the top of the chart, it's the citizens. And this is how it works here in the city of Brentwood, in the county of Contra Costa, in the state of California. So what does that mean? Anyone who works for the government, such as the council, our amazing staff, all of the different government workers that are in this very room, I myself used to work for the city, and I work for the state of California as a microbiology peer tutor at Cal State East Bay. So I get a paycheck that says State of California. And how this pertains to me, for example, is my students tell my bosses how I'm doing, and they're the ones who pay the tuition. So they're the stakeholders in my job. If I'm not doing my job, they can get rid of me. If they don't think my department is valuable, they can get rid of the department, and it goes on. So with all of the rhetoric and everything going on in different topics, I'm not talking about a topic tonight per se, but I'm talking in general. Every elected official and every government staff member, myself included, needs to remember who pays the salary. I do. Everyone here, everyone who's in Contra Costa County. I, as a taxpayer, resident, and business owner in this county, pay my taxes to Brentwood, Concord, Contra Costa, everyone. So that means no one shall steamroll over my voice. My voice is as important as everyone in this room. We're all equal. We all pay the taxes, and yet some people act like they can steamroll over us, and they think that, oh, because I'm this elected official, I don't have to listen to the people.
The next speaker I have is Roger, followed by Paul, followed by Melissa.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, esteemed City Council members. My name is Roger Coxedge, and I have an Age and Disabilities Friendly Communities report. The good news, working with Andrew Pillay at the City Engineering, we identified the crosswalk at Balfour and Brentwood Boulevard as not being not only out of ADA compliance, but in fact a pedestrian hazard. The engineering department moved swiftly and installed a new crosswalk apparatus. I personally inspected this site on Sunday, 8 June at 4:30 p.m. The crosswalk is now safer for handicapped pedestrian use. The bad news, at that very corner, 2 separate real estate signs were there. One was fully in placement compliance, the second one placed on the sidewalk in a manner that impeded disabled access. I followed up with the agent today and had a polite conversation with them. Their real estate office is in Antioch. The open house they were showing was in the lakes in Discovery Bay. They had placed a total of 7 real estate signs out all the way from Brentwood to Discovery Bay to advertise. This comes as no surprise, as I have found that the local real estate operators are thoughtful and compliant to Brentwood's local ordinances and out-of-town entities either do not know or do not care about Brentwood's current approach. I'd like to also give a shout out to Darren Gale. At a previous council meeting, I had noticed a sidewalk out of compliance, and that very evening he got his crews to move and to fill in the potholes that made that sidewalk dangerous. Thank you, Darren Gale, and a job really well done. Thank you very much, City Council members.
Good evening. You must have heard about the continuing demonstrations and rioting in LA. Currently, on June 14th, there are nationwide protests being planned by 190 different Democrat, socialist, communist, and far-left groups, dovetailing with the LA protests and riots. No doubt outside instigators will try to inflame the protests into riots. Government Newsom and the disgraced Mayor Bass are resisting federal activation of the National Guard and standby Marines, while the LA police chief said the situation is becoming difficult to control. He also said that the police force is independent of ICE and does not coordinate action with ICE. Was this a plea to the rioters not to attack the police since their gripe is with ICE? This would be disgraceful if it was. And yet the police continue to be pummeled. Appeasement is not the answer. Strong action and arrest followed by prosecution is. I hope our police chief is so guided and will act in concert with other law enforcement agencies to protect Brentwood. I also heard it said in this chamber that Black people are good farmers. This was when we were talking about farming in Brentwood. And this comment came from the dais. This is about as racist and meaningless as saying that Chinese are good at math, Asian Indians are good at computer programming, Latinos are good at landscaping, and whites are good at corporate management. Let's stop this type of woke identity politics here in our chamber and community. No one should be saying, as a person of color, I understand so-and-so. Racial groups are not homogeneous. Racial identity does not translate into special understanding of anything. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm here tonight to urge Brentwood to declare itself a sanctuary city. The recent ICE raids across California and the country are not only terrifying, they're unconstitutional and morally wrong. In the face of unjust and chaotic immigration enforcement, silence is complicity. In recent weeks, ICE agents detained a 9-year-old boy from Torrance, California at his own immigration hearing. He wasn't a criminal. He was simply following the legal asylum process, a process enshrined in both US and international law. And now he is alone, scared, and facing deportation. In Arizona, ICE agents profiled and mistakenly detained a US Marshal, an American citizen, a law enforcement officer. If federal agents can't distinguish between a law enforcement officer and an undocumented immigrant, what chance do our neighbors have? These are not isolated incidents. They're part of a broken system that treats human beings as threats rather than people deserving due process and dignity. Let's be clear. Crossing the border without documentation is a civil offense, not a criminal one. Yet ICE is conducting paramilitary-style raids, often without warrants, tearing families apart and violating fundamental rights. And those rights do exist because under the 5th and 14th Amendments, all persons on US soil are entitled to due process regardless of immigration status. That includes asylum seekers, immigrants awaiting hearings, and even those without status. They have rights. The Bay Area has long led the way in standing up for justice. San Francisco, Oakland, Berkeley, Alameda, Richmond, and Martinez are just a few municipalities that have declared themselves sanctuary cities. Why not Brentwood? What happens when we run out of immigrants to deport? Who will they come for next? The queer community? Disabled people? The elderly? Women? Where does it end? Declaring Brentwood a sanctuary city might not stop ICE, but it sends a clear message. Our city won't tolerate people being abducted simply for existing. We will not cooperate in separating families. We will protect our neighbors because it's right, it's legal, and it's who we are. Please show leadership. Stand with us.
The speaker's timer has expired. The final speaker card in person I have is Danny.
Reminder.
Okay, can you start that over again? Your mic isn't
no,
on.
that's great.
Thank you.
As a reminder, Madam Mayor, before we count down, the agenda item tonight is specific to a denial of certain parameters.
This is open public comments?
I understand.
Okay, thank you.
This will go into the public. But before I begin, my name is Danny Dorman. Supervisor Diane Burgess is here tonight. I asked you a question, Supervisor, after you posted your inflammatory op-ed. My question was, why are you trying to start your own Jan 6 here tonight? You know, whether or where you ask the folks, whether you live here or not, to come down to a local city council meeting with the hope to intimidate veterans. Now, the council has the opportunity tonight to comment on her actions the same way you did at the last one. I hope you do. Now, for the real rant. For at least two of you, this is going to be a tough night. There is an agenda item that's going to come up. The reason that at least two of you are placed in this damned if I do, damned if I don't position is because of a decision made by a certain short-fused Brown Act violator. This hypocrite decided to make a 4-0 decision to deny, now a problem for the council. So why am I here now? To remind the audience why we're all here. Do you trust your planning commission? That's what's on the agenda tonight.
Madam Mayor, the item that's being discussed is an item that's later on the agenda, and this is for items not on the agenda.
Can you bring it back in, please?
Well, with time, please. The agenda item is the merits of the denial. That's all I said. I did not mention I didn't mention anything about the agenda item.
I think we're crossing a little bit of a line here. I'm not sure where you're going, but we need to make sure this is public and not related to that item.
No, well, my time's running out, so I don't know if I get to reclaim my time.
You can reclaim the 27 seconds or whatever if it's not related to item H3.
Well, I guess I'll find out. The usual suspects are here tonight, and you're going to hear all kinds of stuff. And now, I guess I'll spend my time about Diane Burgess, which is actually good. Oh.
I was only gifted 20 extra seconds for the mayor if you'd like to add additional time, but I was counting down from where he left off.
If you were counting down from where he left off, I'm comfortable with it. Your decision. Thank you.
I have no additional speaker cards in person.
Thank you, Amanda. Moving into informational reports from council members, committees, liaisons, and staff. This portion of the agenda is to provide an opportunity for council members to report on attendance at events, subcommittee meetings, and entities on which the council member has been appointed as liaison, and for staff to provide brief updates and/or information to the city council. We will start with Councilmember Orlemans.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm really glad to see the council or the full. It's always good to hear from the public. Since the May 27th council meeting, I had a meeting with the interim city manager, Darren Gale. I was at the Tri-Delta, or I attended the Tri-Delta Transit meeting, the PAL board meeting, swearing in of the new Brentwood police officer and welcoming of a new dispatcher to the Brentwood Police Department. I had a meeting with Eric Nolfinius, Darren Gale, Katie Wozinski, and Miguel Contreras all regarding the fire station. I attended the ribbon cutting for PATA at the Sand Creek Road in O'Hara. And I attended the high school graduations for Independence High School, La Paloma High School, Heritage High School, and Liberty High School. Thank you.
Councilmember Maloney.
Hello, and thank you to everyone that's here. Thank you everyone that's watching. Since our last meeting, I attended Supervisor Federal Glover's Celebration of Life service, which was held at the Bay Church in Concord. My utmost condolences to his family, friends, and community. He was a true pillar for his community, and he always preached unity and bridging gaps. So my condolences to all his family and friends. I also attended a swearing ceremony at the Brentwood Police Department for Officer Sam Vento and Public Safety Dispatcher Janet Damian. It was a great swearing ceremony. I attended the ribbon cutting for the Birds of Beauty public arts piece that was unveiled by our Parks and Rec department, as well as the Liberty High School public arts program. It's located at the corner of Sand Creek and O'Hara, so take a look. It's a great piece. I also attended the Independence High School 2025 class graduation, as well as La Paloma. I met with our planning department staff, and I also continue to receive complaints regarding the Amber and Empire stop sign where people fail to stop. I've been in communication with Director Allen regarding this matter. Since then, city staff has installed reflectors on all the stop sign poles while they gauge and other directed enforcement efforts with the PD to ascertain whether the reflectors are actually going to work or not. Hopefully we see the flashing solar lights soon if they're not working. And also I visited and spoken to several business owners in my district regarding their day-to-day operations and how we could improve their experience in our community. Thank you.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Hello, everyone. Since the last time we met, I also attended Supervisor Federal Glover's Celebration of Life. I attended the African American Baccalaureate for Liberty Union High School District. It was a great event. Attended a Somerset subcommittee meeting. Attended the graduations for La Paloma, Independence, Heritage, and Liberty for class of 2025. They were awesome. We keep talking about how fun the graduations were this year. William, congratulations on your graduation. He graduated with my daughter at Heritage High. So our little Brentwood student is off to UC Berkeley. Very proud of you. But so thank you everyone for that. And that is it. And you know, I think we've all been fielding the calls about the fire station. So that has taken up a lot of time and this week.
Vice Mayor Pearson.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Since our last meeting, I attended Federal Glover's Celebration of Life, which was amazing. Way to recognize someone with such a huge imprint on our community. I also attended the 5th Annual African American Baccalaureate at Liberty Union High School District, which was amazing. I attended the Alliance Bath Reglazing ribbon cutting and the PATA ribbon cutting. I had a lot more things to attend, but I did lose my Aunt Betty this last week, so yeah.
Thank you. And since our last meeting, I attended the Tri-Delta Transit Board of Directors meeting, the John Muir Health Brentwood Outpatient Center 20th Anniversary Employee Appreciation Event, a meeting with a local small business owner about a project he's developing in the downtown corridor, Heritage High School Annual African American Baccalaureate Ceremony. I volunteered at the East Contra Costa Historical Society, the HICMA Co-op School Student Recognition and Graduation Ceremony. I hosted 85 Brentwood Elementary third graders for a tour of council chambers and a Q&A session, and let me tell you, their questions were tough. Attended graduation ceremonies for Independence High School, La Paloma, Heritage, and Liberty. Planning meeting for our annual Community Day of Service 2026. Yes, we're already starting to talk about that. Stay tuned. The American Legion installation of officers, inauguration ceremony for incoming Oakland Mayor Barbara Lee, and the following ceremony, the private dinner, the meeting with planners for the annual Deer Ridge Tunnels of Joy event, The United States of Conference of Mayors Immigration Rights Zoom, discussing the incidents in LA, and mayors of LA and Nashville spoke about their current challenges with ICE, and I made arrangements to have additional meetings with other mayors who were concerned about these issues as well, and also attended Supervisor Federal Glover's celebration of life, and it really was a beautiful way for the community to come together and honor a man who had dedicated just decades of his life to service. And do we have a city manager's office report?
I do. Thank you, Mayor. I have a number of items. One, we did meet with the farmers market as relates to possible expansion, and we'll be back before the city council soon with an update on that. Met with Eric Angstad, who is an assistant county administrator as related to their East County Service Center for the projects that they're moving forward with on Technology Way, and also their youth center. And we hope to get more information to the city council soon. I attended briefings with our B-side shift to the police department, and also with our two shifts of our dispatch. We had an amazing meeting with Sakari and our economic development team with Lawrence Livermore Lab, working with their business development folks to find opportunities for people to bring their businesses here that are looking to monetize many of the items that are coming out of Lawrence Livermore Labs that can be used for private purposes. Attended another golf course meeting with Somerset 3. I met with Supervisor Burgess on the fire station and other items. I met with Deputy Chief McAllister related to the fire station. We held a meeting today with the city manager of Antioch and their public works director to talk about partnerships and continuing to do things closely together. I want to remind everyone about the Juneteenth celebration. Maybe the vice mayor will be talking about that more later, but I don't want the meeting to pass. Juneteenth from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. we'll have an amazing event here at City Park, and I hope many people will attend. And we have some amazing entertainment, and Digital Underground will be there as our headliner, and want to thank staff and the elected officials for all their work on that project. I do want to thank, so we have a number of interim directors, and I believe that this is Mr. Murphy's last one, is being the interim director or the acting director of community development. Want to thank Mr. Murphy. He's been absolutely awesome. And I did not thank Eric. Eric did it for a few weeks before Ken, and then Tim is next. We're providing opportunities to all the managers in community developments, but thank you, Ken. And then two more things. I want to announce the appointment of our new Parks and Rec Director, Harith Aleem. He is a local resident of Brentwood, comes to us from Oakland, and we are amazingly excited to have him coming on board. He will start on July 1. July 1 will be an amazing day. We will have, that day, we plan to have probably an invite-only groundbreaking for our Sand Creek Sports Complex. So very, very excited about that. And then finally, I want to read part of a statement that the city made at the beginning of the year as it related to immigration. And I'm going to shorten it for tonight. But in accordance with the California Values Act, the city does not ask immigration status when we contact any member of our community, and we do not hold individuals based on federal immigration. The Brentwood Police Department remains dedicated to serving all members of our community with professionalism, fairness, and respect. We do not participate in immigration enforcement, and our policies and practices align just with that. The Brentwood Police Department is committed to maintaining a safe and welcoming environment for all members of our community, regardless of immigration status. And that's my report.
Thank you, Interim City Manager Gale. Moving into consent.
Mayor, I would like to push F3 to a future date. I think we all talk about roadways. I mean, it just came up in an informational, and I think that we need to spend some time on this with our public and invite our public to come and listen to the report as well.
Okay. Do we have any questions about that, or?
Alan, does that put us at jeopardy with any current grant applications that might be coming up?
Thank you, Darren. The local roadway safety plan, we're timing it this evening to be in line with CCTA's adoption of their action plan at the end of the month. We could bring it back on the 24th, but we would have to act quickly to kind of meet that deadline with CCTA.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you,
May
Ellen.
may I ask a clarifying question? Is that being brought as a consent? Are you requesting to be on consent or as a business item?
No, as a business item, I'd like to present it.
Could I just make a recommendation? If the council wanted to adopt it tonight as it relates to the action item that we have for grant applications, we could bring it back as a presentation and discuss it. If the council member is hoping to make some changes to it, then obviously we would bring that back as an action item at a future
No,
meeting.
actually, I didn't, I'm gonna be honest, didn't go through it thoroughly because I was planning on pushing it just because it is one of the top items that we get complaints about in the city. So I'd like to bring it back.
So we're clear?
And Alan, just to be clear, this does not put us at jeopardy. We can bring it back at the 24th city council meeting. Is that what you stated?
That is correct. We can bring it on the 24th.
We'll bring it back at the 24th as a discussion item.
Thank you. Anything else on consent? And if not, do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to adopt the consent calendar, lest item F3 will be pushed.
I'll second.
And could we ask for a quick clarification? Councilmember Mendoza, does that include revisions noted in the staff memo provided for item F1?
Yes, it does.
So does the second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And that item moves forward. Moving into public hearings, item G1. Vatsal Patel, Acting Director of Parks and Recreation, will present the next item, a continuance of a public hearing pertaining to the city's landscape and lighting assessment districts. Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. Pursuant to Proposition 218, the current property owner must submit a signed ballot to the city clerk by close of the public input portion of the public hearing to proceed with the annexation of the Orchard Grove North project into the existing landscape and lighting assessment district number 23-1. Shea Homes is in the process of acquiring the property corresponding to the Orchard Grove North project. Closing of the property was anticipated to occur in May, but has been postponed to the fall of this year. And therefore, Shea Homes cannot approve the annexation until that time. Staff will renotice the hearing when the developer is ready. Staff and the consultant are available to take any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, moving into, we will now open the public hearing. And again, we are noting that at this time, we're taking comments only on the topic of this proposed continuance, and substantive comments about this item should be kept until the hearing is rescheduled.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the city council on this agenda item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're in person, please file a speaker card with the city clerk. We'll take public comments from those participating in the council chamber first, followed by those participating via Zoom. I do not have any cards in person or hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you. I need a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. The public hearing is now closed. Any council discussion? Okay, then I will now take a motion.
I'll make a motion as detailed in the staff report. I move to continue the public hearing pertaining to City Landscape and Lighting Assessment District number 23-1, annexation number 1 for fiscal year 25-26 to a date uncertain.
We have a second?
I'll second.
And all in favor?
Aye.
Wonderful. The item is continued. Okay, moving into business items. Item H1, Sakari Bashir's Interim Assistant City Manager will present the next item regarding an MOU with the Brentwood Employees Association Miscellaneous Office Division.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I am pleased to present this item tonight. This is our last of our bargaining groups MOU that I'm bringing forward, specifically the Brentwood Employees Association Miscellaneous Office Division. The city began negotiations with this bargaining group on January 30th of 2024. And the city presented its last, best, and final offer to them in October of 2024. The parties continued to meet and go over the details of that last, best, and final offer until a total tentative agreement was reached in May of 2025. So to highlight the contract, it will be effective July 1st, 2024 through June 30th of 2027. And the group will receive a total of 10% over 3 years, with also some one-time equity adjustments. And those equity adjustments are a result of the classification and compensation study that the city conducted. And as staff mentioned previously, that before implementation, this item would be brought before you for approval. So this also includes the creation of 7 new classifications, job descriptions, and salary ranges, in addition to the city requesting that we abolish 18 obsolete classifications, job descriptions, and salary ranges. The bargaining group requested to meet and confer over the impacts of these changes. The city representatives met and conferred with the bargaining group, and staff has addressed all concerns and questions raised. So there are no outstanding items. And again, I am pleased to bring this before you for consideration and approval. I'm available for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Interim Assistant City Manager Bashir. That's a long title, but thank you so much for your work on this, and to all staff members that were involved in this. It was a long time, but the work was really well done. So thank you so much for that and for leading it. Any questions on that? Okay, we can move into public comments.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on this agenda item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're in person, please file a speaker card with the city clerk. We'll take comments from those participating in the council chamber first, then from those participating via Zoom. I have not received any cards in person, nor do I have any hands raised in Zoom.
Okay, closing public comments. Any council discussion? Okay, moving into a motion.
As detailed in the staff report, I move to adopt a resolution approving and authorizing the city manager to execute a successor MOU between the city and the Brentwood Employee Association Miscellaneous Office Division for the period of July 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2027, and take all necessary steps to implement this.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. No opposition. The item moves forward. Thank you very much. Again, Vatsal Patel, Acting Director of Parks and Recreation and Engineering Manager, will present the next item regarding the notice of completion for the Sand Creek Road extension.
Okay, good evening once again, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. I'm here to present the item for the accepting of work for by Goodfellow Sequoia joint venture and filing the notice of completion for the Sand Creek Road extension. To begin with, I wanted to provide a brief project description. The project constructed a 2-lane roadway with bike lanes, a bridge over Sand Creek, and landscape medians with green infrastructure. It also extended the existing potable, non-potable, and storm drain utilities along Sand Creek. Lastly, it installed streetlights, traffic striping, pavement markings, and signage. This next slide shows images captured shortly after the final completion of the project. To give a quick overview and a brief timeline of the project stoppages and resumptions, the project initially started in March 2023, however, was suspended shortly after a golden eagle nest was spotted. The project resumed in July of that year, but faced additional stoppages from California Department of Fish and Wildlife, as well as the wet weather in October. As part of the permit condition from the CDFW, no work was permitted within 150 feet of Sand Creek until the conclusion of the wet weather season. Unfortunately, no other work could be done during this time as the critical path was the bridge across Sand Creek. The project resumed after the wet weather season in May of 2024. However, the project continued to face stoppages in October as part of the permit conditions from CDFW. Staff coordinated with and was granted a variance from CDFW to continue work on and around the bridge, which resumed in February of 2025. The project still faced weather impacts, so there are some delays as a result of that. When the project resumed in 2025, there was a need to accelerate the construction schedule to complete the roadway improvements for several reasons. One being prior to the opening of Costco, 2, to meet the requirements of the CDFW permit, and 3, to account for all the overhead accumulated by the contractor for the various stoppages. The last slide shows the proposed budget. The original contract amount for the project was approximately 9.8 million with 1.1 million in contingency. Staff is recommending a budget transfer or funding transfer of approximately $427,000 from the Roadway Development Impact Fee Fund, which brings the total contract amount just over 11.4 million. Should the City Council approve the contract change order tonight? I'm sorry. In order to ensure the timely completion of the project, the contractor was directed to continue with the understanding that there would be still need to be a contract change order approved by City Council at a later date. Staff had originally planned on returning to City Council shortly after the project completion in April. However, the contractor required additional time to capture and consolidate the records for the additional scope and overhead added to the project. As a result, the approval of the contract change order is being brought to City Council tonight. This concludes staff's presentation. Staff and the contractor are available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Acting Director Patel. Any clarifying questions? Okay, moving into public comments.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on this agenda item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand to speak. If you're in person, please file a speaker card with the City Clerk. We'll take public comment from those participating in the Council chamber first, followed by those participating via Zoom. I have no speaker cards in person or hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you. Any discussion? We're going to close public comments, moving into discussion. Or a motion.
Discussion.
Okay.
I never do this. I'm not coming for any staff member. But to me, I love the Sand Creek Road extension. However, the way that this was handled, I wrote this out, was deplorable. Failing to bring back the request to council usurped our authority, which equates to the people's authority that they entrusted in us being usurped. I don't know what Tim that is on Zoom, but if it is Mr. Ogden, it's a shame that you're not here to fall on your sword. And I have never done this ever coming for anyone, but I hope people realize that we were never told about a $427,000 change. I don't know who had authority to approve it, but tonight our hands are tied. We have to just approve it and go along with it. We got repeated updates on a Golden Eagle, but we got no updates on an increase in the contract amount. So it is not of any fault of Mr. Gale's, not coming for you. It's not any fault of Mr. Patel's, but there is fault at a leadership level that is, to me, deplorable that this did not come before us. And so I just want to take that opportunity on behalf of the residents to say that.
Thank you. Councilmember?
I concur with what the Vice Mayor said. I think it's happened a few times, and I don't know what the five of us can do to make it stop. I know, and I'm glad, I think that we're moving in a better direction, and I cannot give direction to the directors in the city, but something's got to give. If this was happening during my private sector job, people would be fired immediately. So this is the people's money. This is almost $500,000. And we've got to be more responsible. We cannot, I understand that things come up, but again, like the Vice Mayor said, we kept hearing about the Eagle. We kept hearing about a bunch of different things, but the fact that the first time we hear about this is on an agenda packet, like we did on another item, it's becoming a pattern that is just unacceptable. And I just hope that given our change in leadership right now, I believe we will see different behaviors. And if not, I hope that our leadership is strong enough to make very strong decisions.
Yes, go ahead.
If I'd just like to get a comment from our interim city manager, what kind of change or things that you're implementing to ensure this doesn't happen again?
Thank you to the council. I think all of the comments are, not, I don't think, they're all valid comments. And as I've said to each of you privately, but I'll say it publicly here, is I apologize. Should not have happened this way, and it won't occur. Already had discussions with multiple developers who deal with larger projects, but smaller projects, it does not matter what size the project is, be it small or large. We have certain policies that need to be followed. I specifically called this out and made sure that the council members knew about it. Yes, it was not until this agenda item was brought forward, but I can tell you it will not happen again. And Councilor Maloney, it's a great question. We're working on internally to ensure consistency and following of policies. We could give you lots of justifications, but justifications many times just become excuses. At the end of the day, a mistake was made, and it will not happen again.
Thank you. And we really appreciate it not being on the consent calendar as well. Thank you.
Thank you for the response. I think that collectively there's definitely concern around this, and I'm glad that the discussion happened so that the residents could hear it. Okay. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. I did want to add, I agree with everything that has been said from the dais, but I do also appreciate the fact that you were so forthcoming and brought it up immediately in agenda review. We had a lengthy discussion about it, and although telling us why sounds like excuses, sometimes it's just the why that makes things make a little more sense, but they do end up just being excuses. So I appreciate the way this was handled after we found out about it, but thank you.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you for your transparency. And again, no way are we blaming you. And we appreciate the current change of guards, both seats. And I'm quite confident that this won't happen again. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And then if I could just add one more thing,
Absolutely.
I don't want to diminish the importance of an amazing project. And the Sand Creek Road extension, I know there was discussion, I would have said it earlier, but I wanted this discussion to happen first. And so I do want to end on a high note, which is this is a long-awaited project for the city that connects us to an important transportation corridor in Lone Tree. It's, I believe it's already improved traffic circulation with it. And obviously, one of the other important issues was Costco could not open without the opening of this road, which was one of the reasons why it was pushed forward. And Costco is doing very well. And but I want to thank staff who worked on it. It was a very long, difficult project, and we ran into many obstacles. And like I said, an important project for the community that we will benefit from for many decades.
Thank you very much again for the transparency. I'm glad that our residents got to understand a little bit more about the process. And the other high note we need to end this on is the Golden Eagles did bring new members into the family, correct? Okay, good.
One of them is named Joel. He talked about him so much. We named one
That's
after
right, our
Joel.
former
Yeah.
mayor, definitely. Okay, so it was requested to take a very short break. I'm talking.
Do you want me to make the motion?
Oh, yeah, that's kind of important. Thank you.
As detailed in the staff report, I move to adopt a resolution approving and authorizing the city manager to execute a change order to the contract with Goodfellow Sequoia AJV, accept the work performed, and amend the operating budget as requested.
I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And that item moves forward. Now we're going to take a very short break, 3 to 5 minutes. We will be right back. Thank you very much for waiting. We're going to get started again in just a few moments. Please take your seats. I'm going to do the thing. I'm doing the thing. Are we missing any staff in their seats at this point? Okay. Moving into item H3, Darren Gale, the interim city manager, will introduce the next item regarding a call for review of a design review application for Fire Station 94.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Before I turn the time over to Miguel and our planning department, I wanted to talk a little bit of what's before the city council meeting tonight. I know that there will be a lot of items discussed, and obviously council can discuss them, but the item that's before you tonight is a plan or is a design review application. And there's two items related to that. The council will be making a determination if the proposed design meets the intent of the specific plan, and then there is a CEQA determination that needs to be made. Those are the two items. There might be other discussions related to ownership of the property, where a fire station should or should not be located. The city does not have the ability to dictate to any private or any entity that comes and files an application. If something's allowed, we present that to the Planning Commission and City Council for consideration. So as there might be lots of discussion, lots of questions, I just wanted to kind of prepare our residents and the public so that they understand what's before the City Council tonight. It's a determination related to the design review application, and there's two things with that. If the design meets the specific plan and a CEQA determination. And at this time, I will turn it over to Miguel
Can
to
I
do.
ask clarify? We're also tasked with accepting CEQA findings, correct?
Correct.
So that's within our purview as
So
well.
you're making a CEQA determination. It's not really a finding, it's actually a determination.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council, members of the public. This is Miguel, City of Brentwood Planning Division. I'm here to present DR 24013, which is a design review application for Fire Station 94, which would be located at 739 First Street, which is within the downtown specific plan, specifically within the downtown core. The specific Can you hear me? Yeah, okay, sorry. The specific request is for a new two-story, 8,137 square foot fire station, which would have 2 engine bays for a Type 1 and a Type 3 fire engine, living quarters, and associated site improvements, such as trash enclosures, parking areas, and generator and fuel storage. The site itself would be accessed off of Diablo Way, and the fire apparatuses would exit onto First Street. Personnel would enter and exit from Diablo Way. The site proposes 9 parking spaces, including 1 accessible space, and the project proposes 1,009 square feet of landscaping. The architectural style is described as American Main Street architectural, which complies with acceptable architectural styles identified in the downtown specific plan. It incorporates architectural elements such as cornices, windowsills, concrete inlets. And the building further incorporates brick, concrete, stucco, aluminum. Brick would be on the north, east, and south elevations, and it would wrap onto the west elevation, with the remainder of the west elevation being stucco. Design review criteria. So the City Council must determine whether the project conforms to the following criteria. All applicable design criteria or standards set out in Title 17 or other city ordinances, including the city's commercial and industrial design guidelines. Where the proposed development is located in an area for which a specific plan development, neighborhood plan, or precise plan has been adopted by the city council, the design of the development shall conform in all significant respects with such plans. The proposed development shall conform with all requirements for landscaping, screening, parking, usable open space, and off-street loading as set forth in Title 17. And all applicable regulations of the zoning ordinance and the other city ordinances, policies, or resolutions. Staff determined that the project does qualify for the infill categorical exemption, which applies to projects that meet the following criteria. The project is consistent with the applicable general plan designation and all applicable general plan policies, as well as with applicable zoning designations and regulations. The proposed development occurs within city limits on a property site of no more than 5 acres, substantially surrounded by urban uses. The project site has no value as habitat for endangered, rare, or threatened species. Approval of the project would not result in any significant effects relating to traffic, noise, air quality, or water quality, and the site can be adequately served by all required utilities and public services. Procedural history. So on March 18th, the Planning Commission heard the item and continued it with a request for additional information. On May 6th, the Planning Commission again considered the project and ultimately voted 4-0 with 1 recusal to deny the project. On May 8th, Councilmember Orlemans filed a call for review, and a call for review is a de novo or new hearing and is not limited to previous actions or discussion points. Staff has determined that the project is consistent with the downtown specific plan. It's consistent with the downtown core zoning district. It qualifies for a class 32 categorical exemption under CEQA. Therefore, the city can approve design review 24-013, subject to certain findings and conditions, or the city council can deny design review 24-013 by making findings for denial. This would conclude staff's presentation, and I'm here if you have any questions.
Thank you very much. Do we have any clarifying questions for staff? Okay, moving into public comments. Again, a reminder that public comment period is 2 minutes. You'll be cut off if you go beyond that time. Please keep things to the topic in mind. And again, please requesting no applause or comments or noises in response to any comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we begin the open public comment, we'll have the applicant speak for their 10 minutes. So I'll invite the applicant to come forward to begin their presentation.
Excellent. Madam Mayor, members of the council, thank you for this opportunity to present tonight. I am Michael Ross, architect of record for Fire Station 94. Thank you for this opportunity to consider our appeal and provide our response to the Planning Commission's denial of Fire Station 94's design review application. While we appreciate the Planning Commission's process and its care for your community, we respectfully disagree with its findings regarding this application. We do so based on our analysis of Brentwood's downtown specific plan, and we believe that the project quantitatively and qualitatively meets the specific plan's requirements for land use, design, size, scale, massing, materials, and finishes, and architectural detailing. We are hopeful that you tonight will find sufficient basis to approve the current design this evening. Well, a fire station has been your neighbor on this site for almost 100 years. This use and location has been a defining feature of Brentwood's traditional small-town character for generations. You may have skipped a slide, but oh, that's okay. The design, we found that the design complies with virtually every aspect of the specific plan, excepting for the placement of 3 trees in the rear fire apparatus operational yard. But importantly, the fire station use was anticipated when the downtown specific plan was originally approved. It states, fire stations are permitted uses inside and outside of the 65-foot downtown core retail area. So the use is an approved use consistent with the downtown specific plan. Next slide. The project is not too large and it's not too bulky. What you see here is the allowable building area and height should the site be developed with another project. You can see that the fire station itself is appropriately scaled and sized. It steps down to 1 story at the neighboring building, and it really is remarkably smaller than it's allowable. The proposed building is 63% smaller than the maximum allowable building area on the site and 25% lower than the 48-foot maximum height. Well, the neighborhood is evolving. The specific plan identifies the fire station and Veterans Hall sites both as opportunity sites. The fire station site will ultimately be developed, and what you see there, that arrow, that's the size and scale of a building that could occupy the fire station site should it not be developed there. The fire station is appropriately scaled for the site. Architectural consistency. The fire station is going to join a long line of classic brick fire stations in California. It will continue this tradition of design and service in Brentwood. Next slide. We also did a little deeper dive in the specific plan and found that the design as proposed coincides with one of the suggested design styles in the specific plan, which is the early 20th century commercial style. And virtually all of the aspects that are defining that style, this project complies with. And what are those? It's composed of simple volumes with simple volume additions. It has a flat front facade, a flat roof, use of brick and tile, and the use of high-quality materials and other aspects as defined by this exemplar style within the downtown specific plan. And then likewise, the same attention to detail has been brought to the architectural standards associated with it. Now I'd like to quickly go through, just click, click, click. This is the site plan, the view from First Street, view from Diablo Way, view materials and finishes, and the rear side, Diablo Way. And I would like to introduce Chief Aaron McAllister to continue this presentation. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Michael. Aaron McAllister, Deputy Fire Chief. Station 94's proposed first due response area that's going to be serviced by Station 94 is approximately 16.4 square miles. Within that 16.4 square miles, this station will serve 12,000 addresses. Currently, 6,400 of those addresses is served from Station 92. 2,000 are served from 93. 347 are coming from the far north side at Station 95, and 3,100 of those have to come up from Discovery Bay. Next slide, please. Keeping those response resources available in their home community is the secondary benefit of placing a fire station close to those emergencies. It increases our reliability of those resources in their home area. The average traveled distances for current emergencies using 2024 data within the 94 footprint as proposed, currently those stations come from an average of 3.6 miles away. The new station and its location once open will average within 1.4 miles. So there's a natural correlation between response distances and response times. Next slide, please. I do want to clarify for the council and the public that this is not our only fire station we're on the path to construct in Brentwood. This is the former Fire Station 90 site at Empire and Grant. This station was determined to have agricultural products in the soil that were not acceptable for residential development. I'd like to highlight the Pioneer School was cleaned at the time it was constructed. Unfortunately, the dirt that in that process was stored on what I will call our site during that process. But since that time, the standards for cleaning the soil have changed. So this site was determined not to be a viable site because of the cleanup. Next slide, please. The new location that has been secured is Lone Tree and Windy Springs. This is a much larger fire station. It's being planned as a double company, room for a battalion chief, room for a ladder truck, as well as reserve apparatus storage. This is being developed in partnership with the county and is the future home of the youth center. Next slide. For all of us, this is really about two things. This is about public safety, improving services in Brentwood, and it's about firefighter safety. Imagine for a moment crawling into a burning structure fire with superheated gases in a smoky environment, knowing that your backup is coming from the next town. Placing more resources in Brentwood makes it not only safer for the public, but safer for the firefighters that are out there doing the job every day. During this meeting, you heard sirens.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Excuse me, please stop. Thank you.
Those were emergency medical calls within blocks of City Hall. The resources had to come from across town. The first call had a 12.5-minute response time, and the second call had a 10-minute response time. Placing these resources downtown places the resources closer to these emergencies. The residents of Brentwood will see immediate benefit from opening this fire station. On behalf of the fire chief and the 500 men and women of the Confire organization, we ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for the applicant? Oops. Moving into public comments.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on this agenda item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand to speak under public comments. If you're in person, please file a speaker card with the city clerk. We will take the comments from those participating in the council chamber first, followed by those participating via Zoom. Your comments are limited to 2 minutes. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item. We received, prior to tonight's meeting, we received 45 written public comments in opposition of reversing the Planning Commission's action to deny the design review application. We received 179 written comments in support of reversing the Planning Commission's action and approving the design review application. And we received an additional 2 comments that were providing just general statements regarding the item. That's displayed on the screen. I will call the first 3 speakers. Danny, followed by Brian Rice, followed by Mike Myakovich.
No, don't give me 5 minutes. Please do not give me 5 minutes. Let me start with, I'm sorry, my phone died where all my pertinent information was. But let's just start with what was mentioned. Two events that that just happened to happen. God in heaven, I can't even speak right because of all this nonsense. This was planned. Are you kidding me? I mean, he actually said it. It was planned. That's why you got what you got from the audience. Now, and I forgot, Madam Mayor, my apologies. Amanda, my apologies. I was basing what I was going to discuss on what it is that says right here that the city council has two options. Deny the project, thus upholding the planning commission's decision to deny the project. Well, it didn't have to do with Sand Creek. It didn't have to do with this new building that no one saw until tonight. They did not bring this last week. Everything you saw was brought tonight. But that's not what this says. That's why I thought I could discuss, Sand Creek. Actually, I didn't want to discuss it. I wanted to remind you guys that you're only here to approve or deny the planning commission. You guys, even him, with the one question he always asks, which is, will you uphold the rules and regulations, even if it's against your policy or standards? You guys all approved the planning commission. They voted unanimously. They gave you facts and figures and information. These guys are trying to throw you off.
Amanda, before we continue, can you please let us know how many cards we have at this point, just to get an idea of timing?
I'll go ahead and count during the speaker, and I can give you an update.
Thank you. Your mic isn't on just yet. Hold on just a moment. We'll restart the time for you.
Madam Mayor, Brian Rice. I am the president of the California Professional Firefighters. I worked for a special district my whole career, very similar in size to Contra Costa Fire, and I currently am a sitting board member there. And I stand to encourage the council to take option number 2, which would be to approve the project over the Planning Commission. And I don't do that with ease. I see the community here. I know it's near and dear, and there's going to be a lot of emotion here. But I say it with this reason and this reason only. When you hear about a 12-minute response, cardiac death occurs in 6, and things just get worse from there. But having served as a deputy chief of operations and now an elected official, this is what I do know. The state of California and our budgets are all changing. We're seeing resources dry up. We're seeing tax revenues flatten, and that's going to continue this year and into the next year. Next year, the state of California's got a $40 billion deficit. It's happening everywhere. The biggest reason I'm here tonight is it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to speak on behalf of a project that is staffed, funded, and approved and meets the criteria of the city, with the exception of a planning commission, and that's not my job to figure all those things out. That's your job. You've got a good project in front of you, a project that will serve your community and save lives, and which will put the resources where they need to be, in your population center, in your business center. And so I would encourage you tonight, don't let this opportunity pass you by, because I can tell you, as a deputy chief of an organization similar in size and now an elected official, if this passed by or other decision, I would move to other projects. And Measure X has about $28 million in it, fire stations. We built one in 2022, $9 million. The current one is $17 million. The dollar's only gonna go.
The speaker's time has expired. I do have 43 comments following Mike's.
Thank you.
And that does not include comments that we might have through Zoom.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Mike Miakovich. I'm the Senior Vice Commander of VFW Post 10789. Tonight, I wanted to ask you, for the city, council's decision to uphold the Planning Commission's unanimous 4-0 vote to deny the proposed fire station in the downtown area. This decision was not made lightly, but it was made with thoughtful deliberation and in full respect of the Brentwood Downtown Pacific Plan. which was adopted to preserve the unique character and vision and the long-term integrity of our downtown. You appointed the Planning Commission to make informed, impartial decisions for the good of the city. They listened, they analyzed, and they voted unanimously. That kind of consensus speaks volumes and reflects their commitment to the standards and values of the city established. I also want to acknowledge City Council Member Orleman's thoughtful questions to the Planning Commission candidates during their interviews. If a Planning Commission item is consistent with state law, but is against your personal beliefs or wishes, would you vote against your personal beliefs to uphold the state law every time, consistent with your oath of office? That question speaks to the heart of public service, and your answer should be yes, because honoring the rule of law, respecting the process, and upholding the responsibility you have been sworn to. This is not about denying public safety. It's about placing vital services where they are best served the community, while still honoring the city's long-term plans. It is also about protecting land that was dedicated to veterans, land that holds meaning, memory, respect for all those who have served. And that commitment must not be overlooked. Yes to the station, no to the location. Thank you.
Next speakers are Lynn, followed by Dolores, followed by Sam.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Lynn Tay, and I am part of the Downtown Brentwood Coalition. The DBC sent out a questionnaire to Downtown Brentwood Coalition members to gauge their opinions on the proposed new fire station on First Street. While the response rate was lower than hoped, the feedback we did receive offers insight into downtown businesses' perspectives. Approximately 63% of respondents expressed concern about placing the fire station downtown, primarily citing the impact on street closures with additional worries about existing traffic and congestion. Downtown Brentwood is much more populated than when the fire station closed in 2014, and the traffic downtown has increased tremendously. Sand Creek was expressed as being the preferred location to downtown. Another 13% felt a downtown location isn't inherently bad, but believe limited spaces for growth make the Sand Creek site worth considering. 24% of respondents had no concerns about the new fire station and believe that having emergency services downtown would be beneficial to all. The DBC understands that there are currently no plans for the fire station to restrict street closures. However, there is concern about what might happen once the station is operational, specifically whether future limitations could be imposed if event-related closures are found to interfere with emergency response needs. Also, concerns have been raised about Diablo Way's ability to handle the weight of trucks going in and out of the fire station. It is important to consider the potential impact on the road and ensure that it can sustain the frequent use that the new fire station will require. If Diablo Way is not able to handle the weight, will the fire department restrict street closures on First Street if First Street then becomes the only way in and out when responding?
I'm sorry, sir, Dolores was next.
My name is Sam Matthews. Not yet.
Go ahead, Sam. Sam, go ahead.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and staff. I would like to begin tonight by saying I am highly disappointed by our county supervisor, Diane Burgess. I feel as though at this time she has pitted veterans against firefighters. I want to give you a moment to just think about that. The needs and the recognition of veterans are not in conflict with the needs to build a new fire station. This matter is about honoring historical wishes that align with current city planning. Legacy matters. Decisions by the council should reflect the will of the electorate. Our veterans long ago made a commitment that they expect us to keep. That commitment has yet to be fulfilled and honored. We have an opportunity to fulfill a prior commitment made by veterans to the citizens of Brentwood. Building the new fire station in the other location will provide opportunities to expand the building and provide additional services as Brentwood continues to grow. Our decisions must reflect the ongoing growth capacity of Brentwood. Limited thinking limits perspective visioning, limits future services, limits future growth capacity, and will limit municipal responsiveness. The time is now to think outside of the box for the sake of the citizens of Brentwood. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and council people. My name is Sam Matthews. I'm a veteran from different wars. Just want to say that the structure you want to put there is not, I've been in construction my entire life, from the time I was in the Marine Corps until presently. That structure you put up to the red bricks, if you have a good earthquake, and that's what we're going to get someday down the future, that the ground we sit on, including this slab here, is going to be shifting around. All that facade brick is going to come down off that structure. It will impede the fire stations from going any and everywhere there is. So it's not a good plan to have that picture on there. Put the bricks up there like they are. That's all I got to say about it.
Next speakers I have are the Weber family, followed by Sean, followed by Mary.
Good evening, folks. Some of you know me, but okay. Sorry. Good evening. I am William Jefferson Weber III, representing my father and former Veterans of Foreign Wars Post Commander William Gilmore Weber, otherwise known as Bill. And well, you already know what I'm going to say, and I'll just get straight to the point. Unlike my father, you already know what you need to do. Vote with your hearts. Vote for the voice that is often silenced. Yes to the station, no to the location.
Briefly, I want to thank the council, the mayor, the planning committee, and the staff for taking the issue on and where we are today. I stand because my husband cannot. Bill worked very hard to get ahead of this issue so that it wouldn't be what it is today, veterans against firefighters. I want to express my deep concern and strong opposition to the proposal because this land was designated for the veterans, and it's the taking of the additional feet that makes this so hard. We believe that to repurpose this land for development, no matter how essential the service, sends the wrong message that promises made to our veterans are negotiable and that their presence in our community is less valued than experience. And as the widow, it is hard for me to stand here today because I don't want to be between these two groups. I want to unify these groups and our community. It's the commitment that we made to the veterans to remember them for their service, and not just in words, but in our deeds. Thank you.
I have Sean R. Sean may have left. If someone comes from the outside, we'll let him speak. The next speaker is Mary.
Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, my name is Mary Woods. I'm a veteran. I'm a resident here of Brentwood, and I'd just like to say a few things. Thank you to all the firefighters who served our community. We honor your sacrifice and your dedication. But let's be clear, this is a design review. And yet the fire district hasn't meaningfully addressed the design concerns raised by our own planning commission. Instead, they've launched a PR campaign trying to bypass the actual issues at hand. That's a slap in the face of the veterans and also to the members of the Brentwood community. If any of you are considering overturning the 4.0 Planning Commission vote, which was unanimous, you owe the public a point-to-point explanation, as they gave us a point-to-point explanation why they were overturning it. We all deserve the transparency and accountability, not a rubber stamp. We're saying yes to the station, but no to the location.
Next speaker is Courtney, followed by Tim Sabranti, followed by Edgar.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. I'm here to urge you to support building Station 94 downtown Brentwood. Many of us worked really hard to pass Measure X, in part because this part of the county needed better fire service. And the funds for public safety improvements are finally available, but with shifting leadership and the chaos in Washington, we may not have this opportunity for long. The time to act is now, before it slips away. This is important for the health and safety of your residents and for their property. And this is difficult. I grew up going to the Veterans of Foreign Wars, but I have to say, we need to be honest, those calling our firefighters a special interest, that is not only unfair, it's offensive. Their only interest is public safety, and that should be your interest too. Please do the right thing. Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. My name is Tim Sabranti. I'm the Executive Director of the Contra Costa Building and Construction Trades Council. We represent over 35,000 craftsmen that work in over 20 affiliates, over 1,000 of whom live in the community of Brentwood. And we urge you tonight to move forward without delay with the construction of Fire Station 94. Tonight, you heard early on, you really have two, despite everything else, you have two real fundamental things. You have the CEQA issue and you have the design review issue. And I think as you heard clearly from staff as it relates to the CEQA findings, we know for a fact that the station was in existence for nearly 100 years in this exact same location. And you heard staff give an excellent job with the point-by-point analysis of how you don't really need to do this is exempt from further CEQA findings or review. And then when it comes to the design review standards, you heard, as you look at the staff report, as I read it, there's one word that jumped off the page, and there's one word that jumped off the screen when I was looking at it, is the word complies. The general plan, table in your staff report, point by point, it shows how it complies. When you look at your specific plan, point by point, it shows how it complies. When you look at your zoning ordinance, point by point, complies. When you look at your design regulations for the downtown, point by point, it complies. So those are the two issues before you tonight. And I think in your seat, you obviously have no choice but to move forward. And beyond just that narrow purview, you know the data in East Contra Costa County, how we've been underserved in terms of fire protection. And your chief job as elected officials, as policymakers for protecting this community, is making sure that that is fixed. You have the county coming forward tonight And I think it's a false choice to think, well, there'll be some better location at some later date where we don't have the land, we don't necessarily have the money, and we can't afford to wait. We see devastation all throughout the state in terms of fires. Please don't delay any further. Please move forward tonight with approval. Thank you.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and staff. I've been a resident of Eastern Contra Costa County for 40 years, since 1986, so close to 40 years. I've been seeing, I remember driving here to Brentwood and seeing orchards, and there wasn't many buildings here before, so I've been seeing it grow quite a bit. I'm a resident of Oakley.
Sir, would you mind moving your microphone closer to your mouth? Thank you.
Yeah, well, I'm a resident of Oakley, and I remember seeing that station there before. And one thing that would not help this community will be like if, holding this project up. I mean, inflation rises pretty quickly. If we wait years, like how much more would that cost? So that's all I have to say. I hope you move forward with this. Thank you.
Next speakers are Persephone, followed by Matt R., followed by Beth. I do have one speaker card that did not fill out a name. I'll leave it to the side here in case someone wants to take a peek if your name isn't called later on. Go ahead.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, staff, and firefighters, veterans, everybody. My name is Persephone G. I am a veteran, and I am with Post 202 of Brentwood. Although I live in Pittsburgh, I came here today to give my support to my co-veterans. We deeply respect our firefighters and the critical work they do. This isn't about them. It's about leadership and planning. The proposed downtown site for Station 94 significantly overlaps the 4-minute response zone of Station 92, leaving most of Brentwood, especially new and growing neighborhoods, outside of optimal coverage. That's not efficient, and it's not strategic. We owe our residents, our firefighters, a smarter plan that truly serves the future of this city. Thank you for all your work. Yes to the station, not to the location. Thank you.
Good evening, City Council members and Mayor. The only thing that I want to talk to you about is we did have a planning commission vote 4-0 and to deny the building as it was proposed. What I'm talking to you about now is the future. There was somebody who pulled the appeal to go around what the planning commission had already said to make us stand here to argue this out right here and now. So what says in the future for any major builder who wants to build in Brentwood, who gets an unfavorable answer from the planning commission, to be able to throw their weight around to get somebody to pull an appeal, to bring us here, to have us go over this again and again and again, to stand here, concerned citizens, one way or the other, and waste our time. Thank you very much. Yes to the station, no to the location.
Good evening. My name is Beth Freeman. My family moved to Brentwood 25 years ago when the city population was just over 10,000. When we moved, one of our concerns was the lack of sufficient fire service. At that time, there was only one station located downtown in the exact location where they would like to rebuild an area inundated with emergency calls. To date, no additional firehouses have been built, so we live in a 15-square-mile city with just over 65,000 residents, still with insufficient coverage. For comparison, San Mateo, where my parents live, 12.3 square miles of land and just over 100,000 residents, there are 6 firehouses, 3 which have both an engine and a truck. I understand we now have larger protection coverage and stations can immediately roll over for coverage, but we need additional firehouses within Brentwood limits. On November 7th, 2023, my husband had to call 911. We are so thankful that on that day, our amazing Brentwood team, Station 92, B shift, was available to answer his call. Because of their quick response, my husband is a survivor of a widowmaker heart attack. If our engine and truck with their paramedics had been out on other calls and we had had to wait for crew from Oakley to arrive, my husband would most likely not be here today. In these types of situations, seconds can save lives, while delayed minutes can mean death. Does it really matter if the design of a firehouse states if there is a gym versus a fitness or exercise room? Does it really matter how design states lodging? I strongly encourage you to stop squabbling over wording in a design plan. I recommend approaching this situation with greater awareness and a more pragmatic perspective. Approve the plan so our community has the best protection possible on both sides of the track. Remember, your life could be saved as well by these amazing people if they are closer to you.
The next speakers are Phil, followed by Clarence, followed by Beverly. And I have about 30 speaker cards left in person.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. My name is Phil Pizzella. I'm the adjutant for Post 202 for the American Legion. I'm a 44-year resident of the county, 34 years in Brentwood. I spent 21 years in the military. We respect our firefighters and the vital work that they do, but we expect better planning and integrity from fire district leadership. The land in question was purchased in 1923 using a veterans-only tax under Political Code 4041F. That means it is legally restricted for veterans' use per California Military and Veterans Code. It doesn't matter who holds the deed. It was never meant to be transferred for unrelated use like a fire station. When the county handed it to the fire district in 2015, that transfer likely violated the original legal dedication. Veterans have been trying to resolve this for years. We asked the county for a legal justification. They've given us nothing. This isn't about stopping public safety. It's about honoring the law and the promise made to veterans and taxpayers. Yes to the station, no to the location. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Brentwood City Council members. My name is Clarence Lewis. I'm currently serving as a detachment chaplain for the Marine Corps League here in Brentwood. Appreciate the opportunity to speak to you tonight. And also gratitude to the firemen that are in the room. We highly respect the service that they provide to our community. I'm standing here today not in opposition to public safety. You've heard that a number of times, but really in defense of a sacred trust. Cities like Pittsburgh and Richmond have already experienced the loss of their veterans halls, and we definitely don't want to let that happen here in Brentwood. I'm a resident of Brentwood. This isn't about politics tonight, it's about principle. The memorial building has welcomed all veterans for many, many years, no matter what their era of service was. It's one of the few inclusive, apolitical spaces left where veterans can find community and support. The veterans were not seeking a fight in this matter. As a matter of fact, early on in our discussions, in our meetings, we were pursuing collaboration, looking for conversations to take place where we could work together to find a better solution. Those requests for conversation and collaboration were ignored. Now, we're sitting here where the very ground that was promised, as you just heard, is at risk for being taken. This is not a time to shrink the services for veterans in our community. We have to continue to look for ways to expand our services to the veterans of our community. Taking some of the land that was dedicated for that use is not a way to do that. It's not a land dispute, it's a betrayal. We must protect this place for future generations of veterans.
Hello, I'm Beverly Reynolds, and I'm here because of a broken promise and trust. If you ever had a promise broken, you will understand why people feel betrayed. Now, I'm for a fire station, that's fine. But I really think that the Planning Commission needs to relook this because I don't think that it could handle the traffic that is down there. The firehouse may have been there 100 years ago, but trucks have changed, vehicles have changed. My grandchildren go to a daycare right there, next to it. You ever see the traffic when people go pick up their kids or drop them off? It happens. Farmers market, it's crowded. You ever been down there for the farmers market? And you're talking about expanding it? Where are the people going to end up parking? People, unknown staff people, have not been there, I'm sure, to see how the property actually really works. You're just there ticking off all these things on a list, say, oh yeah, we comply with this. Oh, well, not that. Put people on the ground and actually look at the layout. And what happens to Sand Creek? I heard that there was a possibility of Sand Creek, and that would make more sense for modern equipment to get access to the streets better. Drive around downtown Brentwood. See what it really looks like. See how emergency vehicles could maneuver around the traffic and the people. There's so much more. There's so much more you should look at. Okay, my time is up.
The next speakers are Krista, followed by Timothy, followed by Michael Gilmore.
Hi, my name's Krista. I'm here tonight with my family, my husband Anthony, my kids Kate and Kala. I am in support of the downtown station. I can't speak to all of the concerns that have been raised, but I can speak to response time. 18 months ago, I was on a trip with family and friends to celebrate my 40th birthday. I came home, I had dinner with my kids. I went to bed and woke up 7 days later. That night I went into cardiac arrest. My husband Anthony called 911. He did CPR while he waited for the first responders to come. The crew at Station 92 saved my life with the equipment that they brought to revive me multiple times before I made it to the hospital. 7 minutes and 22 seconds. That's how long it took for them to get to my home, and I live off of Fairview. 6 to 8 minutes is about the time that you lose oxygen to your brain and able to function, so they made it just in time for me. Had I not received their prompt response, I would still be dead. My story is based on location and time. My hope is the downtown station being built, that all residents will receive the optimal response time and have the same outcome that I did. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, and staff members. My name is Dr. Timothy Calvin. I hope I'm the right Timothy. So when you say Timothy, you say my last name. So I'm a veteran. I served 6 years in the United States Marine Corps. I'm also a former first responder. I spent 8 years in law enforcement. And I have a great deal of respect for all veterans and your personal opinions. However, my opinion differs. I am in strong support of having a fire station in downtown Brentwood. I'm also a member of the Chamber of Commerce and ambassador. I understand that we have a lot of events in downtown Brentwood constantly throughout the year. You have thousands of people who are there at these various events. You also have a very robust business center. So you have a lot of businesses that are constantly busy. You have a high school, you have elementary schools, and having a fire station, especially as a former first responder, it matters. Minutes matter. It's about saving lives. So it's about getting there quickly. A lot of you are former first responders, some of which I've worked with, and you understand the importance. If you take an extra 2 or 3 minutes, it doesn't sound like a lot of time, but that's the difference between a person living and dying. And having a busy downtown area like we do here in Brentwood, having that station right there during your farmers markets, during your La Grande Fiesta, during your Juneteenth celebration, during all these different events, it's going to help. It's going to help save lives. So I'm in strong support of the fire station in downtown Brentwood. I respect the opinions of my fellow veterans, but our opinions differ. I also brought a couple of veterans with me who are in support of this as well. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, fellow council members. You'll have to excuse me. I had a whole bunch of things I wanted to approach here tonight, but sitting here for the last hour, my PTSD has really kicked in, and so excuse me if I don't cover everything I wanted to cover. But I've heard a lot of talk tonight about, yes, the fire station should be there. No, the fire station shouldn't be there. Yes, we need better response times. There's so much discussion going on here, but that's not the discussion at hand. The discussion at hand is, what did the Planning Commission recommend? You pay your Planning Commission to go over a project. You pay your Planning Commission to look at the prints, to look at the project. And what did they come up with? I sat here that night that I didn't get home till 1 o'clock in the morning, and I still need a note from my wife, by the way. But the Planning Commission, I saw the look in their eyes, and they were concerned about this project. And they denied the project. Why did they deny the project? There's a reason they denied the project. We sitting here can't tell you why they denied the project. Only the Planning Commission can tell you why they denied the project. Of course, the architect is going to tell you everything that you want to hear. Heck, I can sell you a can of dehydrated water if you really want it. I can talk you into it. But I'm sorry, I'm rambling on. Listen to your Planning Commission, support what your Planning Commission recommends. They recommend denying the project, and please listen to the Planning Commission, and thank you very much.
The next speakers I have are Leon, followed by Maria, followed by Mark.
Does it go down? Hi, I'm speaking for Leon. Just listening to all of this, I have really fond memories.
I'm sorry, can I, you're speaking for whom?
Leon?
Is Leon not able to speak for himself?
He chose not to and asked if I would.
I
Do you
don't
want me
think
to
that
change my name on there?
She's not speaking twice. She's just speaking on
Got it.
behalf of
Okay.
someone, but just one.
Thank you. Just
Thank
wanted to
you,
clarify.
sorry.
Thank you.
Just listening to all of this, though, I know me personally, I have a lot of fond memories with my Pepe and American Legion, and, you know, as children should, sitting at the bar, drinking my Shirley Temple as a child. But, and then I think of my kids, and I think of being downtown Brentwood, 4th of July, pancake breakfast at the Vets Hall, and next door at the fire department where they got their red fire hat. And it was amazing. It was everything. And I want that for them, but that's not exactly why. It's just putting these pieces together. I appreciate our vets, but according to the Brentwood Press, the presence of the fire station on this land originated with the veterans who established a volunteer fire station to serve the community. And our vets are amazing. They have served the people, the community, and that's exactly what the fire department is for. And that in mind, and never wanting to take anything, but continuing the path of what was intended, I think it's just important that we're reminded what it's here for, who it serves, and the necessity of that, what it brings. It protects the people, it keeps us safe. Building it brings union jobs here, and it ensures the response time can meet the demand at large. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and honorable council members. My name is Maria Alegria, and I stand before you as the former mayor of the city of Pinole, urging for you to support and approve Station 94, which is consistent with your staff's original recommendation to the Planning Commission, Option 2. The city of Pinole has 2 fire stations serving 19,000 residents. Station 73 is our historic fire station and is in the heart of our old town. It is located next to our city hall, our public safety building, which is our dispatch center, and our community is very proud to have a fire station near our senior center, 2 elementary schools, city hall, a youth center, a park, and a vibrant business district, and several senior housing apartments nearby. During my term as mayor, we opened our second fire station, 74, which abuts open space in a wildland urban fire zone near East Bay Regional Park District, East Bay Mud, the county, and the city of Richmond. It provided essential fire and EMS services to our residents. When a new city council was elected, they shuttered Station 74, and after 10 years of advocacy by residents and the successful passage of Measure X, we now have Station 74 open with trained firefighters ready to serve our lives, save our lives and property. In a time when fires are ravaging wildland urban areas, taking lives, destroying homes and infrastructure, Brentwood residents need Station 94. Its location in your downtown will help reinstate the essential fire services that were lost and closed over a decade ago.
My name is Mark Whitlock. Thank you, Mayor and Board. Being a person that sat through over 100 board meetings for East Contra Costa Fire Protection District over more than, I think, a decade, and gone to about 80 finance meetings and over 100 miscellaneous meetings with the fire department, sheriff's department, and OES. I do not understand why this is even a question in anyone's mind that this is where this station needs to be. I did have several really good lines for you, but many people have brought up the same thing, so I'm not going to go over all of that. But You look at the numbers, you look at the call volumes, you look at how many calls there have been. I believe it was the 1.3 or 1.4 miles from where the station would be. And having been picked up by an ambulance twice, I know that they talk about minutes mattering, seconds matter. And if this station is not built, we're going to have to start sending some flowers to some of these people. And I don't want to see that happen. Thank you for your time.
The next speakers I have are Roger M., followed by Josh, followed by Doug.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council, and all our guests, and all the concerned people of our city. We're all citizens of this city. I think what this really boils down to is a decision that needs to be made on baloney. Okay, we need a fire station, we need it immediately. But the choices that we're given and being shoved down our throats by the county, this is the land, this is where it's got to go, this is what we say. There's a lot of better options in the city, we all know it. But response time and people's lives are very, very important. Okay, I've been picked up, my wife has been picked up from this fire stations that we have now, and the response time is too poor. But to put a station where you're going to put it with no point that you can build out this station, okay? You guys' population is growing and growing and growing. What you need to think about is the city of Brentwood, it continues to grow. We are a magnificent source of revenue for the county. And the county needs to listen better to what our requirements are. We need a bigger station. We need to put in a better place. Not too far from there, I don't see any problem with O'Hare along our next big street out here, Sand Creek. You got farmland there and stuff. This land downtown is very valuable. Do a property switch, okay? But the biggest problem is how long you guys take to do something. You don't have that kind of time. Move. Don't sit here and plan, oh, and this is good and this is bad. No, move on something and get it done. Don't insult our veterans. Don't insult the rest of the people in the city by what you're doing, okay? All you're doing is giving us a choice of two bad propositions, okay? Do something and do it immediately. It needs to be done.
The speaker's timer has expired.
Hello, Mayor, City Council. My name is Josh Hanninger. I'm the Executive Director of the Contra Costa Labor Council. We're a federation of over 90 unions in Contra Costa representing almost 90,000 workers here. We were very proud to endorse and help encourage others to vote for Measure X because we knew of the existential crises that were in front of us. We had massive amounts of coverage in East County that needed fire protection. And we wanted to make sure that we could provide adequate response times. We've already heard it from so many people. Every single second matters in a crisis. Every single second matters to those loved ones that need desperate care. On top of that, I know we live in California. Wildfires are raging across our state. I don't want to go back to a few years ago, but when the sky was orange, it was a day for me that I'll never forget. We need to make sure as winds continue, as the climate continues to become drier and drier, we need fire protection in East County to make sure everybody is safe. What I've learned by talking to firefighters is that when their fire happens, we don't have adequate response here, the whole county has to shift in order to meet the needs of what is happening where we don't have enough fire protection. This is both needed for the city of Brentwood. This is needed for the whole entire eastern part of this county. We need adequate response times. When firefighters say that this is what they need, trust them. trust firefighters. They know better than any of us of what is needed to protect our citizens, to protect our property, and make sure no one has to, what you've heard from the stories already. When firefighters say this is the place to do it, trust them. Trust the people that every day that run into danger, that go in there to save lives without question, without hesitation. They do that sacrifice for all of us, and I think we should be there for them. And I really encourage you all to build this station in downtown, save lives.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council. I'm Doug Jones, political organizer for SEIU United Healthcare Workers. Before I started in this position, I worked for 25 years at Eden Medical Center, one of the trauma hospitals in Alameda County, and sometimes serves some of your residents, depending on where they are in the region. We're supportive of the proposal by the firefighters to put the station in the downtown location. Amongst the many reasons that we're supportive of that is that this location is closer to one of the highest acuity medical facilities that you have in the city, which is the Fresenius Dialysis Clinic on O'Hara. I hear from firefighters, not just in East County, but throughout Northern California, that they do a disproportionate number of 911 responses at dialysis clinics like this Fresenius clinic, because patients who come into a dialysis clinic and receive these treatments are very ill. They've got end-stage renal disease, and it's a very stressful treatment. They're having all the blood pulled out of their body, cleaned, and put back in. So it is not infrequent for patients to go into syncope or cardiovascular arrest in the parking lot, either coming in or leaving their treatments. And in those cases, the workers at the dialysis clinics are unable to respond to that, and that needs to be covered by the firefighters. So a 911 call is made. Firefighters have to respond to emergencies like this, and the downtown location makes it more likely that lives will be saved by patients coming in or out of this clinic. So we're hopeful that you approve the downtown project. Thank you.
We have approximately 20 cards left in person. The next speakers are Michael Clement, followed by Ron, followed by Adriana.
Good evening, Council. Michael Clement. I'm a 60-year resident of Brentwood. I managed the Veterans Hall for 18 years. I know that first street better than anyone. There's a bump on that street that when I used to see the fire department leave, they used to slam that bump, and every one of them fire departments said what a nuisance that was to go through that bump. And now we're going to have the same thing. When we have that, when the farmers market and we have the downtown events, wait until that happens, and the fire people cannot do their job. When they can't do their job and they set precedents for community service and community health and community emergency response, the thing that's going to go is the thing they can get rid of. And that's going to be the downtown ambience of a downtown feel. Watch what I say. Because once they go down there, we're talking about an old CEQA with new data. An old CEQA with new data. That's wrong. Because we all know that we've been down there to Brentwood every time on this events down here, and we know how much foot traffic we have. We know what goes on at the concerts of the park. We know all of the foot traffic there at the school. No CEQA study about doing safety precautions when all these foot traffic is downtown? That's wrong, 100% wrong. The fire department is going to go there? Okay, well, let's think about that for a second. The police department left downtown. The Catholic Church left downtown. The post office left downtown. All those places went downtown because the community was growing and there was just too much going on. So they went on the outskirts. Outskirts, 355 Sand Creek Road. Beautiful location. 2 acres out there, cross view points, overhead caution lights. Somebody in the fire department spent the time to look at this study and determine that that place was the best place for the growing town of Brentwood. And now we're going to go back to that little sandbox next to the Veterans Hall? What the heck? That's wrong on all levels. No to the station, no to the location. Whatever it was.
Vice Mayor, council members, and staff. My name is Ron Freeman.
I'm sorry, we'll restart you. I just want to make sure we keep the noise down so everyone can hear you. Thank you.
My name is Ron Freeman. I've been a resident of Brentwood for 25 years. I remember when the fire station was downtown next to the Vets Hall. Thank you to the vets for your service. Much appreciated. I remember many activities there with scouts participating at both the firehouse as well as the Vets Hall. But as my wife said earlier this evening, we need more stations, not just the one downtown. So this is what's on the plan. I disagree with what the Planning Commission has stated, because when I think about that clock ticking, I'm looking at 2 minutes. And if that station would have been a few more minutes away, or if they would have been on the other side of town responding to somebody else in need, it would have been Oakley or Discovery Bay coming to save my life. When I coded out on the bus, it was minutes that saved my life. It was the station, it was the training, it was their ability to get a good night's rest, to be able to work out their stress in a weight room, in a training room, whatever you want to call it. But ultimately, it meets all the compliance needs in this small spot. It's not the only station we need. We need others as well to cover this community. But ultimately, it is minutes that matter. I'm living proof. We have another person in here that is living proof from that same crew as well, I think, that B shift. I urge you to not follow the Planning Commission's recommendation on this. I don't care that it was unanimous. I am in management. I know that sometimes managers get it wrong, and it's up to you to make a decision to get this done correctly. Please, yes on the station, yes on the location. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council. I've had the pleasure of working in the Brentwood Dialysis Center on O'Hara since 2003. And in that time, before 2014, anytime we had a 911 call, which happens often and all the time, the response and the first arrival was always the fire department to the good graces of our patients. You know that our community has Somerset and Los Maganos, and in the growth of Brentwood, the beautiful growth of Brentwood, we have now farmers market and downtown events where people need not only a response to fire and first response from the fire department, it's a safe house, and the high school and overdoses. It's as a healthcare provider, I can't tell you. As a matter of fact, less than a month ago, someone had a heart attack at Zephyrs. I was outside Zephyrs. And unfortunately, I went in and I was going to respond to it. I had cleared the furniture and the staff was doing the CPR. And there was no AED, even though there's a CPR class upstairs. And I timed it. And I know what I saw when he left. The man did not survive. But if it had been up the street, the man would have survived that day. So I am in favor of the fire department having their station back where it once was, because it served the community, and the growing community, it would only benefit from it. I also worked in the ER of Los Medanos when it was a hospital, and I'm seeing more and more children. You guys are talking about kids in the park. I mean, I've seen kids come in that choked on a grape. It's the number of things that the fire department will service is countless. So I am for it going back on First Street. Thank you.
The next speakers are Linda, followed by Dawn, followed by Olga.
Last name on the Dawn.
There is no last name on the Dawn. D-O-N. Is Linda not here either? Olga, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. A lot of comments have been made. I first want to thank our first responders that are here tonight. We thank them for their service. Something that keeps on coming up, and what I see tonight is that we've have an example of poor planning on the district's part has made this an emergency. At least that's the way it's being packaged right now. I believe you are familiar with how people sometimes react when someone's trying to persuade them, and they will use two factors. One is fear, and the other one is a sense of urgency. Now, you'll notice that the veteran signs will say, yes to station, no location. Why yes to station? Because we agree we need one. So everybody agrees we need one. That's not the question. But you'll notice that on the other signs, you hold them up, and they say without hesitation. Again, that sense of urgency. And again, that's a red flag, and that should be a red flag for everybody. Because Station 54, when it was downtown, it had the slowest response times. So is that the best place for it? Again, let's talk about the planning aspect of this. Those two calls where the unnecessary sirens were going off earlier, to make a point, if they were on Sand Creek, it would be actually closer to where those two were, which were actually just north of here. So the question is, response times are important, yes. But the question is, why, if response times are so important, do you take one fire station, put it so close to the other one that overlaps with a 4-minute with another one, leaving the rest of the city uncovered? Especially where there's new housing, where there's low-income housing. So there's a lot more that I could say. CEQA for D&E is one of the things that you have to look back at the Planning Commission. We discussed D&E don't qualify. If you don't believe it, you should probably have a third-party independent look at it about that. And that's apparently all I have time for.
Take them next, Amanda. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members, and City staff. Thank you for your hard work in this matter. I pray for your discernment. My name is Olga Vidrielis, and I come to you today not just as a real estate professional with an office right on First Street in downtown Brentwood, but more importantly, as a longtime resident of Brentwood and Shadow Lakes. So that's East and West Brentwood. I have real skin in the game here. I live here, I work here, I have family here, I have grandchildren here, and I care deeply about the safety and the future of our community. Before I go any further, I want to express my sincere gratitude to our veterans. It's because of their sacrifice that I have the freedom to stand here today before you and speak my mind and advocate for what I believe is right without fear. Thank you for that. I am in strong support of Fire Station number 94, and here's why. First, downtown Brentwood is the heart of our city, with the City Chamber of Commerce and Downtown Brentwood Coalition hosting countless well-attended, massively attended events, from the Christmas tree lighting to holiday parade to farmers market and summer's concert series, which is starting this Friday. If anything were to go wrong, we want our first responders to be just seconds or minutes away. Fire Station 94 would make that possible. Second, East Brentwood needs and deserves equitable protection. This is not limited to, but includes our students at Liberty High, Edna Hill, Independence High. These are our children, our youth, and they should not be underserved just because of an issue of geography. Third, I care about protecting everyone, our veterans, and also senior citizens, our small business owners and restaurant workers, and especially the families and the kids that come downtown and bring this city to life. Fire Station 94 will give us faster and more reliable response times to keep everybody safe. I urge you to vote yes, please.
The next speakers are Kevin, followed by Supervisor Burgess, followed by Adam.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members. My name is Kevin Romick. I come tonight here as the former President of the Board of Directors for East Contra Costa Fire Protection District. We took over the governance of the board of the district in 2010, and the first thing we did was shut down 5 of the 8 existing stations, leaving 3 to cover 250 square miles. We did that because we were in severe financial distress. We're up to 4 stations in East County now, even after the merger with Confire, which helps us greatly, which means we get support from Antioch, Brentwood, Antioch, Pittsburgh, and wherever we need it from in times of emergency, but we've only have 4 stations now. We shut down 54 because we needed, obviously not because of the call volume, because it did experience a great deal of calls. When we shut it down, it was just that we needed to spread those 3 stations we left open fairly across 250 square miles. Once again, I think the location is perfect for what Brentwood needs. The call volume in like I said, 15 years ago was significant enough that it was a tough decision on which one of the Brentwood stations to close. And I'm sure the call volume is far more than it was 15 years ago and will become that way. I think this is a good location, and I think you guys need to stick with this location and provide the services to the cities, to the residents of Brentwood, and to the entire district that it'll help provide, even those people in Eastern Oakley that will respond on this, because you are a district here supporting, part of the Confire, and it's important that we be able to make sure that we can provide services to all the residents of the district in order to make sure that they're.
The speaker's time has expired. Your time has expired, sir. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Diane Burgess. I am a resident of Brentwood. I am the vice chair of the Contra Costa Fire Protection District, and I sit on the Board of Supervisors. The Contra Costa Fire Protection District is a separate entity, like the city, a school district, and a county. Contra Costa Fire annexed East Contra Costa Fire just 3 years ago. We were celebrating right out here on the lawn. We are all really in agreement that we need fire services. That's the common ground. I know there's a lot of conflicts, and I will do my best to improve things on those conflicts. However, Contra Costa Fire Protection District is a very well-respected fire protection district, and they've determined that this is the place to build a fire station. And we are all very concerned about vulnerable communities. And I've got to say, East Contra Costa, Brentwood, Discovery Bay, Byron, Knightson, Oakley, we are a vulnerable community because we don't have the same type of support that other communities have. Whether you have another city next door or another agency, we are on the edge. So as an elected official, I have made it a priority to make everybody safe. And so as a mom, as a grandma, as someone that has personally needed first responders, I'll just remind you of what Chief Hobart told you about the 5th beat just a few weeks ago. Positioning your resources is important so that we can respond as quickly as possible. I appreciate your consideration, and I encourage you to ask.
Good evening, Council. My name is Adam Masters, and I'm with Sheet Metal Workers Local 104. I'm representing over 100 members and their families who call Brentwood home. I'm also a homeowner in Brentwood, and hearing with these response times increasing due to lack of firehouses in the city of Brentwood, it worries me for all the wildfires that are happening and all the medical emergencies that firehouses respond to. Being in the construction industry, a lot of members and stuff, they leave their house early in the morning, 4 a.m. to drive at other locations to work. With this firehouse being built here, local residents will be able to be on the project and help build this project and be downtown and experience what downtown Brentwood really is. This project meets the design qualifications that we're here for today and give the city the public safety it needs and don't make your residents wait. I urge you to support this firehouse in its current location. Thank you.
The next speakers are Jason, followed by Cinziana, followed by Vincent.
Good evening. My name's Jason Lindsay, resident of Eastern Contra Costa County. First, I want to thank you, veterans. It's because of you, what the lady said earlier, that I can stand here and say what I need to say. I also want to thank the firefighters. It was crews of yours that saved my life about 35 years ago. I really don't know what to say. I'm really kind of baffled how we're even having this discussion. Is that what we're going to call it? Anybody else noticed the population explosion out here? It's only picking up a head of steam. We're surrounded by ag land. Ag may, in some cases, pay well, I guess. A lot of cases these days, because of water issues and stuff, not much. But I'll tell you what does pay well: developers that want to build even more houses and stuff out here. So why are we even having this discussion? Build this fire station. Hell, build 2 or 3 more. We need them. Thanks.
Are we ready? Yep. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I hear the arguments on both sides, but really my takeaway so far is just lack and failure of leadership on the fire side. For years on end, we heard, oh my gosh, we do not have enough fire coverage. We don't have enough fire coverage. That's been the line since I've even moved here 26 years ago, and nothing has been done. So county supervisor, leadership at the fire district, major failure. So now on to my prepared comment. I would like to address the significant conflict of interest presented by Councilman Orleman's Brentwood Police Department pension in relation to the proposed downtown fire station. His financial stake in the city's fiscal health is directly impacted by the fire station's construction and subsequent effect on the city's ISO rating and insurance premiums necessitates his recusal from any decision-making process concerning this project. The potential for bias, given the direct link between the fire station's approval and the improvement of his pension, is undeniable and undermines the public's trust in the fairness and impartiality of the council's proceedings. Furthermore, Council Orleman's past actions during Planning Commission's interviews, where he explicitly urged candidates to prioritize legal compliance over personal beliefs, highlight the concerning disregard for nuanced consideration. The Planning Commission's legally sound denial of the original fire station design should be respected. A vote in favor of the current downtown fire station would constitute a direct contradiction of established legal frameworks and the Commission's previous deliberation. Finally, approving the downtown
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Vince Wells, President of Firefighters Local 1230, represent the firefighters of the Contra Costa County Fire Protection District. And prior to that, I represented East Contra Costa prior to the annexation. I wish we can have a back and forth because there's a lot of comments that are made that with this format, you don't get the opportunity to respond. So I'll just get my 2 minutes in. This project isn't about creating something new. It's about restoring something essential. Fire Station 94 has served this community from the location since the 1930s. While it's true that the Veterans Hall was there dating back to the 1920s, the two have coexisted side by side for nearly a century. We have nothing but the deepest respect for our veterans. Their hall is an important community resource, but so is a fully functioning fire station. This location has never prevented the veteran halls from operating, just as the hall has never prevented us from responding to emergencies. This rebuild simply returns a vital public safety facility to where it has long belonged. The funding is in place through Measure X, a tax approved by the voters of Contra Costa specifically to invest in services like fire protection. Our community supported this. The need is urgent, the location is established, and the support is there. Now it's up to you. Let's honor both the history and the future of downtown Brentwood by rebuilding Station 94. Public safety can and should exist in harmony with the Veterans Hall, just as it always has. Thank you.
Next speakers are Melissa, followed by Todd, followed by Stan.
Hello again. I'd like to preface this by saying I've been kind of Switzerland this whole time. During my time working for the newspaper, the Brentwood Press, I was blessed to form wonderful relationships with many of the ComFire crew. They're some of the hardest working individuals that I have met. However, I am also a descendant of veterans. I can trace my family tree back to the Revolutionary War. My pop was also a firefighter up in Shasta County. He was a hotshot. I'm also married to a veteran. My neighborhood is directly served by the station that is in question tonight, and I understand the desperate need for a station closer. The closest station to me is 99 in Discovery Bay or 92, and both of them absolutely would have high response times. That being said, I understand the need for response times because I lost both of my grandparents in a house fire, despite the fact that the station was simply down the street. Okay, so I keep hearing this argument over and over, but sometimes people just can't be saved. The reality of this situation is we shouldn't even be here talking about this tonight because, let's be real, you heard it. The county dropped the ball. They could have approached the veterans when this all started and said, hey, we'd like to work because our apparatus is bigger. We need a little bit more space, and we want to work with you. And that wasn't done. Forgiveness, asking forgiveness and not permission, is not the way that you run a county. And there should have been more lines of communication. I am tired of veterans getting the short end of the stick. I am tired of the buck being passed at the expense of veterans. So I'm here to say yes to the station and no to the location. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Todd Matthews. I'm a 20-year resident of Brentwood. Contra Costa Fire Protection District has already probably invested over $2 million into this process to rebuild on land they previously occupied, replacing a station that was removed 10 years ago due to deteriorating conditions. The district followed every step of the city's process, worked closely with staff, and met all design requirements. Yet the Planning Commission still denied the project, not because it was unsafe or unnecessary, but simply because some don't want a fire station downtown. One concern raised was about access during parades or local events, but the reality is station will operate smoothly, just as fire stations do across downtowns across the United States every day. These firefighters won't be hindered. They'll be a part of the downtown community. This crew will not only serve the area, they will be active, visible, present during local events. We can't say public safety is a priority, then turn away when the very infrastructure that provides it. The station will improve response times, expand coverage, and save lives. The district did everything asked of them. City staff recommended and approved. This is not a design debate, it's a life safety decision. I respectfully ask that you overturn the denial and approve Fire Station 94. Brentwood deserves a reliable emergency response and this necessary step to provide it. Lastly, I debated on saying this, but I want to address the comment made earlier accusing the fire district of staging an emergency response. I do hope the person that requested 911 at that time is okay and their family is safe and everything is good. That was unfair to say that claim was unfounded and unfair to these men and women that serve this community professionally every day.
I'm going to make it short. I was at all 4 meetings, at least 4 nights worth of meetings. And I want to say no to the location, but yes to the station.
The next speakers I have is Paul, followed by Carolina, followed by Daniel.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council staff. I don't want to waste anybody's time pretending this is a complicated issue. City Council handpicked every member of the Planning Commission. You put them through a litmus test demanding they follow the law and planning documents to the letter with no exceptions. And they did just that. They looked at the information from the planning department, they looked at everything, and they were unanimous. In a 4-0 decision, they denied it based on clear legal standards in the downtown specific plan. Now suddenly that decision is being dragged back here, not because it was wrong, but because our county supervisor didn't like the answer. And let me ask you this, if you chose the referee and you called the play by the rule book, why are you trying to overturn the game now? Why is the fire district being allowed to bypass the appeals process? Every other applicant would be forced to follow. This isn't just about a building permit. This is about whether your words mean anything. You either stand by the commission that you guys put in place, or you admit this whole process is political theater. To overrule the decision would be a blatant rejection of your own authority, a slap in the face to every resident who believes in fair and lawful process. And if that's the route you're going to be considering, at least be honest about it. And to you, Councilmember Orlemans, this is a moment to demand your legal litmus. Your rigor is being tested right now. You demanded that the Planning Commission follow the rules and the laws regardless of personal opinion. So I'm waiting to see how that affects you, because you apparently decided that you did not like their answer and you called for a vote. So it's kind of like inconvenient.
The speaker time has expired. Carolina?
Okay. My name is Carolina Villaseca. I'm a 10-year resident of Brentwood, and I have taken a long time to think about this. So I've been on other meetings, but I haven't commented, so I wanted to hear the whole thing. This started at the district level. This started with the county. So when this location was chosen, both parties should have been brought in to discuss how to make this work. And that did not happen. And I think that's why we've got this situation here tonight. Number two, no disrespect to city staff, but after attending city council meetings for 7 years, I have never heard city staff say no to a project. Bridal Gate, I mean, there's a huge list. They never say no to design, and they never say no to a build. So, you know, it's no surprise to me that they didn't say no to this. The other part is that this is a design review. That's what we're supposed to be considering tonight. And as the architect said, they checked off the list. Yes, we used the materials. Yes, we used, you know, this, that, and the other. But when you drive around downtown and you look at the aesthetic, this is a big red box, like shoehorned into a space, and it's going to stand out like a sore thumb. No pun intended. They could have made changes because the station that was there before was much smaller. The trucks were much smaller. They were lighter. And so now we're trying to fit a modern station in a very, very tiny location. And lastly, I would like to take this opportunity to say no to the location. And
Good evening. I know my time's short, so let's get to it. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. I'd like to thank all the people from out of town that showed up tonight. Thank you very much. Now, first of all, I'd like to say thank you to the Vice Mayor for bringing up what I thought was the most pertinent thing about following your Planning Commission, who spent, what, 4 weeks, 3 weeks, 2 meetings with this whole thing. And they voted for it, and that was it. Because there was only 4 of them voting, because the other one had abstained. I'm just, how do I say this? Many of you have seen me on that corner. And you know which corner I'm talking about, in front of the press. About 2.5 months ago, I took a couple of straw polls. I'd go out there for half hour, 45 minutes. I averaged about 65 signatures. And those signatures were from Brentwood residents, and they did not want that station there. Saturday, I was ill. I was taken ill, and I had to leave when we were out there giving out those things. And one woman said, why the hell would they do that? The Planning Commission has already said no. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think you should stick with
The next speakers are Travis, followed by Robert, followed by Adrian.
Can I ask our clerk how many more we have?
I have approximately 10 in person and then hands raised in Zoom as well.
Good evening. I raise tonight in full support of the Planning Commission and their unanimous 4-0 vote. They followed the law, they upheld Brentwood's planning standards, and acted in the best interest of the community and in the best interest of the people. But instead of being respected, they're being met with political pressure and orchestrated media campaigns, one driven not by residents, but by outsiders. Have you seen the media campaigns out there from non-local organizations? Let us not pretend otherwise. The union is demanding you overturn the commission so that they can collect a paycheck. This isn't about safety. The firehouse will come. It's about planning. It's about money. It's about coming. It's coming at the expense of Brentwood's process, Brentwood's people, and Brentwood's future. That sequel was forced through under the barest appearance of compliance. Real deficiencies were raised and ignored, and when the commission stood firm, a Bay Area-wide media blitz hit again. This council must choose to follow our own planning process or give in to the outside pressure from media, from unions, or from the county on high. I urge you to back your commission, respect the rule of law, and defend Brentwood's right to decide for itself. And as an aside, I am also a survivor, a quadruple bypass. In order to survive, I look day to day to where the next ambulance might come for me. So I'm cognizant.
Amanda, we're going to take a 3 to 5 minute break. Thank you. We're about to get started again. Please find your seats.
Back to public comments. The next speakers are Robert, followed by Arian, followed by Christine.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor, staff. My name is Robert Ruddick. I'm a captain with Contra Costa County Fire. I don't know if you guys want to start the time or, I'm also a resident of Brentwood, lived here most of my life. I started my career with East Diablo Fire in 2002 at the downtown station 54. Fire service in East County had always been understaffed, underfunded, and underprotected. Since the passage of Measure X, the dire situation started to improve, but more work still needs to be done. 20 plus years ago, I remember coming to city council meetings over in the old city hall, Mayor Swisher, other city, different city council members, and talking about the need for improvement in fire protection. It's been a long road. We've made a lot of leaps since then. With Measure X, we have the potential to finally finish the job. And let me see. The firefighters that I've worked with from Confire, they're amazed by the distance that it takes to get to calls out here. Our engines at Station 92 have double the mileage that most of the other engines in Confire that are the same age have. Firefighters, when I've worked with them, we had a fire one time over on Walnut at Armstrong. When we responded out of the station, we saw the column of smoke. My firefighter got excited and I told him, calm down, it's going to take us 10 minutes to get there. What started as a garage fire spread to the rest of the house, causing significant damage. This was a reality that we took as a norm out here, but now we have the potential to be able to fix that and be able to get proper coverage. So I hope that you guys will support the station. Thank you.
Arian?
Good evening, everybody. My name is Adrian Roscoe. I am the owner of High Speed Pursuit Media. So I wanted to speak on multiple articles that I have read. Delays, distractions, and politics are putting East Brentwood safeties at risk. 3 years ago this month, Contra Costa County Fire Protection District merged into East Contra Costa County Fire. Before this, there was only 3 fire stations covering 249 square miles with only 9 total personnel. By 2020, staffing was so low that firefighters in East Contra Costa would not enter burning buildings unless there was life at risk. Thanks to the merging of agencies, there was a sense of hope. Contra Costa County Fire immediately opened Station 95 in Oakley and started to design 2 more stations in Brentwood. I never thought in a million years that a community would be so divided over a fire station being built in downtown Brentwood. After 2 years of fighting for better improved fire service, it has become a full-on war of political theater, etc. If this station is not approved, the next fire station will open in 2029. Looking at historical data, response times for Brentwood only calls were 5 minutes and 29 seconds in 2014. Today it sits at 6 minutes and 52 seconds. Remember, truck 1 and 92 at Station 92 was staffed April of 2023. If it wasn't for Station 92 being a double house, response times would be way higher. Meanwhile, Confire says response times are 7 minutes and 17 seconds for other agency units to respond into Brentwood. When Station 92 is on a call,
The speaker's time has expired.
Good evening, Council. I'm sure you saw the Planning Commission's meetings during the last 2 times we discussed this topic. And based on the design review, I just wanted to remind you guys that their own architect admitted that this fire station was reminiscent of East Coast fire stations. Now, what does that say about our downtown plan? That doesn't really meet the downtown plan. He also admitted that there was no room for growth. So that fire station is that fire station. It can't grow anymore unless they take the vets building away. I'm not going to talk about that, but there's no room for them to grow. And what are we as Brentwood doing? Growing. We're growing everywhere. We need 6 stations in Brentwood. It's so large. Doesn't the downtown plan also say that if there's impact to the neighbors, isn't that part of the design review? If there's impact to the neighbors, this is a big deal. It's a fire station. We know what kind of impact stations have. We totally need them. On a personal note, I just wanted to say that my heart hurts. It really does. Firefighters, just like veterans and other community service providers, have a brother and sisterhood that are unmatched, absolutely unmatched. And it's absolutely disgusting that the county supervisor and the fire district leaders are pitting the veterans with the firefighters, because there's firewomen out there. It's just really disgusting and it breaks my heart. I don't like hearing this, and it shouldn't be in this position, but we are. So please think of the design when you're talking about this. Thank you.
The next speakers are Anthony, Anna Marie, and Lewis.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Anthony Viscuso, and I'm a business agent for Local 16 Heat and Frost Insulators. I am an outsider. I live in Pittsburgh, but I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of my members that live in Brentwood because I'm concerned for their safety. I had my wife send me some pictures earlier today. I said, send me the pictures of all the major fires that happened in our areas that were multiple alarms that had multiple units dispatched to them. And I never noticed the dates before, but we've got July 14th, 2023, July 18th, 2022, July 9th, 2022, June 24th, 2022. And these were fires that had over 30 units dispatched to them that lasted for 8 to 12 hours. I mean, these were the ones where you're seeing the airplanes come in and deploy the retardant over the fires because they're that big. My concern is that my members, if there's a Brentwood Fire Department, fire engine dispatched to Pittsburgh, who's covering them? You guys need this fire department. Nobody should have to be without safety. So my encouragement is to get this thing passed. Both our heroes and both our firefighters and our veterans, they're both heroes. My father's a veteran. I have love for great admiration for both of them. But we need this fire station. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Anna Marie Avila Farias. I'm proud to serve as your assembly member for District 15. But most importantly, I'm honored to be here as a lifelong Contra Costa County resident. While my home base is Martinez, my family has been in this county for over 3 generations. And I have deep roots in Brentwood because my family has served the city of Brentwood. And I can almost say that nearly 50% of my family lives in Brentwood. But that being said, Brentwood has grown rapidly, and the growth comes with urgent need and essential services, including a new fire station. I understand this proposal raised concerns, especially among our veterans, and as a member of the Assembly Committee on Veterans and Military Affairs, I want to affirm that I hear and respect the voices. Your service and sacrifice is deeply valued to me as veterans. That said, public safety must remain our top priority for everyone, including our veterans and their families. This fire station will save lives by reducing response times and meeting the demands of the growing community. We don't have to choose between honoring our veterans and building a fire station. We can actually do both. Let's work together to support veteran services while ensuring that Brentwood is a safe, prepared, and protected community. Also, I would add, as a former city council member in my own community, and also as a former planning commissioner, your boards are advisory to you all. You 5 are the elected officials. You were elected by the people. Our commissions are wonderful opportunities for community residents to contribute and be civically engaged. But the buck's
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, and city staff. As the fire chief of the fire district that is responsible for providing fire, rescue, hazardous materials, and emergency medical response to your city, the surrounding communities, and the majority of Contra Costa County, this rebuilding of the downtown fire station will allow us to increase much-needed staffing in your city to serve a very busy response area of downtown Brentwood, southern Brentwood, and the surrounding communities inside and outside of the city. As we understand the findings in the staff report, the project meets or complies with all the relevant design standards, and city staff has determined that the project qualifies for a categorical exemption from CEQA. The fire station is consistent with the applicable general plan designation as well as with the applicable zoning designation and regulations. Its proposed project site is less than 5 acres in size, has no value as habitat for endangered species, and would not result in significant effects related to traffic, noise, air quality, or water quality, and can be adequately served by all utilities and public services. The fire station will put 3 firefighters daily with modern apparatus and advanced life support services and equipment in one of the busiest areas of your city. Paramedics and firefighters will be deployed from the station with reduced response times for making a difference and improving emergency services in your city. We're asking here for your assistance in helping us to help you. Since July 22, we've made significant strides in expanding and increasing the levels and types of emergency services available to your city. We've followed through with every aspect of improving service identified in the annexation process that was within our control to the city as a result of becoming your fire district in 2022. Additional firefighters have been hired, services expanded, multi-million-dollar fire apparatus have been purchased and deployed, but we need you to take the next step. You are in control as a land use agency on determining the ability to open these stations. Thank you for your consideration and support of the fire district, our mission, and our members.
Next speakers are Dolores, followed by Mike, followed by, my goodness, I cannot speak. Dolores, followed by Mike, followed by Marisol.
Good evening. First time I've been up here, but I just want to say that I thank the fire department, I thank the veterans, but I'm on the veteran side here, but there's really not a side, but I thank the veterans because you know what, you wouldn't have this freedom that we have, that they fought for our country, and this is what they get. I don't think that that's well deserved, but we do need the fire department. I mean, we do need them, but not there. And you guys say that you've been here for 25 years, 30 years. I've been here for 74 years. I was raised here. I grew up here. My family's been here. I work here. I live here. I live downtown by the park. Every day when I see these kids going to school, and I have Edna Hill School, I have Garinger, I have all these schools, Liberty School, all of these schools, and I'm trying to get to work. It's 10 minutes supposed to be to get to work. It takes me a half an hour. Now, if there is an emergency going on and the fire department is needed, you're talking about seconds. You're not going to have seconds when the streets are all lined up with moms taking their kids to school. Now, you're talking about seconds. You're going to lose a life there. Really, seriously. I live right by the park. There is no parking. You need to make more room. We are growing. We're growing out. I've seen the growth. My brother was in the fire department, a volunteer. We've lived here all our lives. And you guys are coming from outside telling us how to run Brentwood? Stay back. We don't need your advice. We need to get another department over at Sand Creek. Come on, guys, do your work. We're paying you. We pay you guys. We vote for you guys. I'm so mad.
The speaker's time has expired.
Good evening, Council. I know for you tonight, it's going to take a lot of courage for you to deny the dumpster fire project that this is in front of you. I've been coming to council meetings. I've attended more council meetings than anybody in this room except for the people up here on staff and even the council people up here in front of us. I understand that Brentwood council members and the seats up there, those seats have been self-dealing. I understand this is going to take courage. What you're going to risk is future endorsements by the fire union, wherever your next jobs land you. It's no coincidence there were a lot of trained union reps here too. Maybe the political pressure is just going to get to you. This is exactly what's wrong with our government here and nationwide. You got all the firefighters over here, all the veterans over here, a literal divide in between us. For over 15 years, 50 years, we've been doing our vets dirty. For 15 years, the fire district, its union leadership, and our supervisors have been doing us dirty. I don't understand why we're here. This was so simple. All you had to do was make this station an EMS station, cut your gym in half, put shovels in the ground in Lone Tree, keep the Veterans Hall sovereign, and we'd be done. Well, we're gonna find out probably in a couple minutes, but we're gonna see who on this council is a sellout, who's scared, or which of you are on the real and stand behind Brentwood and our vets. Night.
I'm tired. I'm usually in pajamas when I'm speaking, so I'm trying to stay awake. Really quick, I thought it was funny earlier, someone said, fire is in special interest. Well, we've got a lot of elected officials here who usually don't come over. And I'm sure if you look at who donated to their campaigns, who funded them, it's probably a lot of the people here in this particular building. So that's why we say special interests. We were only supposed to be talking about housing design, design and CEQA. However, it's gone all over the place. People are talking about all sorts of things. I really want to understand, and I want you guys to explain to the residents of Brentwood, not special interests. I want you to explain to us why you would or will not overturn what the Planning Commission did. Give us the data, give us the facts, give us the details, not just opinions, not emotions.
Just because the city staff said it's fine, that's not enough. We want you to actually do the work and do the research. Tell us tonight why. And I keep hearing that Brentwood is grown. It's so large. We have so many people. We're going to get even bigger. So why isn't there any research? Why isn't there any studies? Why are we still using the same data from before? That makes no sense. So again, I'm asking you as our representatives, as my representative, please give us those reasons. Explain to us how that's not going to make that downtown unsafe if we put that station there. So please do us the favor of giving us those details and not just saying because city staff said so. Thank you.
The final speaker card I have in person is Roger.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, excellent City Council, fantastic staff. Thank you, Amanda. For the people at home, my name is Roger Coxedge. This tonight is very simple. It's about whether or not to approve a planning commission decision. We've heard all kinds of stuff, and it has nothing to do with that. It has everything to do with whether or not to approve a planning commission decision to deny the building at for the fire station or to override the planning commission decision. That's it. You know, I can give emotional stories about what I went through as a veteran to earn my U.S. citizenship. All the blood and gore, the fear, the nightmares I still suffer from. I can tell you the stories about what I went through as a fire inspector. Yeah, I was a fire inspector, shock, surprise. I can tell you the stories of blood and gore and stuff I did as a first responder, as a reserve police officer for the city of Hayward, but this is not what it's about. It's about one simple thing: to throw aside your planning commission or to accept the planning commission. And one last thing. A bunch of business owners reached out to me to reach out to my council member to meet before this meeting. So I did. I reached out to my council member, the Honorable Faye Maloney. I sent her an email to meet with us and the business owners in regard to this, and I got no response. So we would still like to meet.
At this time, we'll take comments from those participating via Zoom. Please raise your hand and you'll be called to speak. The first speaker I have is Amy. Amy, go ahead.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Amy Scott Slovic, and I'm a registered nurse caring for elderly, quite ill, chronic condition patients in this community. I understand there is much emotion and history here. My dad was a World War II hero, many medals, 2 Purple Hearts. I have so much respect and care for our veterans. But the other thing about my dad was he also had severe pulmonary fibrosis. He was dependent on high flow oxygen, and when the power went out and the E-tanks weren't left anymore, it was the fire department in Walnut Creek that got to our house in 3 minutes, as opposed to the 12 we just heard of during this meeting. That is the difference between feeling a little short of breath and full respiratory arrest. That is death. Fire worked so hard to pass Measure X, and the cost of renovating this firehouse in a highly populated area with an increased density of housing from all the expansion that's happened in Brentwood, it's so needed. Every time another town or area has to send help out here, we have fewer resources in those areas. Brentwood needs this firehouse and the close proximity to the dialysis center, which is a place that gets frequent calls. So something I wanted to add here was that, you know, the veterans and the fire can coexist. They did for many, many years there, and it's doable now. One of the most important things and indication or indicators in whether or not somebody survives cardiac arrest is the speed to getting having a AED used. And this is something that can save people's lives. If it's not there in minutes, it doesn't work. So please, please support this firehouse, the renovation that's going to happen. Let's all be peaceful and live in an area together safely and make sure.
The speaker's timer has expired. The next speaker is Dave. Dave, go ahead.
Good evening, City Council. This is Dave Sparling, former planning commissioner for 4 years in the city of Brentwood. And there's a lot of things that have been said tonight. And first, I want to start with thanking the veterans. My dad is a veteran. My father-in-law is a veteran. I have many friends who are veterans, and also have many friends who are firefighters. We shouldn't be here tonight. There's a failure of leadership at the county level, I think at the fire administration level, as well as with the city leadership as well. This has been on the docket for 4 years that this was coming. And there should have been a meeting between the three groups plus the veterans to try to work this out until we got here. So I'm disappointed in that. But before I get to some of the other things, I want to give some feedback on the actual design, which is the purpose of the meeting, that might actually help create a better product. Everyone who's paid attention knows that I'm not a fan of designing from the dais, but tonight it might actually make some sense. The building itself and the massing of the building is certainly not usual for that part of Brentwood. Some easy changes to make it fit in better would be changing the red brick to either beige or white. That's consistent with what San Ramon has done with some of the new fire stations built down there. Possibly replace the square windows with arch windows. And the top line of the roof line can have some more interesting aspects as well. In fact, in the picture that the architect showed, there is one right next to it that looks like some sort of cross. I'm not sure exactly if that was. And here's the one thing that might give space back to the veterans. Consider changing the parking lot in the back to permeable asphalt, because you don't need bioretention ponds with that. And you can use that square footage potentially to give space back to the veterans so they can use it for their storage units. And I guess the last thing I'll say with the 15 seconds left, to our assemblywoman in the audience, stop voting for housing bills that pack Brentwood without providing enough funding to build more firehouses. Thank you.
Next speaker is Anonymous. Go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi. I think my biggest thing that I took away from all this is I respect everybody on both sides, but I don't think it's about how long you've lived there or how long you've been in Brentwood or anything like that. I think it's more so just the safety of the community, and I think that we just really need to understand that this is what's going to be the best moving forward for everybody. And yeah, that's all I really had to say. Thank you.
The next speaker I have is Joe. Joe, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'm Joe Young, past director for East Contra Costa Fire Protection District. I participated in the negotiations with the county to annex East Contra Costa Fire Protection District. That negotiation included a commitment to establish 6 fire stations in the area. There's no question of the need for Station 94. The question is, where should it be located? While the proposed Station 94 location is in the center of town, it must serve more than the downtown area. I do not believe the current location is the best location for today's needs. The site is small and does not meet the standards established for new stations. The location is an impaired access location due to traffic and road congestion. The need for the location of the station was studied in 2006 and 2016. I believe the best step forward is to update these outdated studies and determine the best location for Station 94 under today's conditions. I urge the City Council and the county to move forward together by updating the response studies to reflect the current conditions, identifying potential sites that are of adequate size with better accessibility, and providing the best response to the entire service area. I believe this could be done in a few months, and we could verify then, is this really the best location? But most likely, I believe we will find a better one. I'm available for questions. Thank you.
The next speaker is Mamat. Mamat, are you there? The next speaker is Anita. Anita, go ahead.
Yeah, hi. So I'm a resident here as well. I'm speaking from a standpoint as a resident. So I'd say 99% of what I've heard, and I've heard it all, makes sense and it's actually accurate. What I don't understand is the common sense because I keep hearing seconds matter, minutes matter. Life and death is in the hands of these seconds. You go around the corner, you got 3,000 students with moms and dads picking up their kids, double parked, some in the cars, some out of the cars, and a medium down that street. And then you have Sand Creek, 2 lanes that would be more common practice for cars to pull to the side to allow emergency vehicles to get through. I'm trying to figure out the fire department does not have a say on when an emergency is going to take place. So I'm just trying to figure out if we keep saying seconds matter, minutes matter, why are we going to lose seconds and minutes with that congestion around the corner? I just don't understand it. It makes no sense. And don't get me wrong, I do believe we need fire. We need a fire department. We need several fire departments, but location is going to be key here. And to put it somewhere where there's a medium, 3,000 students, a development at that school to bring in another 3. I'm just trying to figure out, was there a plan to broaden that street to make it 2 lanes? If there is, someone needs to speak up and say, yes, that's part of the plan. But as far as I know, it has not been communicated to the
The speaker's timer has expired. The next speaker is Antonio. Antonio, go ahead.
Hi. Better in Brentwood means smart planning. We have an active and involved community that frequently participates in council meetings to improve projects. You have heard from many locals telling you there will be problems with the station location. You have also heard from many outsiders telling you it will be fine. Outsiders also told us to put Adams and Heritage on the same dead-end street. Outsiders told us to put 2 right turn lanes on the Balfour exit and 1 left turn lane, causing traffic to back up onto the freeway itself. Don't listen to outsiders telling us the downtown location is fine. Listen to all the locals who have shown up in force to raise concerns. I would also like to follow up on an earlier comment that the Planning Commission is not elected and you can decide differently. The same argument applies to the findings in the staff report. The council is not required to agree with the staff findings, and you can come to your own conclusion. Thank you for your time.
The next speaker is Jason. Jason, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. If you could speak a little louder in the phone.
Oh, okay. Usually I have a loud voice, so I'll speak up. Okay, so do not oppose the opening of a new station. It's clear that you need a new one, but the location is not, I don't believe, is the place. Brentwood is very built up now. It's not like back when, I mean, I've lived in this area for almost 42 years now. I remember when Brentwood was much smaller, but that's not the case at this point. I've benefited from firefighter services in Contra Costa County. They actually saved my life from an anaphylaxis reaction about 20 years ago. So this is nothing against the firefighters, but I believe they'd be better served at another location. I also believe that Supervisor Burgess has made many inappropriate comments as well as unprofessional ones that are unbecoming of a supervisor, and she ought to apologize for those comments and do it right away. I also, and speaking of inappropriate, I also believe it is inappropriate for Assemblywoman Avila Farias to flex her muscles as a state assembly person to comment on something that is local. I think that she should have far more pressing concerns as a state assemblywoman than something that's going on in local government in a city where she does not live, and she probably only visits once a year, if that. So overall, I do not want these two to influence the vote. And again, I think Burgess should apologize right away, and Anna Marie Avila Farias should butt out. Thank you so much. That's my comment.
Next speaker is Ron. Ron, go ahead. Ron, can you unmute? The next speaker is Emily. Emily, go ahead.
Hi, good evening. My name is Emily. I've been a resident of Brentwood since 1991, minus a few years away for college. My husband and I are now raising our own family here. We are a first responder family, and my husband is also a disabled veteran. We unequivocally support the downtown location for Station 94. We all have someone in our lives that we worry about in terms of health and having a medical emergency. For me, that's my parents. The response times in Brentwood are very concerning. So please, I urge you to vote yes on the station in the proposed downtown location. Thank you.
The next speaker is Ian. Ian, go ahead.
Good evening, council. I decided to go home, but while I was in that council chamber, my friend's dad had a stroke and started seizing on the ground, and he is currently undergoing emergency surgery in Antioch. Thanks to Confire, my friend's dad is still alive. But I was just thinking, if that downtown station was going on, the response time would have been the same. Thinking about all the twists and turns and crap that station will have to take to get to my friend's house. I think a station at a better location, such as the city-owned surplus land on Sand Creek Road, will have provided quicker and faster response to my friend's medical emergency. Don't get me wrong, I love Confire, not the county supervisor for her rude comments to the city, but Confire has saved my grandpa's life. Recently, I was hopping on an airplane and I got a phone call from my mom saying he was having very, very low oxygen. Confire got him quickly to John Muir Concord where I volunteer. I have nothing but respect, but that's AMR Confire. This Confire we're dealing with, you guys need to remember we are your taxpayers, and this bullying tactics are not gonna work. So because of that, especially too, yes to the station, but heck no to the location. Thank you.
The last hand raised I have in Zoom is Ron. Ron, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. I have watched many of the comments on Zoom in the recent past about the downtown fire station number 94. This is the first time that I'm actually commenting though. I believe the Planning Commission has made many valid points about the denial of the application, and I agree with that decision. Cramming a new fire station into a parcel that is a little over 1/4 acre in a downtown district is absurd. We, the residents and taxpayers of East Contra Costa County and Brentwood, deserve a fire station to be functional, comfortable, and serve a purpose for those firefighters who protect us. I don't understand why those in power in Con Fire agreed to this abomination of a fire station. Ms. Burgess has played the veteran community, the fire district, the city of Brentwood, and Contra Costa County all against each other, including the Planning Commission. I believe there are other locations nearby that are more suitable and have better access to the entire east side of Brentwood that are already prepped for service to East Brentwood and its county residents. This is our taxpayer money. We should have a say in where the fire station number 94 is built. I also want to say that I know tonight there's a lot of union representation downtown. I'm a retired union member. And when they promise, the 100 people that live here in Brentwood that are union members, that they're going to work on that project, I've been here for 27 years. I've worked about 3 years or 3 weeks total in the city of Brentwood on union projects. I'm happily retired now, but don't believe what you hear. And once again, no to this, no to the location. Yes, we do need a new fire station. Thank you.
Have one additional hand raised in Zoom. Brian, go ahead.
Good evening. I'm going to just make one point this evening. Since the council started their special meeting at 6 o'clock this evening, there's been 8 emergency calls for service just in the city of Brentwood. 8 calls since we've all been sitting, listening in. One of them being a reported rescue fire near Brentwood and Balfour, Brentwood Boulevard and Balfour. Turned out to not be a rescue. However, I think that's a significant number of calls just within our one city that currently has one fire station. I think you all know I'm in full support of building Fire Station 94. I had the opportunity to sit with the previous Brentwood City Council when it was Mayor Joel Bryant and Karen Rary sitting on the ad hoc committee, and they were in full support of reopening Station 94 at the time. They were looking for any opportunity to reopen that station. I'm asking you to support this build, and let's get the shovels in the ground and start building. Thank you.
I have no additional hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you. Before we start general council discussion, typically what we do when someone pulls an item is they have the first opportunity to talk about their thoughts behind pulling that item. So I wanted to give Councilmember Orlemans the chance to do that, to start the process.
Had no idea I was going to do this, but sure, I'll start. I've watched the Planning Commission meetings. I've listened to the discussion or lack of discussion by the Planning Commission, and listening to the citizens talk to us about we need a fire station and we need a fire station now. If I would have left this, my feeling, the reason I pulled this, if I would have left this in the Planning Commission's hands, they would have denied it with no direction for fire to go. It would have came back, they would have denied it again, and it would have just been a constant delay of this fire station, whether it happens or not. By pulling it up, and by the way, some of you are like surprised that we've pulled an item from the Planning Commission. I've only been here for 2.5 years on the dais, and this is the 10th one this council has pulled up from the Planning Commission. It's not a big surprise and it's not a big shock that we have the ability to do that, but I don't know why all of you were surprised that we did it. It's our job. They work for us. They work at our pleasure. They serve at our pleasure. We've picked them for the Planning Commission. So it shouldn't be a big surprise when your boss decides to check your work. And that's all this is. I'm checking their work. And I would like to see this work move a little faster. So I pulled it up, and then we can make a decision, and it doesn't have to continue on for an additional,
year and a half. I have heard a lot of comments about, well, Diane Burgess must have called Tony Orlemans and made this happen. Never talked to her about it prior to me pulling this item. She has nothing to do with how I make my decisions on this dais. I have heard many arguments about I should recuse myself because I get a paycheck or a retirement from the city of Brentwood. Well, my retirement comes from the state of California, or from CalPERS, which is up in Sacramento. And everybody on this dais, minus Faye Maloney, receives a paycheck from this building. So that would require all of us to recuse ourselves, which is ridiculous. I'm trying to go through, I didn't plan on talking this long at the very beginning, but those are a few reasons why I've chosen to pull this item up, and it's my prerogative as a council member. I have the right to be able to do that, and you guys all gave me that right when you elected me. So that's why I pulled the item.
Thank you. Who would like to go next?
Well, I'll go. No one wants to jump in. I'll throw my hat in the ring. I have a statement that I'd like to read. Take these glasses off. I'd rather read it than just speak from the heart. It's something I wrote up. I wanted to begin by emphasizing that I've reviewed this agenda item not through an emotional lens, but with a deep and deliberate focus on the facts guided by our municipal code, the general plan, the downtown Brentwood specific plan, and the relevant state law. My role as your vice mayor demands this level of diligence, and I do not take that responsibility lightly. When an item is called after a planning vote comes out, it comes to us de novo. This means that we must give it a total new consideration as if the Planning Commission never looked at it. This is the same procedure that we have consistently done as a council when other council members have pulled items. This is our policy for which you have asked us to follow tonight. It is truly unfortunate that when we face highly contentious items, we sometimes see people take the stage to make baseless accusations, often rooted not in facts, but in assumptions about how they perceive a council member may or may not vote. These assumptions do not do a disservice to the democratic process and undermine the thoughtful work that goes into every decision that we make. It's sad to sit here and see us divided, veterans on one side, fire on the other side, like a bad wedding where we don't want to see the couple get married. I also want to take a moment to address something that affects not just this body, but elected and appointed officials at every level, the manner in which we engage one another. It is critical that we remember we can state our positions, raise our concerns, and represent our constituents without engaging in personal attacks. Integrity in public discourse must be our standard. In that spirit, tonight I'm only discussing, during my discussion time, not taking a moment to posture or politicize, but to walk through all the items with the same care and analysis that I would brief in a legal case as an attorney. The people of Brentwood deserve decisions based on substance, not speculation. And they deserve leadership that models respect, transparency, and professionalism. I didn't hear a lot of thanks tonight, but I want to start off by thanking both the veterans for their service and the first responders for the countless lives that they have saved. I want to thank my colleagues up here for the critical time you took to review all the details. I know each and every one of you took a lot of time. This is a huge one that's come before us. And part of where I'm going to go with my discussion points tonight is to bring up what we were asked to analyze. So first, I'm going to start with, that's the moment, right? Time to do it. So, all right. I want to start off with the CEQA analysis. And I looked at CEQA tonight because everyone keeps bringing up that Councilmember Orlemans brought up we must follow the law, as we absolutely should follow the law, right? So the first thing I want to do is bring up CEQA. Under CEQA, even when a project qualifies for a category exemption, there are exceptions that can nullify the exemption if certain conditions apply. The key exception at issue is the unusual circumstances exception in CEQA under guideline 15300.2C. The rule states that a categorical exemption shall not be used for an activity whereas there is a reasonable possibility that the activity will have a significant effect on the environment due to unusual circumstances. So when I began to review this, I had to look and see what are the potential unusual circumstances. In other words, if a project situation is unusual compared to the typical exemption project and could use significant environmental impacts, then a full CEQA review is required despite the categorical exemptions. I looked at case law. California Supreme Court in Berkeley Hills Preservation versus the City of Berkeley 2015 case clarified the two-part test for this exception. First, it determined whether unusual circumstances are present, i.e., whether the project has some future or is it in a setting out of the ordinary for a class of projects. If so, it determined whether those unusual circumstances create a reasonable possibility of a significant environmental effect. Importantly, the mere possibility of a significant impact is not enough by itself to invalidate an exemption. The potential impact must be due to unusual circumstances. The burden is on the challenger to show both elements if no unusual circumstances are found. So here, in this current case that's before us, what are the potential unusual circumstances for Station 94? Opponents of the downtown station have pointed to changes in conditions since the old station closed in 2012, arguing that these create an unusual situation that merits CEQA review. The factors included are increased population and activity in downtown, proximity to Liberty High School, and downtown events and limited parking. When I reviewed all of these items, one, the increased population and activity to downtown Brentwood, here were my findings. Give me a moment, because I have about 11 pages of type notes. Where are my conclusions? Sorry, I'm looking for my notes.
Take your time.
Thank you. Thank you both. Brentwood's population has grown significantly in the past decade. The downtown core is denser with business and pedestrians than when Station 54 operated. Critics suggest that we reintroduce a fire station in the now busier downtown mirror cause impact traffic noise and not previously analyzed. Fire apparatus will enter and exit onto city streets per Confire, but this is managed with emergency lights, sirens, and train drivers. The officials have stated that the downtown responses will be handled with smaller maneuverable engines, and they've even demonstrated that in videos, and that the drivers are specially trained for busy areas. They do not anticipate problems navigating farmers market closures or school traffic, of which I really hope this to be very true. The station's driveway will presumably be designated for safe ingress and egress per their reports. And while Liberty High School's vicinity means engines must exercise caution, emergency vehicles routinely operate near schools all across the United States of America. There is no indication that the project creates a unique traffic hazard beyond normal fire station operations. Any temporary traffic control during big events can be coordinated to ensure engines are not boxed in. These are manageable issues rather than significant environmental impacts. The noise, the most notable noise would be the sirens that we heard tonight, and possibly an alert horn when trucks leave the station. Sirens are intermittent and short to duration. We have more noise when we have concerts in the park. CEQA typically considers whether a project causes sustained or chronic noise levels. Here, occasional siren noise in downtown, which already has traffic noise, is unlikely to exceed significant thresholds for noise impact. School classes might hear the sirens, but this is common urban occurrence. It is not an environmental health risk. Air quality. The project involves minimal new air emissions. One fire engine's trip and a small diesel generator are negligible. in the context of downtown traffic. I am concerned about the generator, of which I hope our council can talk more in detail about. However, no industrial use or significant stationary emission sources included, and public surfaces. Ironically, the project improves public safety rather than straining them. Someone brought up common sense. To me, it makes more common sense to have safety providers near a school that has 2,770 students versus further away from it. There is no unusual burden on utilities or police or fire. It is a fire facility meant to enhance emergency response. Given my analysis, it appears these circumstances, busier downtown, nearby school events, are not so exceptional as to fall outside the normal exceptions of a downtown infill fire station. They were considered by the fire district and the city and mitigated through design and planning. Critically, no substantial evidence has been presented that these factors will cause a significant environmental effect that will warrant a CEQA evaluation. A full CEQA review does not appear warranted unless evidence of a likely significant impact emerges. Under CEQA Guideline 15300.2C, the burden is on the opponents to show an unusual circumstance leading to significant effects. I looked at what would trigger a traffic study. So again, everyone wants us to review our regulations and our laws. This is not a motion. This is not based on anyone feeding information. This is me as an attorney sitting here analyzing. A traffic study in the city of Brentwood is triggered under Contra Costa County Measure J, approved by the voters, now adopted in our general plan, chapter 5.1, when it generates more than 100 net new peak hour trips. That is not the case that has been presented. There's not been, it's argumentably that we would even get to 10 trips per day. So I want to go over to the part that I want to talk about design, but before we get to that, one of the things keeps coming up is legality. And we're not supposed to even talk about the legality, but it keeps coming up. And I feel like, I do believe the county did fail the veterans in not giving the veterans an adequate legal analysis. And I can't see you guys. All of you are fuzzy as hell unless I put these damn glasses on. But then I can't read with the glasses on, so I'm going to take them on and off. But I want to see how clear your faces are. Hey, Roger. And big ups to Roger. Thank you so much. I would like our captain or our chief to deputize Roger for all of his hard work that he does for the community. I would like for him to be able to run over all those damn real estate signs that get in the way with his wheelchair. But I say that to, let me go back to the Veterans Hall, because this one is near and dear to me. Today, I sat in a funeral home picking out a casket and flowers for my Aunt Betty next to my uncle who served in the Navy during the Vietnam War. And I watched him ask, do I get discounts for my wife as a veteran? Because we rarely get any services. And they looked at him in the face without any emotion and said no. And it broke my heart that he didn't get any support for all the service that he provided. I've watched as my dad cried as we buried his dad, both of them veterans. And so I've been receiving these emails that I'm anti-veteran when every single time I walk in my parents' house, I see two flags, one from my grandmother who worked for the Army, one for my grandfather who worked in the Army, who died in a box. But I'm anti-veteran if you think I vote a certain kind of way, or I'm a sellout if I tell my opinions, or I legally analyze everything if it's not consistent with other people. But so it means so much to me to talk about that Veterans Hall, because I've been in there for memorials, I've been in there for parties, I've been in there for community meetings. And I think if the county ever considers removal of that Veterans Hall, I think each and every one of us need to go to Martinez and demand answers, because that would be detrimental to our veterans who fought so hard for the freedom for me to sit here tonight, for me to talk to you. But when I looked at the Veterans Hall, the main question they kept asking was there a violation of military and veterans code? So I looked at it. I'm not your city attorney, and it is not our city attorney's job to even brief that. This is a design review. It was not Councilmember Orleman's job. It wasn't the Planning Commission's job to review it. It was the county's job to get back and talk to you. And I want to give a shout out to Councilmember Orleman's, as he's been demonized up here. Councilmember Orleman's 2 years ago came to me and said, I'm trying to organize a meeting with the county and the veterans. I would like it to happen. He worked his butt off. And that meeting did not happen despite all the work he did. He did exactly what so many people said should have happened. But here's what I looked at. The county's legal obligation under California law, Military and Veterans Code 1262, it says any county may, I want to say may, has a very big meaning to us legal beagles. Provide and maintain buildings, memorial halls, meeting places, memorial parks, or recreation centers for the use or benefit of one or more veteran associate, veteran service organization, or nonprofit veteran service agencies. Then E says they may, M-A-Y, levy a special tax. In Contra Costa County's case, a special tax was established in 1922 under the former Code 4041F, now Military and Veterans Code 1262, specifically for the purpose of building memorial halls for the use of American Legion's post and ex-servicemen. Using those funds, the county purchased the 757 First Street property in 1923 and built Brentwood's Veteran Memorial Hall. However, this did not transfer ownership to the veterans. The county retains ownership as long as it fulfills the purpose of providing a hall for veterans. State law requires that the county to make a facility available to veterans, but it does not grant veterans a property right to control the land or building. The county can take an action authorized by law with respect to the property so long as veterans still have a hall available. In this case, the county is not removing or reducing the veterans building at all, so there is no violation of the law or the original dedication purpose. I'll go back to the word may. May is permissive, it's discretionary. Must would be the word that would be mandatory or required. So for me sitting here when everyone says, are you gonna uphold your law? Are you gonna uphold the Constitution? Are you gonna follow the law? The law does not say must in this case, it says may. Now, the next thing, and thank you for allowing me to take my time. Liberty High School comes up. Liberty High School, roughly located a block to the north, does have potential, it has potential impacts on the school, are mostly about traffic and noise, which we talked about. Drop-off times that were brought up before are only at certain times, not all day. A fire engine exiting Station 94 during those peak times will need to do so cautiously. However, emergency vehicles have the right of way and can activate light sirens to clear a path if needed. The fire district can also coordinate with the city's traffic engineer to ensure signaling time or routes that minimize passing directly through school congestion. I want to talk about the schools because I asked our interim city manager, like, what has been the increase? Because everyone says we have so much more students there. It's such a safety concern. Well, in 2013, which was the year after the fire station closed, we had 2,356 students. As of 2024, we have 2,773 students, only 417 more. Noise at the school. Sirens near the school are not unprecedented. Many schools are on or nearby busy roads. I checked into it. There's fire stations in our district, right in Walnut Creek, in Concord, that are right next to schools. It might momentarily disrupt a class or outdoor activity, just like a school bell would. But it is very transient. This is generally not considered a significant environmental impact. Now let's talk about downtown events, and I hope you all go to the Juneteenth event. We got staff here who have done an amazing job. Thank you for your service. A concern was whether Station 94 would interfere with or be hindering by such events. I feel like ConFire addressed this directly. They have stated that their fire response from Station 94 will not interfere with outdoor special events, parades, and farmers markets. I hope that they're not being dishonest. These are so important to the fabric of who we are as a city. And I want to thank Lynn Tay for her report out, giving us a report from the Downtown Brentwood Coalition. Other downtown stations like those near the Concord Total Santos Plaza area handle emergency situation during events routinely. and it is not a problem. The city can incorporate procedures so that, which we need to do for safety in the first place, that event planners coordinate with the fire department like they do with the police department. Also, building the station on the site actually helps events in one way. It avoids us using some other downtown parcel that might dissipate an event location. Next issue. It was a lot to receive a bunch, about 300, 400 emails from people from like Los Angeles. I didn't know the use of that. It was kind of annoying, I'll tell you the truth, but American citizens get the right to talk to us. But I want to talk about our neighbors. Brentwood's coverage lags behind neighboring communities. After our station closed in downtown Brentwood when the population was 65,000, we only have one station in the entire city. We compare that with Oakley, that has 45,000 residents, has 2 stations. Antioch, that has 117, has 4 stations. Even semi-rural Discovery Bay has 15,000 people and has 1 station. Our disparity shows that Brentwood has been underserved in fire and EMS protection. 1 station cannot adequately cover 15 square miles and tens of thousands of residents. The result has been that Brentwood has had to rely on backup distance stations, leaving periods where the city effectively had no local unit available. I have to say, as someone whose husband had a heart attack, this is a no-brainer to me. This is a no-brainer. So I asked, I am going to ask one question if someone can come up. What would the average response time drop by with additional location at Brentwood? And I think I got my answer today. I'd like to know what that would drop by. But my conclusion and my wrap up, because I don't want to take too much of y'all's time tonight. Here's my conclusion that I've written up. So after doing my analysis, it appears unlikely that a full CEQA review, EIR, or similar is required for the downtown Brentwood Fire Station project. Given the project's qualifying conditions for a Class 32 infill exemption and the lack of any demonstrated unusual circumstances leading to significant environmental effects, the increased downtown population, nearby high school, and community events were raised as concern, but these factors are part of the normal urban context and can be managed through design and operation. City staff and fire officials have provided, in my opinion, substantial evidence that the project will not have significant impacts in areas like the one down here concerning traffic, noise, air quality, or public services. Similar fire stations operate in comparable cities. Therefore, the categorical exemption under CEQA guideline 15332 is properly applied. And none of the exceptions, including the unusual exception, a circumstances exception, seem to be triggered in this case. Now, legally approving the design review for the fire station does not violate any veteran-related laws or commitments. The Veteran Memorial Hall will continue to function as before on its county-owned site with protections, hopefully an easement for its ramp, and investments like storage. I hate that they would have to move to go. It's inconvenient for them to go to do storage. You're talking about people who have disabilities to have to go somewhere besides where they're at for their storage is in my opinion, a little ridiculous. And I would hope that the county would make some concessions to put a storage there. ADA parking upgrades. This should have already happened. Ensuring that veteran groups are not harmed. Military and veteran codes require the county to maintain a veterans hall, which it is doing, but it can do it better. The veterans have no ownership claim to the fire station parcel, and the project avoids any encroachment on the hall building itself. In fact, the collaborative approach taken preserving the hall, honoring its historical intent, and enhancing the facility means there are no legal impediments to the city moving forward with a fire station on the adjoining lot. These are my final few comments. In terms of community impact, I believe the station is supposed to bring significant public safety benefits, which is the platform that I ran on. And I want to remind you, I was accused of receiving funds from a lot of people who are here tonight. I did not. I ran on about, what, $2,500, if not a slight less. Probably, I ran the lowest funded campaign up here. The lowest funded campaign, and I did not receive anything from anybody that I think in this room. You can go fact check me, but I didn't receive it, but I was accused of it. And I was accused because I work for the Assemblywoman, that because I work for her, that I'm a little puppet. That's an insult for a woman who worked diligently for several years to be the attorney, to sit on the bench and make decisions that affected your families. It's an insult to me that anyone can think that this strong Black woman can be puppeted by anyone. I'll absolutely tell you, our Assemblywoman could not puppet me. Our county Diane Burgess cannot puppet me. Our veterans cannot puppet me. Our fire, and none of my colleagues can puppet me. I'm an independent thinker, and I'm proud of how strong I am and the decisions that I make all on my own. But I believe, based on my platform that I ran on, public safety, this brings a significant public safety benefit. Emergency response data, because someone asked for data, shows that Brentwood's downtown and east side urgently need shorter response times and additional resources. The new station directly addresses that need, potentially saving lives. I am so grateful for the lives that showed up in this room tonight. And hopefully more will be saved after today. And property by cutting response times by minute. While any development has some impacts, the analysis indicates that those from this station, noise, traffic, et cetera, will be minor and acceptable in exchange for life, in exchange for life, in exchange for the very people you fought for life. The gain is life. The project has been designed to be compatible with its surroundings. However, I do think the look is ugly. So I'd like us to talk about the look. I don't like the bricks. I'd like us to break it up. I'd like us to talk about those things. The design review, back to that. The site zoning permits fire stations by right, AKA without a need for a CUP. The Planning Commission's concerns were, one, it does not fit the DSP guidelines, not subject to retail and is permitted. Project impact to adjacent properties, the architectural style and mass appropriate for the area. The architectural style is American Main Street, consistent with early 20th century commercial style permitted by our downtown specific plan. The tree to me is not a major issue. What's more major is the fact that they're losing their storage right there where it's accessible. That's more major to me, and I think that's something we should talk about. The height and the setbacks meet the DSP and the development regulations. But my main thing is that we do need to change the color of the brick or break it up with another material. And the main thing that I would like us to talk about in discussion after you all have your talks is, where do we move the generator? I know that the generator was within the 65, I think, foot setback, but I'd like to see it in another place. And I'd hope that the applicant would be willing to consider those changes that I've presented tonight. And thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Okay, so sorry you guys, but it's probably gonna be a little bit of a late night because I have a presentation. I have to, dude, because that's how I think. You have it on paper, I have it. Okay. So the first thing, so I analyze this like I analyze anything at work. And the first thing that I thought was interesting is when I saw the notice of exemption from the fire department. I think it was the fire chief Lewis said that we, the city, are the lead agency. So I was a little bit taken aback to hear that after your form said that you guys consider yourselves the lead agency. And CEQA defines lead agency as means the public agency which has the principal responsibility for carrying out approving a project. So we, the city, did not give an exemption for these issues under the fire department because they marked the wrong box. They are the applicant in this case. They are not the lead agency. So that's the first thing. And then, we talk about the exemptions they took. Replacement or reconstruction of existing utility systems and or facilities involving negligible or no expansion. That's false. It goes from 4,172 square feet to 8,137 square feet. It's an additional 3,965 square feet, which makes it 95% bigger. So it does not qualify, in my opinion, for that exemption. Minor lot line adjustments, side yard, and setback variances not resulting in the creation of any new parcel. You didn't create a new parcel, but you made it big. So I don't think you qualify for that one either. I think you have a substantial lot line adjustment in this case. So I don't think that you qualify for the exemption, in my opinion, as part of the lead agency. City of California, CEQA exemption. You went through it, I went through it. I see the exemption as different. When I researched CEQA exemptions, the one thing that and you can read, this is what staff wrote, it's in the agenda. Applicable general plan designations and all applicable general plan policies. I don't feel like it applies, and I can go through that. Approval of the project would not result in any significant effects relating to traffic, noise, air quality, or water. I disagree with that. I do think there's issues with that, and I will get to why I believe there's issues with that. CEQA exemption per California CEQA code. Again, this is 21080.1. Environmental impact report, negative declaration determination by lead agency finality. Approval of the project, again, would not result in any significant, and this is in the packet. I disagree with this. Oops, sorry, right there. I disagree with this. I do think that there is significant impact, in my opinion, and we will go through that. And then just the different standards. So nothing in this section relieves a city or a county from the requirement to analyze the project's effects on traffic at intersections or on streets, highways, or freeways, or from making a determination that the project may have significant effects on traffic. So if three of us feel that there's significant issues on traffic, then we don't exempt you from CEQA. It's that simple. Again, it has to be three of us because we would have to vote on it. Determine the significance of the environmental effects caused by the project. And again, so this is another code, determining whether the effect of the adverse or beneficial. The lead agency shall consider the views held by members of the public in all areas affected as expressed as the whole record before the lead agency. So we're supposed to listen to our residents if they think there is impact. And I think we have heard enough people in Brentwood think that there is an impact. So this is the schedule. So you can look at traffic in a couple ways. So traffic is like, okay, traffic, bless you. I don't know if it's to you. But also you can look at traffic, not as traffic as like we're increasing cars on the roads, but are the cars on the road going to create a safety hazard? I believe in this case, these trucks will create a safety hazard. I already think we have a safety hazard here because of the way we set up our high schools, both on American and downtown. So I do think there's going to be one. It's be located 1/4 mile of existing proposed school, so we have a school, or involve hazardous materials, substances, waste, blah, blah, blah. So I think we have a safety hazard. The other thing, these are just more exemptions that if anyone wants them, we can go through and read it. I think there's a significant effect. Now, I think this is where we're subjective. I think, so I looked at 2011 to 2012 because that's when it was first closed. That's the first time we closed it and then opened for a few months again. We went from 2,134 to 2,836 students. That's a change of 702 students. That's an increase of, so that's a net change of 702. It's 32.9%. You give me 32% of anything, I'll be happy. 32% more pay, 32% more land on my lot. Like, I'll be happy, I'll take it. 32% to me is significant. And the net number 702, however, I could not get the information for the adult education, Independence, Gateway, and Golden Gate, which we all know have more adult people who actually add cars to the road. So I believe that it's significant. And I did put my source data of where I got everything on each page, if anyone wants to know where I got my data. Okay, so let's talk about the consultant who said we did not need it. So for noise, air quality, and transportation, the consultant states, project-specific modeling would be needed to confirm the precise levels of impact. ICF reviewed the project description and regulatory plans and policies that govern development on the project site. We conducted a desktop review. Right? Isn't that great? Wouldn't you want a desktop review for all of your projects of the project site and its environs? ICF did not conduct field work. or technical modeling as part of this assessment. So where we keep seeing these heat maps, the consultant used none of it. They didn't use any data. They just said so. Based on our understanding of the project, background research, and experience with similar projects, and they list out fire stations, we qualitatively evaluated the project's potential to result in significant air quality, noise, and traffic impacts under CEQA. So I went onto the map and I looked where all these locations are. I'm like, okay, maybe one of these is near a school, right? Because they must have looked at schools near these, and that's why they're using them as like comp sites. None of these are near schools. None of them. Not even close. So I feel that this consultant and this report we got is absolutely bogus. I wish I had better words like you do, but I just don't. And I'm actually insulted that I went through this. There is no data. There is no information. It puts my kids, because I mean, when I go to these graduations, those are my kids under my responsibility. We all know how I feel about the kids. So I feel like this report was a slap in the face to every single student and every single family who has children there. Okay. So, you know, you go through the CEQA, the schedule, and these are the areas that I think we need to review. Create a significant hazard to the public or environment through routine transport, use, or disposal of his hazardous materials. We all know that your fire trucks carry hazardous materials. So I have a cousin-in-law who was a firefighter here in California and then moved to Colorado, and he actually died of lung cancer because of his exposure to all of the chemicals as a firefighter. So I think that's important to look at. Create a significant hazard to the public or, I mean, we could go through all of these. I think there's enough areas under hazards and hazardous materials, land use and planning, noise, public services, transportation. I think there's enough issues under each of those in the schedule that we need to do a CEQA analysis. Here's the other thing is, so this is just telling you under that last schedule, we need to do it. I just want everyone to know I did have the data behind this. I'm not just pulling this out of my derriere. So aesthetic impacts on CEQA, going through that. Then we talk about the gallons of diesel and the generator, and there is hazardous materials. And the architect sat down, and this is your quote. So I got the transcript from the last meeting. You said there is, and they're required by the fire rules. Okay, so now let's go to design standards. So that's CEQA. I think we need a CEQA. The other thing is, there is no court that says you are fully exempt if you're near a sensitive receptor. And I thought I put that in there. I must have missed it. Schools, elderly, there's a definition for sensitive receptors. We have two. We have elderly gentlemen. I'm sorry to call you elderly, but we have elderly gentlemen right next door, and we have the children. So any court, when this comes up, if you're within proximity of a sensitive receptor, you have to do CEQA. It is what it is. So, okay, let's look at the design and what we do. You said about the color. I agree with the color, and I pulled just a few examples out of our own design standards, and it specifically says blonde. It speaks to being light color. So the building is not light color. I gave the descriptions of the different buildings and the examples in our specific plan. So we don't hide it. We tell you exactly what we want. And when I looked at your page of your stations, I'm like, dang, dude, there's some really nice stations in Contra Costa County. You guys did some great work. Why did we get the one that looks janky? I don't understand. Like, there's so many design elements in your other stations. In ours, you just threw some boxes up there and like, hey, take it. Be happy with it. It looks great, right? No, it didn't. Okay, so then I go through the Brentwood Downtown Core Site Planning, Commercial Industrial Design Guidelines, page 22. Parking areas on private parcels along street frontage will not be permitted in order to maintain the potential for retail continuity. You don't have that. Parking may be allowed along rear alleys on a case-by-case basis. Proposals will be evaluated in terms of public safety, visual appearance, and potential conflicts with pedestrian movement. So you're putting parking in the back, and I know some of us might not care about the way they look, but that looks institutional in the back. And I think we need to do something with the back, because people walk through there. You see it from everywhere. There's a municipal parking lot right across the street. I mean, right across the way. So I think we need to do something about that because it says parking may be allowed. So I'd like it to look better if we're going to allow it. Avoid curb cutouts. So a driveway is a curb cutout. Curb cutouts along Oak Street and First Street will be prohibited in order to maintain retail continuity and to reduce potential pedestrian vehicular conflicts. Curb cutouts along other streets will be evaluated on case-by-case basis. So you have a curb cutout. It's not allowed. It specifically says that. That would be a CUP. Commercial and industrial design guidelines, page 24, maintain consistent scale and character, relate buildings to the size and character of their surroundings. Buildings should be sensitive to the size and scale of the adjacent buildings. In no case should structures exceed 3 stories in height. New buildings taller than their neighbors should incorporate elements to relate to adjacent structures. You did none of that with your design, none of it. You didn't take any consideration for the vet hall right next door and try to pay it homage in any way, shape, or form so that there would be continuity. Okay, Brentwood, this is a more building design. Commercial and industrial design, page 25. Provide shaped parapets. Front facades of buildings should be designed to include well-designed, interesting parapets. Parapets and wall tops should be designed to relate to those on adjacent and nearby buildings. Wall tops in a visual location should have cornices, caps, or other three-dimensional features. The use of visible metal wall top flashing is not permitted. So we gave you examples here of what it could look like. Yours is just straight. Like, again, we want our downtown to look a specific way. You failed us again in this design standard. Include decorative design elements, utilize cornice brackets, bay windows, brackets. And you talked about the windows, right? It's like, it's just, there's no design elements. It's just institutional. Parking, so I think the part here about the parking, trees and planting strips should be used to interrupt adjacent parking spaces of 10 or more. Planting areas should have a minimum dimension of equal 1 parking space. Trees and parking areas should be large and have a high branching, broad headed to create shade. This isn't just because it looks pretty. We're really big on our green canopy in Brentwood, and we have a green canopy because we're really hot. And when you have a green canopy, you bring down the temperature. So to have a whole area that's all cement, it increases the temperature in downtown. And that's why we have a green canopy in Brentwood. Okay, so now let's move to our general plan circulation. So I saw that the staff report had all of these, the goals for some stuff, but it didn't have everything. So goal circulation 1, provide transportation system facilitates the efficient movement of people and goods through the city of Brentwood and promotes the use of alternatives at the single occupant vehicle. So I do not believe that a fire station downtown is going to make it more efficient to move goods and people downtown. On the contrary, if you're ever downtown, especially down the alley and down that street, there's always trucks stopped delivering products. There's times I can't get through. Like, I gotta wait and wait and wait just to get through because the trucks are stopped. And I know that I can't remember who it was, the captain or the chief, someone said, well, they're not supposed to be using the street anyway. But we created a downtown with businesses, so they're gonna be using the street for deliveries. I have a fear that you're gonna be like, you're not supposed to be using it. Figure out what else you're gonna do and how else you're gonna deliver your deliveries. So, okay, that's my first policy. Policy circulation 1.3, when analyzing impacts of circulation network created by new development on roadway improvements, consider the needs of all users, including those with disabilities, ensuring that pedestrians, bicyclists, and transit riders are considered at an equal level of automobile drivers. I'm sorry, I'm tired. I think we didn't take in consideration people with disabilities at all with this design. And with parking and with the way it has the cutouts right next to the Veterans Hall. Sorry, Roger, I know you've got your walker, but we know that a lot of our veterans have disabilities and a little bit more challenging walking than others do. So policy circulation 1.7, improve circulation in locations with high levels of congestion, but avoid major increases in street capacities unless necessary to remedy severe traffic congestion on major arterial corridors. I feel like this one's clear. Like, we are creating more congestion. We're doing it. So if this goes through, when the parents at Heritage Liberty, are upset like they are over on American, we did it, right? Because we know there's no way it's not going to get worse. It's going to get worse. So policy circulation 112, maintain and improve critical transportation facilities for emergency vehicles, access and emergency evacuation needs. I don't think we can do that for you downtown. It's just, we can do it for you in other sites. I don't think that as a city, I can guarantee you that I'm going to improve critical transportation facilities for emergency vehicle access downtown. I think that would be very difficult to do. Economic development. So then we have more policies around economic development. So, so the economic development is, I'm tired, is consistent with the extensive planning efforts recently undertaken through the downtown specific plan and the Brentwood Boulevard specific plan to strengthen the downtown as the economic and cultural city center of the city and provide increased business and enhanced economic development opportunities along, it says along the Brentwood Boulevard corridor. So, enhance the appearance of the declining retail space in downtown Brentwood Boulevard specific planned areas by providing incentives and property owners and businesses wishing to upgrade. We're doing that downtown, right? And I feel like we're making these big investments there, and we're going to take a step back by, with the fire station. So goal for economic development number 4, emphasize downtown as a thriving central gathering area of Brentwood that reflects the city's unique character and heritage and provides a long range of retail uses, services, and public uses. Continue to implement downtown specific plan, including standards for land use, public spaces, traffic circulation, and building design, which affirm the unique character, pedestrian-oriented, historic feel, local shops and businesses. Prioritize a diversity of retail and resident-oriented service uses to facilitate pedestrian storefront shopping in the downtown. I just don't think a fire truck going downtown facilitates pedestrian storefront shopping. I think it's going to make it more dangerous. If you were at the end of downtown, but we got to walk across in front of your building, and we got the first, I think it's called First 5, the daycare across the street. So that's concerning. Ensure that there's an adequate connectivity, including pedestrian and transit to the downtown. Encourage development projects and activities in downtown that are distinctive, designed to reflect Brentwood's history and include components that promote a sense of place, either through providing public spaces, venues for community activities, or our community. I don't think that this does that. Encourage social activity in downtown through providing parks, community gathering areas, and other indoor and outdoor venues to encourage and support community activities such as the farmers market. Like, we love our downtown activities, and we specifically called them out. And provide small public areas for casual meeting and relaxation. So so there's a bunch of policies in our general plan that I do not feel that this project promotes. This was a little concerning in the letter. Diablo Way is used for delivery, truck loading, and unloading. I mentioned this before. This is an apt for hearing focus on design review of the fire station. Nevertheless, it should be noted that the vehicle loading and unloading areas in obstructing traffic or parking stalls is currently prohibited. The fire station location does not change this. We are aware Diablo Way is used for deliveries. A fire engine successfully maneuvered around a semi-truck that was unloading on Diablo Way, and this video has been submitted. That's interesting that, so it doesn't say you're going to stop it. It just says that you think you're going to be okay. And my concern is that one day you're like, you know what, this ain't working out for the fire department, so we're not going to allow you to do it anymore. I've been down there. It's interesting because I've had trouble getting around trucks. So it's interesting that you guys would be fine, because I've had, especially on Diablo Way, which is very, very narrow. Municipal code. Someone said, like, our downtown Brentwood specific plan, it's just, it's not good or whatever. And I just want to reinforce that it is part of our general plan. So our general plan has documents that support it. This is not just a piece of paper. This actually supports the general plan. Establishes a primary means of regulation, land use, and development within the specific plan area. Establishes a primary means of planning city actions and investment in support of the growth of the downtown. The regulations contained within the downtown specific plan replace land use and development regulations previously contained within the city of Brentwood zoning and ordinance for this district. In the instance of conflicting regulations with the other municipal planning documents containing policies for land use and development in the downtown specific plan area, the downtown specific plan document shall control. Not may control, shall control. So, and then we have all thing about densities and yard height and everything in the downtown. So municipal code, design review, the proposed development shall comply with all applicable. So if there's a design element you don't comply with, we can't even approve you because it says it shall comply with all applicable design criteria. So I've already pointed out design criteria that you do not comply with. So that shall you don't meet it. So I can't approve you if you don't meet the design criteria. And I already pointed out design criteria I felt like you did not meet. It's design development shall conform to all significant respects with such plans, and then the landscaping. Sorry, wrong computer. Oh, sorry, I do not know what just happened. Sorry.
You're back.
Okay, let me go down. Sorry. Okay, shall. Okay, so Planning Commission notes from Gerald Johnson. He asked, the fire district historically handles that type of situation. The fire truck historically participated in downtown events. And so he's basically asking you about, do you want to continue events? The concerning comment in your letter was the fire district would evaluate the feasibility of the request just as it is done in the current farmers market, and the district would issue permits accordingly. So when you say just as it's done, well, just as it's done is as the downtown lives today, and as it lives today is without a fire station. So when the circumstances change, you will issue the permits accordingly. And if any of our events make it difficult for you to do your job, which your job is important, you're a firefighter, I get it. And I understand why you would say, you know what? This is getting in the way of us doing our job and saving lives, and that would make sense. So I don't trust that our farmers markets or our activities are safe downtown. And then again, Christopher Brand about the diesel. Sorry, I don't know why I put that in there twice. Oh yeah, I put this in here because yeah, you do exceed the 65 feet because in your own words, it is part of the building. It has to be part of the building because you will have no fire station without it per California code. So you do exceed the 65 feet, which would need a CUP, in my opinion. Okay, and then let's talk about the gym because everyone likes to talk about the gym. So the gym is that top right-hand corner, and I think this is kind of where the poop hit the fan because I don't think any of the vets would have ever said anything about this fire station had you had that size of exercise room. And this is 3 guys. This is pretty big for 3 guys exercising, I would think. I mean, it's that big corner up in that right corner. And I don't understand why you just can't make it shorter and let the vets have that land. And then none of this would, like, they would have never complained. Like, we're here because you needed a really big gym for 3 individuals. So yeah, and then a gym does ask for a CUP. May be appropriate, including, swim gyms and other health exercise clubs. It says it in our downtown Brentwood specific plan. Okay, so then this is the part that's interesting. Because if you guys all remember Bridal Gate, sorry, I don't mean to mention that. The very first time, Katie, not, because we didn't show a map, we had to go to court. And then we talked about a map versus a narrative. And the case came and said a narrative, I think if I'm correct, I believe that a narrative was good enough to define what we meant, right? We didn't have to draw a map. The narrative was very specific. This comment in here is very, very specific in our downtown Brentwood specific plan. The city has identified a number of existing opportunities to creatively reuse existing structures, including the fire station on First Street and other structures, so that they may house a future restaurant or play home to a new gallery or retail shop. So what's interesting about this, so it's a narrative. I think it would hold up in court. I really do, because it's a narrative that specifically calls out a parcel to be used for 2 specific uses that may be used for a future restaurant or a home or a gallery. The interesting thing about this is this plan was done in 2005. This comment was in there. We revised in 2014. This comment stayed. We revised again in 2016. This comment stayed again. We revised in 2017. No one from Contra Costa Fire said, hey, when you make your amendment, can we take that part out? So this parcel was always envisioned to be something else and to not be a fire station again. And so it's interesting, Brian Oftedel mentioned Karen Rary. I called Karen Rary on Friday. I said, hey, Karen, what do you know about this? And Karen said that her, along with, was it Joe Young that called tonight and a couple of other people were on the committee. Like, I guess it was 2 people from the city, 2 people from Oakley, 2 people from the county, 2 people from Contra Costa Fire or East Contra Costa Fire. And the conversation was always, and Helmick, she said, Helmick talked about it. They did not want the downstation downtown because it was so difficult to maneuver in and out of downtown. And those conversations happened in the subcommittee meetings. And so if you would have wanted a fire station on that parcel, this wouldn't have stayed in the specific plan. So the narrative again exists that the fire station's gone. It wasn't plans for it to be a fire station again. So you guys mentioned this in your letter to us. It says, then the District of Brentwood identified this. So this is a letter from, this is a report that we got from 2016 from Contra Costa County Fire. I think, no, actually it was Diane's office. That was done in 2016. Then the District of Brentwood had identified a site to relocate Station 54 northwesterly. So, okay, we talked about it. We're going to move it. Desiring to improve coverage to Western Brentwood, Old Station 54 would not be used in this scenario. Would not be used. As can be seen in map 16A, this move does fill coverage at 4-minute travel. However, the city is too large for only 2 fire stations, and the movement of Station 54 northerly leaves a coverage gap in the southern Brentwood for these urban populations. But you didn't say you were going to reopen 54. To me, when I read this, you're going to find another station, but maybe not where you were originally looking. You still got to keep looking because it didn't work. Okay, so then I look at the 2015 heat map, and there's 2 heat maps. There's EMS and rescue. So here's your EMS and rescue, and then here's your fire. So yeah, you got a lot of fires downtown, but you also got a lot of calls on EMS and rescue. When I looked at this report, because we didn't get updated data, no one sent us updated data. The data that we had on calls was from 2016. And there again, there is no data in any of the reports on like calls and all of this. So this is all I have. If you look at the blue bar, that is EMS. If you look at the red bar, that is fire. So the percentage of calls is very, very different. You have, almost 5,000 EMS calls and like maybe 475 fire calls, which the reason I was looking at this is because I looked at your heat map. You guys keep posting a heat map, on your website. Diane posted it in her newsletter, but that's the fire heat map. I'm not understanding why you wouldn't give us the EMS as well. Because if it were me, I would think we get a lot of EMS calls at Trilogy and Somerset. So I'm not sure why we only got partial information, which is a very small percentage of the information. I wish we would have gotten a heat map with everything. Okay, so then I'm like, okay, let's look at the census tracts. Let's look at the population and where have we grown from 2010, because that's the last census, to where are we now? And if I look at 2010, you can see we had a lot less census tracts because the city was smaller, right? So 3031 with 7,624 people turns into 3031.04 and 3031.05, which now has 10,562 people, which is an increase of 2,938 people or 38.5%. So you're getting a big increase up there. Then we go to what was previously on the bottom corner, 303103 in 2010, to a combination of 303107 and 303106 the last time we did a census. And that increased by 3,175, 29.4%. And then when I started looking, and I wasn't going to put all the detailed parcels, but when I started looking at where this 3,175 is coming from, it's coming from the area off of Sand Creek, where you have all of those new homes. We're not even getting that much of an increase in the southern part of this census tract. It's all up near Sand Creek. So I would have loved to have seen updated data, because I bet you the data today would tell you need a station near Sand Creek. Okay. And then this is about the veterans buildings, and Pat Tanisha went over this section 1222. So in 2013, SB 725 reinforced the rights of veterans to continued use of the dedicated properties unless abandoned. It cleared up language that a site is not abandoned if not used during construction. So I think this again is not within our purview. This is within your purview to you do whatever you want with it. But if anyone's been following the UCLA case, which I think God works in mysterious ways, because we're driving down there at like 2 a.m. with my kid one day to drop her off at her dorm. And we've never talked about baseball in our lives. And she goes, Mom, the baseball fields are going to close. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Well, no, the vets came in, and the vets, actually the land is theirs, and UCLA was leasing it. And UCLA can't even lease it from the vet organization because the original intent for that entire property was for vets. And I think the judge said, I should have printed out what the judge said, an agency has a fiduciary responsibility to the veterans, and not even the agency that owns it can rent it out for their financial benefit. So in this case, and it was 2 parcels. One was, and it's interesting because it's called the Brentwood School down SoCal, and then UCLA. And in both of these cases, they got to give the land back to the vets, and they're going to have to build vet housing on that parcel in the middle of UCLA. The school gets no choice. The veterans organization that was not helping its own members even gets a choice. Okay, so there is a case also. Whenever a county has provided, maintained, or provided, maintained. So it's the same thing, section 1272, but that's the case. And I think that is it. So when I look at this, what I see is that you're not meeting our design standards. I don't think that parcel was meant to ever be a fire station again. And I think because it's in our specific plan, there's a case that would call for it not to be. I thought I had the section on sensitive receptors, because sensitive receptors, judges will always side with the sensitive receptor and require there to be a CEQA study. I might have just deleted those pages by accident. Oh, I did. You know what? I'm sorry. I didn't read that section. Well, please hold. So on the sensitive receptor portion, what the state constitutes as sensitive receptors are children, elderly, asthmatics, and other who are at a heightened risk of negative health outcomes due to the exposure to air pollution. The locations where these sensitive receptors congregate are considered sensitive receptors. So under the California CEQA Act, environmental impact assessment must evaluate potential effects on sensitive receptors. So it's not whether we want to do it. We have to do a CEQA analysis. And if we don't, we as a city are then liable. So we're not telling you don't put your station there. We're telling you, can you please do the work and tell us if there's any risk to safety to our kids, not vehicle miles traveled, not increased traffic, but is there any risk to our children when it comes to the traffic? Is there any risk when it comes to the noise? Because there was a case about fire stations and sirens and the elderly. And how about the hazardous materials? So I think we need a CEQA review. And I don't think your design standards comply at all. And I mean, they're very clear, they're in there. So yeah, that's it. I think we're not, I don't want to say no. I want to say, let's do some more work. Let's go through what we're supposed to do for our kids and our elderly, and let's fix the design and then go on from there.
Done?
Yes, done.
Okay. Council member?
First of all, thank you all for being here. I think it puts all of us in such a predicament having to face off between the fire department and our veterans. I come from a veteran family, so thank you all for your service. And I'm also public safety, so thank you all for your service. Throughout this whole process, it's been hot and cold. Sometimes everyone's supportive, sometimes everybody hates you. It is what it is. This is kind of the price that we pay of being here as elected officials. I want to thank you all for taking the time to speak out your points and also for you to advocate for what you want. And I also want to especially thank all my colleagues because I know for the longest time everybody's been working on this. I know the last 2 weeks I've been heavily buried in the downtown specific plan and the general plan, and I learned a lot about CEQA. So I think there's a lot to consider here. When it comes to CEQA, the way I understand it, that we did meet the exemption. And when I do want clarification from our city attorney based on the comments that Councilmember Mendoza made about us being the lead agency.
So that is correct. The city is the lead agency for this project, and that is why the city conducted its own CEQA analysis separate and apart from what the fire department or fire district had previously determined. So the staff report includes the staff's determination as to the applicability of the infill exception, and there is exemption, and there is an attachment to the staff report that documents some of that further CEQA analysis to demonstrate how staff believes that analysis is met.
Could you reiterate when the CEQA study was completed by our city?
That's a better question for Miguel.
So the CEQA analysis that led to the determination that it was exempt under the infill exemption happened throughout the review of the project when the project was submitted. The exemption that Council Member Mendoza had, that was for the lot line adjustment that the county conducted back in February of 2024, I believe, which is independent to city staff's CEQA analysis.
Was ours in April 2025?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Was ours in April 2025?
Yeah, the first time the project went to the Planning Commission, that's when we presented our CEQA determination.
Okay, thank you. And then going through, excuse me, reviewing the traffic, the air quality, and the noise, I also did believe that we met those requirements, that we were exempt. And then when I did go, I don't want to go over everything that the vice mayor had listed. And then when you go through the downtown specific plan, the downtown core permitted uses allow for civic and cultural use, including cultural and entertainment facilities, such as community theaters, performing arts centers, museums and auditoriums, city halls and city council chambers, libraries, public recreation facilities, community centers, senior centers and teen centers, social service facilities, fire stations and public parking garages are permitted inside or outside of the 65-foot retail area. And this is where the question is that Council Member Mendoza made about the 65-foot retail area. That is the one question that I would have. And when it comes to the gym usage, the gym is inside a civic building. So it's not used for where a bunch of people are getting a membership to go over there. This is not like a gym being used for commercial purposes. This is used for the firemen to keep up with their health. And it's a requirement, especially with the work that they have to do. So the design, I do believe that the red brick, I don't like the red brick, especially when you have a white building here and a very light soft natural color on this side. I also would agree that arches, a different type of design that would actually match the building. The buildings next to it would be very important to change. I would probably, the traffic area is, or the traffic congestion, I understand that it is very concerning to our community members, especially since we have Liberty High School. We have the other schools that are surrounding area and the traffic is super congested. But I also do know that you have the ability to drive in emergency status. Therefore, vehicles have to yield for you. And based on the exits and the streets that you're going to be taking, I don't foresee you being able to be successfully to navigate on maybe 2nd Street, but if you got out the other way, you'd be okay. And I'm assuming that was your plan. The other thing, hold on, let me see. As part of the land, I do know that there were some private meetings that were held between the veterans and the county. What I do know about Brentwood, we are a very community engaged city. We're very transparent. We like to do everything in community settings, public hearings, and I think holding those meetings in a public setting where it's broadcasted for everyone, where the veterans and the county and the fire department are actually speaking to one another and it's being set for everyone in our city, it would have caused a lot of this where people don't know what's true and what's not true. And one of the biggest things that we're being asked, or I've been asked, the county's taking the Veterans Hall away. And I've never heard that on factual information. I know that's been spread apart. And I haven't seen that anywhere, that the Veterans Hall is being taken away. And that's something that I would fight for. I wouldn't want the Veterans Hall to be touched at all. I would want it to be improved. I would want it to be elevated. I would want it to be renovated and just supportive to our community. And at the same time, I've heard comments like public safety is rhetoric. Public safety is not rhetoric. Public safety is very, very important. Life matters. I unfortunately worked as a law enforcement officer at the Paradise Fires, and that's something that I never want to see here, where you only saw fire chimneys left over from the homes. That is something that's horrific. So I do believe that we desperately need another fire station or 2 or 3, but I do believe that we need to work with the applicant on the design.
Councilmember?
Okay. I can't do what they just did, nor am I even going to try. So relax. This isn't going to be a 30-minute or 15-minute. I can't do that. I don't have that many words in my vocabulary to sit and go through all of that. So I do a lot of my stuff through questions. I ask a lot of questions and I try to get the answers. And I did a lot of that in my meetings with Darren, in my meetings with Katie. And can I list out all the reasons why I believe that this is CEQA exempt? Probably not off of the top of my head, but I did the determination through conversations and asking a whole lot of questions. I've also looked at the design of the actual building, and by watching the Planning Commission meetings and trying to ascertain why it wasn't approved, I would like to ask fire questions. Now, am I allowed to do that right now?
It's at the pleasure of the council.
Why would I not be able to ask questions? We've done it before. We've done it with applicants all the time. That seems kind of weird. I got it, but it just seemed weird that we were going to discuss whether I couldn't. Some of the discussion, if one of you guys could jump up there, but some of the discussion talking about this location of the generator, 65 feet away from the building, when I asked our staff about it, they had said that with it being more than 65 feet away or 65 feet back, that they treated it similar to a trash enclosure, which are commonly further back. But could we move that? Is it possible to move that generator closer in so it's no longer 65 feet back?
We anticipated this question. We asked the architectural team to look at that. I think it is potentially problematic. If there's some additional concern that we could understand with the generator, is it noise? Is it emissions, we might be able to address that. And with that, I would ask the architect to address some of the reasons why it might not be movable.
So I'm not sure I understand. Yes or no? No, it's not movable, or it is?
At this point, we feel it's not movable.
Okay. You can go ahead and stay because there's a couple more. The trees in the parking lot, which seemed to be an issue that in the downtown specific plan, there had to be trees within a parking lot. Although this is just for use by the firefighters, this isn't a public parking lot. Is that a possibility of putting trees within that, and what in that parking lot, and what would that do to the parking lot?
We can work with trees if that's the council's desire. It would cause the loss of one parking space, and we do have a drawing if the council would like to see it.
You have a drawing of what the lot would look like, or the backside of it?
We do. We have that available.
There's been a lot of discussion from a lot of us up here about the design, the red brick. I'm a fan. Sorry. I think fire stations are supposed to be red brick. I think fire stations are supposed to be industrial looking. I don't have a problem with it, but can you change any of that from red brick to any of the other coloring of bricks? I forgot the colors that were mentioned. Like the lighter colors, the whites, the sands.
We are prepared with a number of options for the council to consider if that's your desire.
Okay. I would like to spend just a minute on this, but the full cooperation with the downtown events. So those are comments that I've heard from fire several times, that you're prepared to fully cooperate with downtown events. I don't know what that statement means.
Yeah, it's a little hard to wrap our arms around and actually put it in writing. I can tell you that today, street closures require a permit from the fire district, and we routinely process those permits. Just because we would place a fire station in downtown really doesn't change things. We would want to be compliant with the California Fire Code, talks about means of access and egress. That would still apply with or without a fire station. If the council desires to craft some language that we will not use the placement of this fire station as a reason solely to interfere with downtown events, we would consent to that language.
Can I ask a quick question? Have you ever denied an event downtown?
I am not aware of any.
Staff, do we know if they've ever denied an event downtown?
No, we're not aware of it.
Yeah, I don't think that's so.
So anyway,
Yeah.
if I can finish, not interfering with the downtown events. How would you go about with the farmers market? It's a weekly event. It's every Saturday morning. Fire truck has to come out onto First Street, as opposed to making the left onto First Street and going down to, what is it, Maple down that way? With the big dip, you want to make the right-hand turn and go up to Oak Street. What are you going to do? You're going to deny the farmers market, or are you going to go park the engine somewhere else and stage for the morning?
We would come up with options to work with the city to cooperate with downtown events. We want to participate and be active with the city in downtown events. If that means going out of the rear of the station for a period of time, that's acceptable to us. We don't want to impede the ability of the city to have downtown events. I would like to add, these are all existing conditions downtown, whether it's traffic, events, school traffic. These are downtown conditions that we deal with today. We are locating or attempting to locate a fire station closer to the emergencies where they occur.
Okay, and then I think it was the vice mayor that brought up the parking, the ADA parking for the vets, along with the storage would that be something you guys would be able to consider or would be willing to do if that was a condition of us approving?
I will preface my comments that it's not design review. However, in my April 21st letter that is included in the council's package tonight, page 477, and you go to page 3 of that letter, page 479, we actually offer a drawing of 3 ADA spots to the rear of the Veterans Hall on the alleyway, including space for a storage structure. I have authorization from the county administrator's office to represent to this council that the county is committed to making that occur. The fire district will have a general contractor and an architect already mobilized, not a big lift, to construct some parking and a storage building next door. So we would consent to such condition if that is proposed by the council.
Okay. And I guess finally, the design of the front of the building. Like I said, I don't have an issue with it, but there is some concern with the color of the brick, the arches in the windows. Do we have any thought, does the fire department have any thoughts on what they could do to fix that for us?
Specifically, we do have some slides prepared for the council with some options, and I would defer to the architect to lead that conversation.
I'd be more than willing to listen.
Can I ask a clarifying question about the storage side that you had said? What size is it?
Thank you, Chief Dutter. 10 by 20 is the proposed.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask, are you, oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were done.
I think we're getting ready to hear from the architect, right, about any change, unless you have questions.
On the same note, as far as the storage, were you asking about storage?
No, go ahead.
Okay, so the storage, I was going to ask, how does that compare with what the current storage the VFW has?
Current storage of portable containers that are movable and temporary. This would be more along the lines, I think, of a tough shed.
I recognize that. I'm sorry, I wasn't clear. I mean, size-wise, the comparison of 10 by 20 versus what the current storage would allow for VFW to use for events.
I think it's similar to a storage container. Those are 20-foot containers.
And they have 2 of them currently?
Currently, yes.
And what would be permanent would be one single, is that correct?
Correct. It doesn't, you could still have a second one on the site. There is plenty of room there.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
One last clarifying point, if I may, up front near the gym in the proposed fire station is actually not the area where the lot line was adjusted. Up front near the gym is an area where the Veterans ADA ramp was found to be on the fire district property. I want to be very clear, the fire district granted back to the county an easement so that ADA ramp may remain. If we could tee up, thank you.
Excellent question. So what's being proposed in the current design is called Old Sacramento Red or Blend. You can see it on the screen right now. That is a brick type from Old Sacramento that was used, and it's pretty saturated with red. And so we started exploring notions of more buff, tan, and lighter versions that are antiqued. And what you see is a version called Dorado, which is from McNear Brick in San Rafael. It's a local product. And we believe that approach would really take away the sense of the depth of the red and make it imply age and be a lighter building. There's other brick types that this is a admittedly imprecise rendering, but it begins to, because it's difficult to match exactly what the brick is. But if you take a look at the prior slide, you can see where we're starting to trend from red to buff to tan and brown. And there's multiple brick types that we could explore that go further into that. And I brought some samples if you're interested in seeing that. This is an example of something called Santiago, also from McNear Brick. It's it's a heavier mixture of rusts and golds, but it really provides a nice patina and patterning and texture, and it's less monolithic than the red brick. And I think
Can I say something real, I mean, we're going through these, but our design standards say blonde. These are not blonde. What do you have that's blonde? I don't want to waste
let's
time.
take a look.
Go ahead.
So it's getting blonder. This is called Hacienda. You can see now it's, particularly in the lower version, it's getting blonder and golder. You've seen this type of brick in many places, particularly in the era of buildings from 1920, early 1940s. That's a style, the sort of the golder brick. And then we looked at the next slide, please. We looked at browner, more rusticated, softer type bricks. I personally like it in photographs, but I think this requires more upkeep, and I wouldn't recommend it. It requires sealing. And so if you're interested in going in a different colorway, this is a handful of examples of how that may occur, but there is myriad different types of bricks available that could go even blonder and blonder, tanner and tanner. Right now, I'm really supportive of the first two versions.
So how long does it take for you to draw up new renderings and bring them back with like the suggestions that we've had?
Oh, it takes a couple weeks.
Sorry.
Just depends on which way we go. But, and this is going towards the brown, the warmer browns. And so what it shows is the willingness of the fire department to explore different brick types. And we heard you about the red. I personally like the red a lot. It reminds me of classic traditional fire stations that I see all around California. And I think it would be a handsome architectural citizen for the block and fit in with your community. It's just difficult to visualize it right now, but we are open to adjusting the brick type and the color.
Madam Mayor, I think that we gave the, as we do in other designs, opportunity to ask the applicant questions, but I think we're going in the weeds a little too far into designing the project. If we have some suggestions, I think we can do it, but I think this is taking up time that is not fair to other sides and other perspectives that will not be allowed to be heard because they're not the applicant.
Well, that's what I was just checking with our city attorney. Thank you for bringing this up because I agree we are getting into the weeds here. But from what I understand, the council does have the discretion to allow for continued public comment from, for example, the gentleman who was raising his hand.
And I'd like to advocate.
I believe she's going to clarify something right at this moment.
And I think one of the reasons we have to be careful is because the county has a lot of other buildings coming, and we can't let someone come in and railroad us and tell us what our design is going to be, because if we let it go on this building, we've got the other fire station, we've got the youth center, we've got the county offices, right? Like, we can't be bulldozed. It has to meet our design standards, and we can't give exceptions. So I think we've got to be really strong today because there's more buildings coming. And whatever we give up on today is probably what we're going to have to give up. We're going to give up other stuff on other items.
Just of note, when you go through, and I know you're aware of this, but every time in the downtown specific plan, when it talks about materials, it leads with the word brick.
Thank you, sir. Can we hear from our city attorney, please? Thank you.
So just to clarify the question that was asked earlier as to whether or not you could reopen public comment, you can reopen public comment if you want to. That's reopening it all and deciding if you want to do that. Or if you specifically want to hear from someone on a particular question or issue, as Councilmember Orlemans did and invited someone to the podium, you could make that limited invitation. So that's a different option.
Then I'd like to make the limited invitation. I thank the speaker at the podium to Travis regarding the storage issue. Yeah, if you can come forward.
Thank you. Yes, technically I had two comments, but the number one issue was the storage size. I've been aware of because I've in depth read the plans regarding this facility. Our current storage allocation with the two authorized Connex style boxes that we have in use for storage are 8 by 40. Math that up. We have 2 of them. So that's being replaced by a 10 by 20, and I'm mathing 200 square feet is the replacement. That is the equitable replacement for the storage that we currently use on site.
Thank you. And did you have one other comment to make?
I did, and it was regarding the ADA ramp easement, that the easement wouldn't have been necessary had not a recent in 2023 additional expansion of the lot occur, which I think that's a conversation around the CEQA conversation. But it's when he made that comment, sure, we're happy that the ADA access has been accommodated. However, it would not have had to have been accommodated had that additional parcel piece not been reallocated to expand the previous 2015 footprint that they had been allocated previously. So thank you very much for that opportunity.
Thank you.
I have a question for Miguel.
Okay.
Miguel, on your CEQA, because CEQA says there's 2 ways to look at traffic. So it looks like you looked at it from a VMT perspective.
Correct.
We're also obligated to look at it from a safety perspective under Appendix G. So where is the data for that you feel there's no risk? Because what I've read is that we have an obligation to review, especially because it's near a school under Schedule G.
That's it's not how I understand it, but if Katie could correct me.
Yeah, so Appendix G does not ask for guarantees that there are no risk associated with a particular design. And if you want to give me just 1 minute, we can actually look at the language together.
It's okay, Katie. Katie, it's okay. Because you always go against what I'm saying anyway, so it's okay.
No, I'm sorry.
So-
If I could just finish real quickly. I think it would be important so you can all have the information that you're looking for. The transportation question is, would the project substantially increase hazards due to a geometric design feature, such as sharp curves or dangerous intersections, or incompatible usage, such as farm equipment, or would it result in inadequate emergency access? And we can, if you'd like, I can put it up.
So can you tell me because I read that when it comes to a sensitive receptor, you're supposed to review traffic as safety. Have you ever seen that, or have that ever come up?
No, sensitive receptors and traffic and safety are 2 different CEQA analyses, so
No,
help
but
me
they
understand.
say you have to, if you are near a sensitive receptor, you don't take the exemption. You have to carry out the CEQA analysis.
That's not true.
That's what I read.
Everything I reviewed.
Everything I reviewed says you do.
The infill exemption overcomes the sensitive receptors.
That's not what I read. But.
Okay, so are we continuing with putting something on the screen or no? If it's not necessary, then we won't. Okay, any other comments? Because I haven't gone yet.
So I do
Go
have
ahead.
one more question, but I guess this would be for staff. I know we're not reviewing it. I know it shouldn't be discussed because it's design review only, but can somebody explain the Sand Creek location versus the downtown location? Why, okay, let me ask the question a little clearer so that it makes sense. If in 2005, we took a look at the Sand Creek location, why were we looking at that location back then?
I'll go ahead and jump in here, Councilmember Orlemans. 2005, 2006 was about this. So the development project, I forget the name, but that development project that was off of Sand Creek was occurring about the same time as the adoption of the downtown specific plan. I have not been able to find the documentation that describes why there was a parcel that was set aside that was discussed for a fire station on Sand Creek Road, and why improvements were made. When I say improvements, the lot's not like a shovel-ready parcel. If someone wanted to develop it for a fire station, they'd have to go through the similar process as what you're going through right now. So I don't know if, many times during a negotiation, there might have been a request to set aside land. I don't know if that was a city request or a fire district request at that time. But there was discussion of it. It was put in the environmental document, and that has been a city-owned parcel ever since that time, with the idea that it could possibly be a fire station. Unfortunately, we don't have videos that we're able to go back and easily watch that council meeting that occurred back in 2005, 2006. But it was at a very similar time as the city was discussing the downtown specific plan. And I'm sure that there was a discussion about possibly moving it. Just, I don't know if the fire district was part of that or if that was just a city-led initiative.
Okay, thank you. I guess to follow up on that, from the conversations I've had with people that were with East Contra Costa County back in 2005, the downtown location wasn't a consideration because we didn't own the land and we were considering having our own fire department. I believe that was at a similar time that there was discussion about the city possibly doing their own fire departments. And you're correct, we did not own the land downtown. So that could have been part of the discussion. I just, unfortunately, am not prepared to fully describe why it was back in 2005 and 2006 that there was that land was set aside, but it could be, as you described, that the city wanted to possibly do their own fire department and they needed a location for a fire station. Perfect, thank you. I think I got it.
Okay. Your turn. My turn. I'm borrowing her heater. Thank you so much. Okay, in continuation of that question specifically, there was an investment in the break in the median, and I can't remember what that's called. It's 1 a.m. That's to me signifies actually an intention to do something there. It wasn't just a discussion. There was actual work that was done to prepare for that. Any response to that?
Yeah, that's correct. As developers came through and made improvements, city staff ensured that what was approved back in 2005, 2006 continued to be improved for what was proposed there. Again, that was city-led, city-owned parcel, and staff wouldn't be doing its job if it didn't make sure that improvements like the flashing beacon lights, I think standard was there, possible curb cuts, and setting aside that parcel that was a city-owned parcel. So.
In dividing the median.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. I wanted to start at 1 a.m. Just by addressing a little bit of what we're dealing with tonight. And I couldn't agree more. We've got a lot of people who have said that this should never have come this far in this way. And I do agree with that. I think it's a sad state of affairs to see that the discussion has turned into this us versus them situation, and that if you're for it, then you're against this. And if it's a real shame. I do wish that the city and the county and the supervisor's office and the veterans had been able to get into a room together. I think that there could have been some actual productive conversation. I don't know what happened between any other meetings because I wasn't part of them, but I do wish that I had been, frankly. I think there's a lot that could have been said that might have moved this conversation further along. This conversation has been going on for several years now, and Ms. Weber, who was here earlier, I was looking back at articles and found a lot where her husband, Commander Bill Weber, was doing a lot of advocacy back in 21, I think it was. So the conversation's been happening for a while. I don't know why it has come to a head now, and I don't know why it hasn't been productive before now. What I will say is that I do understand the concerns around the CEQA. I personally, if I'm being honest, personally, again, I do think we need a CEQA. I'm thinking about the sensitive uses, thinking about the impacts on the businesses right next door. And if there wasn't impact on the businesses right next door, then why did our planning commissioner have to recuse himself because his business is right next door? It doesn't make any sense to me. But I will also say that, again, we all did our own research, and I think it's pretty clear we've all put a lot of homework into this. But one of the things I did was to look back through old articles about this to see if I could glean any kind of information about what the thought processes were, what the direction was at the time. There was an article October 23rd in 2023 in the press, the Brentwood Press newspaper. The title of the article is Veterans County Clash Over Fire Station. And there was a quote from Supervisor Burgess that said, both new stations will require approval by the City of Brentwood's Planning Commission and City Council, and that process will include community input and a full California Environmental Quality Act CEQA review, Burgess said. And so in looking at that, I believe what you have is people reading these things and thinking, yes, that is what I'm going to expect. So when it doesn't happen, this is why people wonder, what's wrong with government? Why do things take so long? Why are they not following the path of transparency? And so that's a problem. Again, I personally do think we need a CEQA. I'm not sure if we're going to get there tonight, but I would like to advocate for it out of fairness, out of transparency, out of respect to the process. I think it's an important thing to do because in large part because of the community involvement and engagement that comes through the CEQA process. So that's my advocacy for that. The general plan action LU60, and there was a lot of really good information that came tonight, a lot of obvious research and preparation for this. So I'm going to try not to repeat the things that have already been said, which is tough because there's been a lot said. General plan action LU60, implement the Brentwood Boulevard specific plan and the downtown specific plan to ensure quality design of the built environment within these specific plan areas. Policy LU 3-5, actively promote implementation of the DSP and the BPSB and periodically update these long-range planning documents as necessary. These, to me, are basically saying that our general plan, which we consider to be our Bible, insists that we follow the downtown specific plan. So with that, we have to be incredibly mindful of this is our law. This is our Bible, is the downtown specific plan, Brentwood Boulevard specific plan, obviously the general plan. So anything that we bring up that is specific to that, to me, that's what we have to stick to. That's what we follow as a city council. The DSP designation provides for the current and future uses of the downtown area of Brentwood in accordance with downtown specific plan. Its purpose is to create a pedestrian-oriented, economically viable town center. A variety of uses are allowed in this designation, including, and we already heard about that, all new development occurring within the DSP designations are required to adhere to the development standards and guidelines established in the downtown specific plan. I have a lot on this. I'm not going to read it all, but I do think it's important. We've got policy economic development 4-1 through 4-7, which all talk about the downtown specific plan, the events, the historic nature of it, the adequate connectivity, including pedestrian transit, resident-oriented service, pedestrian focused and oriented historic feel. Over and over and over again, our general plan specifically talks about the downtown area, what is really critical for protecting it, protecting its uses, protecting its design, protecting its ability for the public to engage and benefit from it. And so it is critically serious that we take these things into account when we make any rulings at all. I will also say, as far as the general plan goes, circulation policy 2-4, create an accessible circulation network that is consistent with guidelines established by the ADA, allowing mobility impaired users such as the disabled and elderly to safely and effectively travel within and beyond the city. I know there's limitations to what we can address. I'm very concerned about the fact that due to a lack of disabilities and accessible parking in the front of the building, of the VFW building, veterans are walking from that small parking lot through the alleyway down that path to the VFW entrance where the ramp is. And I'm concerned about it because you've got people that are walking a little bit more slowly that are potentially using walkers, wheelchairs. There is a sensitivity to that. There is more of a chance of dangerous conditions, if you will, during that time, during that space in that walking path, based on the fact that emergency vehicles could be traveling that at any moment, which we understand. Again, I do want to go back to this for a moment. I'm interrupting myself to say, I hate this. I hate that we're being pitted against each other. And it's 100% is being encouraged online. We are being encouraged to be an us versus them situation. It's not right. I want to say, too, there was a mention of the public comments, and I think it was 179 that were in support. We received a bot situation. Somebody set up, you click here, enter your name, and you will be automatically emailing city council. And we got a huge amount of those. And I didn't go through every single one because they were happening at some points, like one every minute. I know that there's a couple people here that were promoting that bot mail, email blast that went out. And I looked at a couple of them. There was one today that came from Alabama. And I'm sorry, I don't care what Alabama has to say about our fire situation or our downtown. I just don't. So we are not, if for me, Brentwood tells Brentwood what to do. Brentwood residents who elected all of us and who count on us to make decisions based on what is best for them, that's who I listen to. We actually received some letters from surrounding cities and some cities that weren't even surrounding, and I don't necessarily think that's the right thing to do either. I would not tell Antioch or Oakley or Discovery Bay or Concord, for that matter, what they should be doing as far as their policy decisions. So I would appreciate if they didn't do that to me. Back to my list, excuse me for the quick break there. Policy Circulation 2-6, prioritize bicycle and pedestrian safety for students traveling to and from school. Circulation 2-7, support regional efforts to develop safe routes to school programs for school that serve Brentwood's population. Those are specific to the safety of Brentwood students. We know very well that students are either dropped off throughout all parts of downtown or walk in from all parts of downtown. And if we're not considering that in our decisions, I don't want to be a part of those kind of decisions. Downtown specific plan uses, and I'm speaking very quickly, trying to get this through, excuse me. Provision 1-2.d, civic and cultural heart. This is from the staff report. Enable the continued expansion of downtown's role as a civic and cultural heart of the city, identify and protect opportunities for the widest possible range of civic and cultural facilities and public spaces offered in the downtown, enhance the performance of the district for festivals, markets, and other significant civic and cultural events. This very definitely does not meet that criteria. 1.4.2, direct new commercial investment into the downtown core to create a critical mass of retail, restaurant, service, and entertainment uses in a compact, walkable, and unique setting that only downtown can offer. Create a well-defined retail core with ground floor activity generating uses throughout. So what gives me concerns? The design guidelines here, 1.4.2, I recognize a permitted use of a fire station here. However, at that proposed location, I don't know that we can say we're emphasizing a critical mass of retail, restaurant, service, and entertainment uses with that fire station usage. This, to me, seems a direct conflict with the outline provision and to our goals to see our downtown area as an economic development hub and community gathering place. There's some other parts about maximizing opportunities to reuse existing structures within the downtown to accommodate new uses to help grow. I'm not going to get into it because it was already mentioned, but that did specifically call out a fire station. Product design. I agree with the majority of council that the design does not suit downtown. Not only does it not suit it, it does not meet the design criteria for downtown. The situation about downtown specific plan, 2.5.1 site planning. This was again already mentioned. I'm not going to get into it in large detail, but the avoid on-site parking, and parking may be allowed along rear alleys on a case-by-case basis. Part of the notes on here said to maintain a consistent scale and character along street fronts, avoid abrupt changes in scale and character. Very definitely this project does not take those into account. It's a full story taller and multiple lots wider than the adjacent buildings. The front-facing parapets are definitely an issue here. The decorative design elements are not met. They should be consistent with the downtown's historic character, and the facade elements should relate to those on adjacent structure. That's not happening. There's no connection design-wise to the adjacent buildings. The current design is mostly right angles with no shaped parapets other than the roof trim. Design is substantially sparse compared to existing buildings, purely functional style incompatible with the downtown adjacent designs. And then of course there's the brick. So it is hard to put emotion aside on this. I feel emotional about both sides because I've always had a great relationship with veterans, and I feel like I've had a good one with the fire, although most of the people I know are not here because a lot of you are not local. But I will say that in Brentwood and on our city council, we do try to maintain relationships with the people that are serving our residents. And we try to do so in a way that that helps to promote the safety and well-being and the joy and the love of the city that we all know we have for Brentwood. So when we see things like this that are essentially dividing the city and dividing the council and dividing us versus them and the fire and the vets, this is really hard to deal with. There have been a lot of really good points that were brought up. There were some editorials I read from the people that surprised me that I thought, okay, that makes a lot of sense, and I would love to be able to repeat everything, but we could be here all night, not just as late as we are right now. And keep in mind, we've all been here since before 6 because we had a special meeting too. With this, I know there's going to be motions. I wanted to make sure I had my points addressed here. I do not think it belongs downtown for a variety of reasons. I would like to request a CEQA because I think, again, in all fairness to the residents, to the safety issues and the sensitive issues and all of the rest of it, I do think that would be a good next step. No, I'm not. I don't typically make motions, but if someone else wants to make a motion, I'm fine with that. I don't know if we have other discussion. I don't know if anybody wants to counterpoint anything I've just said.
I have a mic on.
What?
I had a mic on for that purpose. Okay. So before I make my motion, I just want to say that it was, I don't know any other kind of way but to keep it real. I was a little disappointed when you came up, sir, and you had to remind us this is a design review. I think we all know that, and we've made compelling arguments either for or against it based on design, in addition to finding arguments. So I think part of our job is also, we're here at their residence and their voice matters. So we follow the rules, but we also want to make sure that we're meeting the needs of our residents. And so that was a little bothersome. So I'm going to make this following motion, and I really hope that the county and fire is okay with this motion, because this is where I'm leading and it might change my perspective. And I can't bully you into it. It sounded like it was a partial agreement, but I'm going to add something on, and I hope that this is reasonable to you. As detailed in the staff report, I move to adopt a resolution approving a design review for a new fire station and related site improvements with the agreed upon change by the applicant to lighten the brick to be consistent with our design standards, or add a secondary material with the brick, to add parapets at the ceiling, to add trees and ensure 3 ADA spots and sufficient storage. Travis showed proof that that's not sufficient storage. It's not even half of what they've had for the veterans. And so that would be my motion tonight.
Staff clarification.
Yeah, just a couple of questions. Miguel, could you help us out here? So the council member mentioned lightening brick to be consistent with the design standards or adding a different material. I'm not finding a good spot in the downtown specific plan that addresses the acceptable color of the bricks, and maybe it's just because it's late and I'm tired. Do you have any suggested language in that regard?
I believe the language is earthen tones, light earthen tones. I recently did a search on the document and I couldn't find the word blonde.
There was earth tones.
Earthen tones, yeah. Light earthen tones.
That Santiago one was nice, but that last one was really ugly. Please don't offer that last one.
Okay, so two light earthen tones.
Councilmember, it would be easier for staff if you could give us a little bit more clear direction on which, my concern is if staff is the one that makes the final determination on the color of the brick, I just want to make sure that, I don't know if you want to see the pictures and say similar to that color and we can work with the
Can we make
fire district.
can I ask a clarifying question? Is it possible for my motion to approve and come back for design? With the caveat that the design will be based on what the council comes up with?
So then you're reopening this.
Okay, so can you put up the picture that had the Santiago on it? Because it had a top portion that was really light and then it had a bottom portion.
I'm not sure the
No,
top of
it
that,
gives-
in that Santiago, I think the top of that might have been like a stucco or something like that on that one building. Yeah.
Or what, that Hacienda, what was the Santiago one? Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't show, oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, go ahead. Oh, go back to the other one. I'm sorry. The hacienda. Okay, go ahead.
Hacienda, here is Santiago.
Okay. You're not gonna like nothing, period. If you guys can hear me.
You want to see remarkably lighter? This one is still has hints of red. This one's getting blonder.
Vice Mayor Pearson, which one did you want to include?
Which one is getting blonder?
Hacienda.
Okay, so here's my motion. I'm going to restate my motion because I really need to go to the restroom. As detailed in the staff report, I move to adopt a resolution approving a design review for a new fire station and related site improvements with the agreed upon change by the applicant to lighten the brick to hacienda to be consistent with our desires as a council and with our design standards, and to add the parapets at the ceiling, add trees, and ensure 3 ADA spots and sufficient storage spaces for the veterans. Sufficient being, because I know you're gonna say something, I saw your light go on, something equivalent to what they already have.
So then one other question. The building does have a parapet. The question is, you're asking for a different type of
A different
parapet.
elevation, yeah.
And do you have any help to?
It's in the design standard.
So correct, the parapet that's proposed is allowed within the specific plan. So
There's pictures.
What's that one called?
That did not look like the pictures.
Can I offer this? So for the early 20th century commercial style, which is what the applicant has attempted here, it provides front facades are flat with a shaped parapet at the roof line, and then it shows some examples. So is staff at liberty to accept whatever shape the applicant brings in here?
It's gonna come back to us though, right?
Well, that's the question. If, well, that's
that'll
the
be
question for you all.
What is that parapet that she's showing on her display? The one that,
20th century.
And Vice Mayor, did you say anything about the windows?
okay, yeah, the windows was an addition. So I think there was arch windows instead of square box windows. That would be my addition.
Okay, just help us get through the parapet.
There's pictures and like, look at it. It's in there. They just need to add, it can't be flat.
Okay, so,
That are not flattened, arched.
No flat.
so would the council be fine with saying adding, articulation to the parapet such that it matches or substantially is similar to that found on page 109 of the downtown specific plan?
That's fine.
Does that work? Okay.
So Vice Mayor, before you finish all this, I think it'd be great to have the applicants
Yes,
come
I
up
think
and
I'd
ask
like
some
them
questions. And then one of the other items that was brought up was the issues related to downtown events, and the fire department or the
Yes, thank
district
you.
did state that they'd be willing to add a
But-
condition.
Let's come back after this moment because I need to go to the restroom really bad. So can we please take a 2-minute break? That's all I'm asking.
2-minute
2 minutes.
break.
Thank
Yes,
you.
go ahead. I believe we are ready to finish this up. So everyone, please take your seats if you can do that. Okay, we're in the process of finalizing that motion.
Okay, we have taken the direction of the council and modified the resolution for approval to capture what we believe your direction is. If I can put this up on screen so you can determine whether or not we've done that successfully. This is the resolution for approval that was included in the packet, and what we are showing is a red line to capture the council's direction tonight. Some of the findings had to be modified just modestly to accept a few things. So it now talks about incorporating shaped parapets to reflect the council direction. And then further down, getting rid of the flat roof description and including that shaped parapet. And then scrolling all the way down to the conditions of approval. So the project shall be built substantially in conformance with the project plans. Foregoing notwithstanding, the project shall employ hacienda light brick, include a building parapet shaped similar to designs depicted on page 109 of the downtown specific plan, and include windows with arched elements on the top.
As to the arched window elements, I would add in there so long as it meets safety and structural, because there is a possibility that structurally, and I know that the applicant has talked separately to our interim city manager about the shaped windows, that the brick, that it uses that square structure to hold up the brick, that the applicant will try within its best means to try to do shaped windows, but if it's not structurally sound, we have a safety issue. So I'd add in there if it's feasible if feasible, yeah, I think that's sufficient.
We can do that, or according to our esteemed planners here, it might be possible for the applicant to just add a sort of decorative element that's rounded at the top so as to maintain the structural integrity of the rectangular window shape, but also have a decorative arch over the top. Would that satisfy the council? Okay. So I can take out if feasible if you want me to, or I can leave it. It's up to you.
I will put if feasible or some decorative feature. So like, because you don't have that alternative in there. We just have round windows.
Or accomplished decoratively. How about that?
Yep, that's perfect.
Okay. And then with regard to the trees being added, this condition number 5 deals with the landscape plans. Plans shall be amended to include, we weren't sure how many trees, 3 trees.
Okay.
Is that right?
That's what they're.
Okay.
I can't even remember what they had in their photo, but it didn't look bad.
Okay, and then we have a bunch of standard of conditions that will not change. When we get down to the very bottom,
The more the merrier.
Permittee shall not prohibit street closures for city-approved special events due solely to the existence of the fire station being located on the project site. If necessary, permittee will stage emergency vehicles off-site in order to provide proper service to the community for the duration.
I'm sorry, he also said that, or in the alternative, like during the farmer's market, they would exit from the rear entrance. They would exit a different way.
So we'll either stage emergency vehicles off-site or use Diablo Way as ingress, egress. Okay, and then finally, permittee shall cause to be installed 3 ADA compliant parking stalls on the adjacent parcel at 757 First Street, as well as enclosed storage of a volume equivalent to what is currently on site for the exclusive use of the Veterans Hall. Does this accurately capture your motion?
It does. Yes.
Katie? Katie, can I jump in real quick?
Yes.
For item 5, under the findings, it talks about 9 parking stalls, which with the inclusion of 3 trees, it would bring it down to 8 parking stalls, correct?
Oh, Thank you. Okay, I will go back and correct that. Madam Vice Mayor, Mr. Gale has pointed out that it would be useful to have a deadline for those offsite improvements to be made, so prior to certificate of occupancy being issued. Is that acceptable? All right. And
Sorry, that is acceptable.
okay, I'll go back and change the 9 parking stalls to 8, but we can take my screen down while we do that. Thank you.
And can I add, this is not part of my motion, but while we have our supervisor here, one of the comments that was consistently made was this commitment by the county to provide funds to improve the veteran hall. And I really hope that we're going to continue down that road to honor that commitment. Sure. Can I have the supervisor come up to really briefly?
Yes, you can.
Thank
Yes, thank you. I can make that commitment. We've already budgeted it. We've also requested earmarks. We will be going forward. These are all things that we've intended to do, and we'll work with the veterans when they're ready to work with us. And with this agreement, we can move forward.
Can I clarify something though? The ADA spaces and the storage won't come out of that money, will it?
I don't think that was, no, that
Okay.
wasn't part
Thank
of
you.
the budget.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I can't recall if there was a second.
There is now.
Okay, thank you. Amanda, can I have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Maloney,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Pearson,
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza,
No.
Councilmember Orlemans,
Yes.
Mayor Meyer.
I'm going to take a mayor's privilege for a moment. I'm very glad that we were able to decide on some improvements to this design and its impact, but due to the lack of transparent CEQA process, impact on economic development events, and not meeting the DSP standards, and the impacts on safety for students, elderly, and those with disabilities, I have to say no. Not that it matters, but just had to say it. So the motion passes. And I believe we are looking at future agenda items at this point.
I really want, I have one. And I appreciate the interim city manager's report out, but I really do appreciate Melissa coming up to talk about us becoming a sanctuary city, and I would like us to consider that when it comes to immigration issues. Is it? Well, maybe we can talk about it, and if it's a no.
Any questions on that? Okay, then a motion to adjourn is what we're looking for.
Thank you.
I'll make the motion.
Someone want to second
I'll
that?
second. I think
All
we
in
fell asleep.
favor?
Aye.
Aye. We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.